peaceful today. Greetings, children. It's I, your obedient servant, Sebastian St. Smalls. So excited. Getting started with Earthworm Tractors, Alexander Botts and Zane's Adventures, based on the book, based on the short stories in the Saturday Evening Post. And then I was starting out with Street Fighter 5. So wish us luck. Thanks for swinging by, and catch you guys on.
I came over to take you and Sally for a ride.
Well, I'd like to, Emmett, but Alexander Botts is in town, and we're expecting him.
You still get letters from that guy?
Oh, yes. And what letters?
What's he doing now?
Oh, well, he wrote me he's selling some absolutely sensational products. You know, he's a wonderful salesman.
Oh, he's a salesman.
Well, don't laugh. From what he says in his letters, he's a natural-born salesman.
Well, I'll just take the pie. How about it?
Well, I was going to call on a prospect, but I guess I can always take time out for a piece of one of Ma's pies.
Look!
Hiya, folks. Hiya, Sally. Hiya, Mr. Blair. Hi, Emmett.
Hello, Bud.
Gosh, it's great to see you, Sally.
Oh, it's good to see you, Alexander.
Yeah. Did you get my letter?
Letter? 2 a day.
Come on, Pop, let's go get that pie.
Pie? What kind of pie?
Green apple pie.
Green apple. That's my favorite color. You talk about salesmanship. Say, I had a letter from the factory this morning telling me that I was outselling every man on the sales force. If I wasn't a natural-born salesman, I wouldn't have been able to sell the Pleep Tool Company.
Gosh, you must have had a fine commission. Why, that Pleep Tool Company is one of the biggest tool concerns in the country.
I guess I did get a pretty big commission at that. I haven't figured it out yet. Guess I better. Let me see. 6 times 6 is 36. And 4. FOB plus the insurance. 6, 12. Almost forgot the zoning rates. Plus 17 and 6. Plus 4, 6 and 8 times 7. There you are. There it is.
What is it?
$3.05.
$3.05?
Oh, Alexander, I thought you were selling something worthwhile.
Oh, what are you doing, Bob? Selling bird seed?
Bird seed, nothing. Now, folks, undoubtedly you want to know what this is. The idea of this little novelty is to bring you health. It opens the pores, clears the eyes, takes your mind off business worries, and last but not least, brings laughter back into the life of the working man. All you do, folks, is just to blow through the little pipe and attach the cork onto the hook. It's simple. Watch. There you are, folks. But don't take my word for it. Here, try it yourself.
So this is what you sell.
Well, but you're nothing but a peddler.
Well, is that so? Well, let me tell you something. It takes real salesmanship to sell a thing like that.
I'll tell you right now, boss, I don't want my daughter to have anything to do with a peddler. And I'll appreciate it if you don't bother Sally anymore until you become a more respectable citizen. Come on, Emmett, let you and I go get a piece of Ma's pie. Goodbye, Mr. Botts. I hope.
Sally, you don't think I'm a peddler, do you?
Of course not, Alexander. Only selling little gadgets like that, well, it's not dignified.
Oh, I see. Oh, gosh, I just happened to think I've got an appointment down at the hotel.
I'm sorry, Alexander, but you really ought to get out and do something important. If you're going to be a salesman, well, sell something big, something worthwhile.
Say, you don't have to feel sorry for me. I won't always be selling little gadgets. A natural-born salesman like me can sell anything. Steamship. That's it. That's what I'll sell. Say, that ought to be big enough for anyone.
You can't sell steamships. Be practical.
No? Bridges. What about bridges?
Bridges?
Yeah, sure. Some people buy bridges.
Oh, no.
No? Well, then... Tractors. Earthworm tractors. That's it. That's big. That's important. That's worthwhile.
Well, that's right. Now you're talking.
Can I have this?
Oh, sure.
Look, Sally, I gotta be running along, but I'll write to you. The next time you hear from me, I'll be selling earthworm tractors. I'm gonna make a big success of this, and when I do, I'm gonna come back for you. Will you be waiting for me?
Why, certainly, Alexander.
Yeah. Goodbye, Sally. Alexander Botts listening?
You want to laugh, HJ? Read that.
Earthworm Tractor Company, Earthworm City, Illinois. Gentlemen, I am a natural-born salesman, have a very quick mind, am honest and reliable. In fact, I have a positive genius for ferreting out sales. I became acquainted with your earthworms as a member of the motorized field artillery in the Army. I am an expert on tractors, as well as a super salesman, and I might add that I am also a master mechanic. When do I start to work? Very truly yours, Alexander Botts. Have you ever heard of this Alexander Botts, Henderson?
No, sir, never. And I think I know every tractor salesman of the country. This man's either a phony or a nut.
Maybe you're right, but I like his letter. It shows the kind of nerve it takes to make sales. Let's give him a chance and see what he can do.
Oh, now, please, Mr. Russell, not as a salesman.
Well, now, let's see. Helia's been asking me for a mechanic, and Botts says he's a master mechanic, doesn't he?
According to his letter, he's a master of everything.
Personally, I like a man who knows his own abilities and isn't afraid to tell them. I'm going to give him a trial.
Okay, you're the boss.
Son, take a letter, Alexander Botts. I'm going to have him meet Healy at the Robert E. Lee Hotel in Cypress City, Mississippi.
Alexander Botts, coming. How do you do, sir?
Are you Alexander Botts?
That's me, brother.
Well, I'm George Healy of the Earthworm Tractor Company.
Well, Mr. Healy, how do you do, sir? Come right in and sit down. I was just writing another letter to the Home Office. I understand, Mr. Healy, that you need a lot of help down here.
Oh, you do you?
Mm-hmm. And with me on the job, Mr. Healy, your troubles are over.
Now, wait a minute. I think there's a slight misunderstanding. I've been getting along very, very well. I merely sent to the Home Office for a man to demonstrate a tractor for me.
Well, I can do that, and more.
You're new in the tractor line, aren't you?
Well, in a sense, yes. And in a sense, no. But in any sense, selling is my meat. Mr. Healy, You see in me a natural-born salesman.
That's very interesting, Mr. Botts, but I understood I was getting a mechanic.
That's right, you are. You're not only getting a mechanic, Mr. Healy, you're getting a master mechanic. And think how much better it'll be to get a master mechanic who also is a super salesman. Now, where are those tractors? Let's get right to work on this.
The tractor is down at the freight depot, but let's drop that for a moment. All I want to know is, can you operate an earthworm tractor?
Can I operate an earthworm tractor?
That's what I said.
Well, generally speaking, yes and no.
It says here that you were in the motorized field artillery, which used earthworms exclusively. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's right. That's right.
Mr. Botts, I don't like to doubt your veracity, but I don't believe you've ever seen me on.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, just maintain your predicament. Let's take a look at that. I was company cook, battery 127th Field Artillery.
A cook? Have you ever handled any kind of machinery?
I certainly have. For 2 years, I sold the Jiffy razor blade sharpener.
Well, this is grand, fine, splendid. Here I've got a tractor down at the depot only waiting for a man to drive it for me. I've got a deal all set with Jackson, the biggest lumber dealer in town, and then I draw a blank like you.
Calling me names won't do you any good, Mr. Healy. Just think how lucky you are to have me here to work shoulder to shoulder with you. With me on the job, this fella Johnson is practically sold.
The man's name isn't Johnson, it's Jackson.
Well, Johnson or Jackson, they're all the same to me. I sell anybody. Excuse me. Just want to tell them at the home office that you've reported.
No.
What's in that bottle? Oh, shoe polish. Shoe polish in a Scotch bottle? Oh, you poisoned me, you lunatic. You killed me and killed my sale. Hey, I'll put your sale through better than you could have done it yourself. You stay away from my prospect. Just relax, Mr. Healy. I'll go right down there now. Get the tractor, find Johnson, and sell him quicker than you can say Jack Robinson.
It isn't Johnson, it's Jackson. Don't you dare go near my prospect.
Mr. Healy, I'm an independent salesman. I take orders from no one.
You come back here. Come back. Yes, mister?
No, thanks. Just breaking in a new pair of shoes. Cease firing.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right. What's the matter? Stuck in the mud?
What do you think?
Well, I think that just the right young man came along to help you out.
Oh, I don't think anything short of a derrick is going to get me out of here.
We got a tow rope?
No, I'm afraid I haven't.
No tow rope. Well, stay right where you are. I'll be right back. Busy?
No. Change your mind?
Yeah, I forgot my rubbers.
Where to?
Oh, drive me to the Alps.
Can we go a little faster? I guess I should have put on my change, but I'll make out all right.
Where is it? Who's that?
Let's get going. Wait a minute. You'll pay for that glass, or you'll see what our jail looks like. Listen, smart guy, you pay for my remand, or I'll lay one on your chin.
Quiet, please, quiet. Friends, there's nothing to get excited about. After all, if any damage has been done, it'll be paid for gladly.
Money talks louder than words.
Yeah, who are you? Why, my name is Botts. Alexander Botts. My card, please. I represent the Earthworm Tractor Company, Earthworm City, Illinois. My company will take care of everything. Fully take care of everything.
How do we know that?
Well, Alexander Botts' word is his bond, sir. Do you doubt my veracity? Get going.
Where can I take you?
I'm calling on a man named Johnson who owns a lumberyard down near the railroad station. Going to sell him a tractor.
Johnson? He's not interested in the tractor.
How do you know?
Because I know him. He happens to be my father.
Your father? Well, that's great. This is a break.
I'm afraid you're wasting your time, Mr. Botts.
That won't be time wasted, Miss Johnson. The harder they come, the easier I crack them. That's salesmanship.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll see if he's busy. Can't go in now. The doctor's there.
Doctor, is your father sick?
Get out of here. I'm a sick man.
How is he today, Doctor?
He hasn't changed a bit.
Well, I guess we can go in now. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, you'll have to talk rather loud. Father's a little hard of hearing. Dad, I want you to
Young lady, why are you late for work?
It's that car of mine. It got stuck in the mud again.
You should allow for accidents like that. Who's this?
Mr. Johnson, I am Alexander Botts, the Earthworm Tractor Company, Earthworm City, Illinois. My company manufactures...
What are you shouting at me for?
Well, Mr. Johnson, I am Alexander Botts, the Earthworm Tractor Company, Earthworm City, Illinois. My company manufactures...
Speak up, speak up.
What'll I do now?
Come up closer and raise your voice just a little.
Mr. Botts, I am Alexander Johnson. Mr. Johnson, I am Alexander Botts, the Earthworm Tractor Company, Earthworm City, Illinois. I answered your... I came in answer to your letter.
Letter? What letter? I haven't written a letter in 15 years.
Well, Mr. Johnson, the Earthworm is the finest tractor on the market today.
Earthworm Tractor? Never heard of it. Stop watching that clock.
I was just going to remind you to take your pink pills.
Oh.
Mr. Johnson, as I was saying, the Earthworm is...
Young man, I have no use for any newfangled inventions, so save your breath.
Well, but Mr. Johnson, the Earthworm is no newfangled invention. Why, way back as far as the war.
War? What war?
What? Well, Mr. Johnson, the Earthworm Tractor has the most powerful motor in the world.
Young man, if you were selling mules, I might listen to you. But motors, 2 months ago, someone finally talked me into buying a truck. And do you know where it is now? Do you? No, you don't. Well, I'll tell you where it is. It's buried up to its axles in mud down in Chippewa Swamp.
Yes? Well, Mr. Johnson, may I make a little suggestion?
No. What is it?
Well, I have an Earthworm Tractor down at the freight station. Will get your truck out of that swamp just like that. You come along with me and I'll show you. And if I don't get that truck out of that swamp, you can chase me out of town.
No. I haven't got time to run you out of town.
Oh, why don't you let him try it? That truck isn't doing any good stuck down the swamp.
Why should I waste my time? There's no machine ever built that can stay on top of Chippewa Swamp.
Mr. Johnson, the Earthworm Tractor can stay on top of a cup of coffee. And not a strong cup of coffee at that. Now, if you want your truck back in the service, I'm the young man that can help you.
Oh, go on, Dad. It won't cost you anything, and you might get the truck back.
Well, it's only a waste of time. But I'll go. You stay here. Somebody's got to watch that clock watcher. Come on, let's see that machine of yours, young man.
Good luck.
Thank you. Hey, don't look now, but your clock is stopped. There she is, Mr. Johnson.
Oh.
Here we are. There, isn't she a beauty?
I don't see anything beautiful about it.
Well, hop in and we'll take a little spin.
What, me riding that lopsided merry-go-round?
No, sir. Why, she's just as safe as your own front porch.
Speak up, speak up. I say she's just as safe as on your own front porch. Well, let's go over there and talk it over.
No, Mr. Johnson. Up you go. And upsy-daisy. Up you go, sir. There you are. No trouble at all.
I know I'm not going to like this.
Oh, you'll love it, Mr. Johnson. Go right over there and sit down. Now. Well, now, here we are. Now, let's see. That is the choke, I think. This is the ignition, I believe. And there is the clutch, I imagine.
You think, you believe, you imagine. Don't you know?
Well, yes and no. Now, oh, yes. There is the starter. Listen to that motor purr. Purr. Sounds like the Battle of Bull Run to me. Now, come on, you folks. Clear out of the way there. Just relax, Mr. Johnson. Just relax. We'll have your truck out of here in just a minute. Just as simple as ABCs. Now.
Guessing again?
mister, can you tell me where the other end of this swamp is?
That tractor of yours will come out of the south road if it don't sink.
Don't worry, the earthworm never sinks.
Hop in and I'll drive you over there.
Sound. Come on, can I help you? Come. There you are. Now, what did I tell you? Just as safe as on your own front porch.
H.J. Well, you said that Alexander Box would boost business all right, and he has. He's been a one-man recovery in Cypress City.
What did I tell you?
Mm-hmm. You told me all right. He's boosted business for the taxi company, for the hardware company, for the city power and light company, for the Johnson Lumber Company. Why, he's even built them a new freight depot. Look at the money he's poured into that town, and we're paying the bill.
Why, this is outrageous. What can we do about it?
We can't do anything about the bills, but there's one thing I can do. I can fire Butts and Healy, too.
Wire them to that effect at once.
With pleasure.
Alexander Botts approaching. Oh, Mr. Healy. Well, how do you do, sir? Come right in.
You half-witted four-flusher, you.
Why, what's the matter?
This is what's the matter. You've got me fired.
Well, that's nothing. I got fired also. But don't you worry, Mr. Healy. Everything is going to be all right. I was just writing another letter to the Home Office, explaining everything.
Why, you idiot. You don't think I'm worried about the job, do you? I wasn't going to stay with Earthworm anyway. I've got a better proposition with the Elephant Tractor Company.
Yeah? How about taking me with you as your mechanic?
You? If I ever catch you in the same town with me again,
Excuse me, Mr. Healy. Seems to be my busy day. How do you do, sir? Oh, wait a minute. I can explain everything.
Explain everything about what?
About your car, Mr.
Jackson.
Jackson? Well, you see, look, my company will pay for everything. My card.
Oh, forget it. I'm insured. I came here to congratulate you.
Congratulate me for what?
That's the finest demonstration I ever saw.
Yes, I guess it was. But just the same, I'm fired.
Fired? Why, I just wired an order in for 6 tractors.
Is that so? Well, whether you did or not, I'm still fired, Mr. Johnson.
Not Johnson. Jackson.
Are you Tom Jackson of the Jackson Lumber Company?
That's me. I don't know why you went to see Johnson first. You can't sell him anything.
You're telling me.
Well, anyway, you've got commission coming on 6 tractors.
There. What did I tell you, Mr. Healy? Just as I promised you. Everything turns out right. We've got commission coming on 6 tractors.
Here's looking at you.
Hey, Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Jackson. Oh, don't drink that.
Why, Butts, you don't begrudge a 6 tractor customer a little drink, do you?
No, but...
Well, so long, and thanks again for the demonstration. That's the finest liquor I ever tasted.
Wait, Mr. Healy, you're not going to drink that. Excuse me, Mr. Healy. Just send the bill to Earthworm Tractor Company. Oh. Hello, Miss Johnson.
Could you come down to the lobby for a moment?
I'll be right down. Oh! You poisoned me again. You big sissy.
You knew all the time that was shoe polish.
Well, here I am.
I thought I'd drop by for a few seconds and tell you how sorry I am the way things turned out. I should have warned you that Dad has a ferocious temper.
Oh, forget it. He didn't hurt me. Much. What really hurts is I lost my job.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I wish there was something I could do for you.
No, that's all right.
Well, now that you've lost your job, what are you going to do?
I don't have to worry. A natural-born salesman like me can always find something to sell. The thing is, I hate to leave this town now.
Why?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, this is the same as any other town, isn't it?
Well, in a way, yes, and in a way, no. But it's more no than yes, I guess. What's your first name?
Mabel.
Mabel. Gosh, there's something about the name of Mabel.
Telegram for Mr. Bott. Telegram for Mr. Bott. A telegram for Mr. Bott.
Oh, boy. Excuse me. How do you spell that?
With a B.
With a B. I guess that's for me. There you are.
Gee, thanks.
Don't give it a thought. Wonder who this can be from.
Why don't you open it?
That's a pretty good idea at that. Listen to this. We have reconsidered our decision. You're discharged. Stop. You are back on the payroll as a full-fledged salesman. Stop. Proceed to Smedleyville. Instructions to follow. Gilbert C. Henderson. Wow!
Gee, I'm glad.
Well, I guess they know a natural-born salesman when they see one. Wait till I get to Smedleyville. I'll knock 'em dead. Say, I'll sell tractors to people in that town that don't even need them.
Why go to that trouble when there's someone right here in this town who needs them?
Oh, lead me to them. Is there someone that I overlooked? Say, I'll sell them before I catch the train. Who is it?
My father.
Oh, well, I don't think I'll have time on this trip, but someday I'll come back and sell him, too.
I'm afraid it might be too late then. You know, someday some real live wire salesman is going to come in and show Dad where he's losing money by not having tractors to work his timberlands.
What do you mean, live wire salesman?
I mean someone who won't run away the first time he's turned down.
Turned down? Oh, I was knocked down.
Dad owns half the timberland around here. If he ever decides to buy tractors, he'll have to buy an awful lot of them. It'll be a big feather in the cap of the salesman who finally sells him.
I could sell him. I wonder if I ought to take the time.
No, you'd better go on to Smedleyville. It'd probably be too big a job for you.
Too big? Say no job is too big for Alexander Butts. And just to prove it to you, I'm going to stay right here and sell your father, Mabel Jackson.
Not Jackson, Johnson.
We are pleased that our earthworm, RD8, has lived up entirely to your satisfaction. We trust.
HJ. HJ.
What's the trouble now?
The only trouble we've ever had around here, but read that.
Dear sir, the greatest tractor prospect in the country, Sam Johnson, is right here in Cypress City. I've decided not to go to Smedleyville. I think it best that I stay here and make the sale. We'll let you know how many I sell. Very truly yours, Alexander Butts.
Sam Johnson, the one man that every tractor salesman in the country gave up trying to sell 10 years ago. I'll wire Butts to proceed to Smedleyville at once.
Now, wait a minute, Henderson. This fella Butts sold Jackson. Maybe he can sell Johnson. Give him a chance and see what he can do.
I think it's a waste of time, but you're the boss, HJ.
I don't think it's a waste of time. I'll bet you right now, at this moment, Butts is selling Johnson.
Now you get out of here. And don't come back. And stay out.
Oh, I know if you'll only keep at it, you'll eventually sell him some tractors.
Oh, what's the use if I'm not alive to spend the commissions?
Oh, you're not going to stop trying now, are you?
Oh, I don't know. I got a wire from the factory this morning. Think I better get down to Smedleyville.
I was afraid the job might be too big for you.
The first few times he threw me out, I didn't mind, but I'm beginning to think that he don't want any tractors.
Of course, a master salesman would find some way to show Dad how necessary tractors are to his business.
Say, listen, I'm a natural-born salesman. That's even better than a master salesman. If a master salesman can sell them, so can I. Say, I'm going right down there now and come out with an order for 72 tractors.
Oh, no, Alexander, not today.
No? Why not today?
Well, you see, we're moving. Our house is up on rollers and ready to be moved to the other side of town.
Oh, is that so? What's the new address?
352 Spruce Street.
I can remember that.
Dad's more upset than ever. I think the $500 it's costing is the real reason he feels so badly.
$500? Say, excuse me, with an earthworm tractor.
What?
Oh, nothing. When are you moving the house?
Tomorrow morning. Dad and I are going to stay at the hotel tonight.
Close that door. You want me to catch my death of cold? Mabel,
Yes, Dad.
I've decided not to go to the hotel tonight.
Oh, but we've arranged to have all the utilities cut off. We can't stay in the house without any light, gas, or water.
I'll arrange to have them put back on again. I'm a sick man. I just caught cold from that door being open. I'm nearly dying. You wouldn't want a dying man to go to the hotel, would you?
Of course not, Dad. I'll call them. But they won't be able to move the house tomorrow.
That's all right. Let them move it the next day. Stop watching that clock.
Top 5,000 in North America.
Mabel, time for my pill.
Here they are, Dad. How are you feeling now?
What do you ask me that for? You know I feel terrible.
I told you not to eat that steak tonight. At least not the whole 2 pounds.
That had nothing to do with it. I would have felt terrible anyway.
Anything else, Dad?
No! Earthquake rocks Tibbet. Mabel, where's Tibbet?
In Asia, Dad.
That's right. I didn't think you knew. Mabel! It's here! It's here! Mabel! Don't you realize what's happened? It's an earthquake!
Quick, Dad, get on the start!
An earthquake!
that bill.
Good evening. Well, Mr. Johnson, I saved you $500, and the Earthworm Tractor did it all. Here you are, all moved to 352 Pine Street.
You idiot! It wasn't Pine Street. It was Spruce.
But Alexander, you know it was all your fault. You should never have tried to move our house without saying something about it.
I'll bet if I hadn't moved the house to the wrong end of town, I'd have sold him. Mr. Henderson is beginning to think that your father isn't a very good prospect.
Oh, but he is. You'll sell him if you'll only keep trying. Something tells me he's weakening.
It didn't feel like it. Gosh, this is awful good apple pie. Almost as good as Ma Blair's.
Who's Ma Blair?
Oh, she's Sally's mother.
And just who is Sally?
She's the girl in Frozen Falls that I promised to marry.
What?
You see, when I left Frozen Falls to make my way in the world, I promised Sally that someday I'd come back and marry her. Alexander Botts never goes back on his word.
Well, I hope you two will be very happy. I won't be able to see you tonight, or any other night.
Boys, these advanced sales reports indicate that this is going to be one of the biggest years that the Earthworm Tractor Company has ever had.
Telegram, Mr. Henderson.
Oh, thanks. Listen to this. I agree with you that Johnson is not a good prospect. I'm proceeding to Smedleyville by way of Frozen Falls, where I'm going to marry a girl by the name of Sally. Stop. Congratulate me. Alexander Botts. I certainly feel sorry for Sally.
You can wait right there, if you will. The same old bashful Sally. Look what I brought you.
Oh, well, these are beautiful, Alexander.
Oh, I don't know. Not any more beautiful than the smell of that pie.
Well, won't you come in?
Will I? Sure. I can smell it better inside.
Hey, Pop, look who's here. Pop.
Hi, Mr. Blair.
Alexander Botts, what kind of a do-jigger are you selling now?
The little do-jigger that I am now selling weighs 16 tons. Have a card.
Earthworm Tractor. Well, I always told you had it in you.
You did? Oh, yes. I remember. Well, Sally, I told you I'd make a success and sell big things, didn't I? And I promised that I'd come back for you. Well, here I am. And what I said about your father not coming to live with us, forget it. Oh, hello, Emmett. How are you? I'm all right, I guess. Well, Emmett, congratulate me. I'm gonna get married. Oh, who's the lucky girl? Sally.
Well, that's
fine. I'd like to go to a wedding. I haven't been to one in 3 months.
Is that so? Who got married then?
I did.
You get married? Well, congratulations, Emmett. Who'd you marry?
Sally.
Sally? Well,
Why, Ellie? This loafer married her the minute you left here. He hasn't had a job since.
congratulations, Emmett. I wanted Sally, but I guess the best man won.
Thanks.
Goodbye, Sally. Forever.
Well, Alexander, don't take it too hard. You know, I'm not the only girl in the world.
Oh, I know that's easy enough for you to say, Sally, but there's an old saying and the true one. It's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Yes. Goodbye.
Alexander, try not to go to pieces.
I'll try, Sally, but after all, there's always the river. Goodbye.
Poor Alex. And he can't swim a stroke. Mr. Henderson. Telegram, Mr. Henderson.
I disagree with you. I think Johnson is still a fine prospect. I'm proceeding back to Cypress City, where I'm going to marry a girl named Mabel. Stop. Congratulate me. Alexander Bott.
Mabel, is that man crazy or am I?
I wouldn't know.
Look, I've been trying to get in touch with Mabel, and her father won't tell me where she is. Do you know?
Well, I know she bought a ticket for Chicago.
Chicago? Yes. Where's she going in Chicago?
Well, she didn't say, but she's got an uncle there, and I imagine that's where she's bound for.
Yeah, what's her uncle's name?
As far as I remember, it's Johnson, too.
Johnson? Well, that's easy. Thank you very much.
Good evening, sir. How do you do, sir? My card. Oh, I'm glad to know you, Mr. Butt. You expect to be in Chicago long? Well, maybe yes and maybe no. I see. It all depends. Yes, sir. Boy, take Mr. Butt's bag to 502. Where's the nearest telephone? Just around the corner, Mr. Butt. Thank you. You're welcome, sir.
Sorry, madam, he doesn't answer.
Excuse me. I'm looking for a man named Johnson. Can you tell me how I can find him?
Well, the Johnsons in Chicago are as thick as the Smiths in New York. And you know how thick the Smiths are in New York. Which particular Johnson are you looking for?
Well, he's got a niece in Cypress City by the name of Mabel.
Well, now, ain't that nice? I've got an uncle in Topeka, Kansas named Oscar.
Oh, is that so?
Don't you know this Johnson's first name?
No, Do you mind if I look at your book?
Why not?
I bet there's a whole page full of them.
Hold on, he doesn't answer.
Johnson. Johnson. Do you mind if I use your telephone?
Go ahead, you're paying for it. I'm sorry you've been disconnected then. I'll try again.
Get me Oswego 3412, please.
Oswego 3412? That's the man.
Hello. Is this Mr. Aaron A. Johnson? Hello, Mr. Johnson. This is Alexander Botts calling. Have you a very beautiful, charming niece by the name of Mabel? This is the aquarium. Well, then you have no niece.
Okay, I got it. Bay 1420.
Hello? Is this the home of Thomas Johnson? Is Mabel Johnson there? She is. Hello, is this you, Mabel?
This is Mabel.
Mabel, this is Alexander. Alexander. Bot.
What's to you, mister?
All right. Crystal 5952.
Is this the home of Ulysses Johnson? Have you got a niece by the name of Mabel? You haven't.
Well, thank heavens you're here. What a night. I'm exhausted.
Zebula Zachary Johnson. Get me crest 4436.
Sorry, the phone's been disconnected.
Well, I guess I'm through. That was the last Johnson in Chicago.
No, not the very last Johnson.
Oh, yes, it was.
No, there's one more.
One more. Who's that?
Mabel Johnson.
Mabel. Mabel! Gosh, I've called every Johnson in Chicago trying to find you. Where are you? I'll come to you wherever you are.
Well, just a minute. What about Sally?
Oh, that's all a thing of the past. She don't mean a thing in the world to me.
What made you change your mind? Why didn't you marry her?
Well, when I got there, she was already married to another fella.
Oh, so Sally was already married.
Yeah, wasn't that funny?
And then you decided to look for me.
Yes, and Mabel, I could hardly wait till I found you.
Alexander Bob, I hate you.
Mabel! Operator! God, I don't know what she got mad at. Mabel!
That new starter's quite an improvement, eh, Hank?
Hey, Jay. What's the trouble now? Listen to this. Trace spots to Kramer Hotel Chicago where he reserved room, then disappeared. Stop. When last seen, he was going into a telephone booth. Wells Detective Agency.
If they can't find him in a telephone booth, they might as well give up.
If I ever get my hands on him,
Bots.
You're right. My girl Mabel left for Cypress City, I hope. I'm following. Stop. Understand Cypress County in market for tractors. Stop. Wire Kramer Hotel, $162 telephone bill. Stop. Keep in touch with me, Alexander Butt.
Now that we finally found him, we can fire him.
Oh, will I?
Henderson, better send another man down to get that order.
I haven't a man available right now, but don't worry, I'll go down there myself.
I wish I could have seen him just once before we fired him.
I wish I could have seen him just once before you hired him.
Tractors. Gotcha. Stop watching me.
I just wanted to tell you, Mr. Johnson, that those two tractor salesmen are still waiting.
Well, send one of them in here.
Well, boss, I'm glad I was here first. I've got a luncheon date with an old friend of yours.
Yeah, who's that?
Miss Johnson.
Miss Johnson? Is she back in...
Mr. Healy, you can come in now.
Thank you. She's back.
Well, good morning, Mr. Johnson. My name is George Healy of the Elephant Tractor Company.
Talk louder. How do you expect me to hear you when you whisper?
I said my name is George Healy of the Elephant Tractor Company.
Tractors, huh? I hate tractors. But I represent the taxpayers of this county, and I've got to listen to you. How much is your tractor?
Well, now, the kind that your community needs costs only $4,750 FOB.
I asked you the price of your tractor.
I said it cost $4,750.
Fine salesman. Don't even know the price of your own product.
I said the price is $4.
Never mind the price. Have your tractor ready for a demonstration this afternoon. Now get out of here and send another fella in.
Wrong button.
I ain't neither.
Fine fellow, that Johnson.
Speak up! Speak up! Aha! Good morning, Mr. Johnson. Good morning. What, you? Tut, Mr. Johnson. Come now. Let bygones be bygones.
After what you did to me, I don't see how you've got the nerve to come in here.
All right, Mr. Johnson. I apologize.
I demand you apologize to me.
All right, then I apologize.
So you won't apologize, huh? All right, don't. I ought to kick you out of here. But as road commissioner of this county, I can't be prejudiced. What's the price of your tractor? Is your tractor any good for road building? What kind of an engine's it got in it? What's the horsepower? All right. I'm a sick man. I've got to have my lunch. You know where to bring the tractor for a demonstration. Be there on time. Lunch!
You mind if I use your telephone? No, go right ahead. It'd be the Robert E. Lee Hotel, please.
Robert E. Lee Hotel?
Alexander Botts inquiring. Have there been any telephone messages for me?
No, sir.
You're sure Mabel Johnson hasn't called?
Yes, sir, I'm sure. But there's a telegram for you.
Oh, yes? Will you read it?
You are absolutely, completely, and finally fired. Stop. Kindly don't annoy our customers. Stop. Another man is taking over your territory. Gilbert Henderson.
Thank you.
How do you do, Mr. Johnson? My name is Henderson. I represent the Earthworm Tractor Company.
Yeah,
Mr. Johnson, I'm very, very happy to find you alone, sir. I won't take up but a minute of your time. I just want to tell you a few facts about our product.
Speak up! Speak up!
I understand that you've been ill. How do you feel today?
Oh, I feel terrible. I always feel terrible.
Oh, that's too bad.
Mr. Henderson, whatever happened to that young salesman, Alexander Botts, that used to work for you?
Salesman? He was the world's worst. We fired him.
Yeah? Well, I think you made a mistake there, Mr. Henderson. Alexander Botts impressed me as being a natural-born salesman.
Yeah, that's what he thought.
Well, let's not bandy words. I'm a man that judges by results. What I'm interested in is your small tractor.
Where will the demonstration take place?
Where? Oh yeah, where? Well, now let's see. Here we are. Here's Cypress City. There is the railroad station. Now, you take your small tractor and run her right down over the ramp. Continue right straight ahead and due west for 4.5 miles. You'll come to a large sycamore tree with a hornet's nest. I don't think you'll stop there, but you'll go right straight ahead till you come to a big stump. There you are, there's the stump. That's where you stop.
You mean that's where the demonstration will take place?
Oh, no, but that's where we're going to meet you. Now, do you know how to find the place?
Oh, surely.
Well, that's good. And I'll keep this map so we'll be able to find you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'll be there.
All right, do it.
And so, fellow citizens, as chairman of the Board of Road Commissioners, I have been chosen to make the final decision as to which tractors we will buy by Cypress County. I have mapped out a very difficult course for these tractors to give us a demonstration. Just one more thing. I have practically made up my mind which tractor it will be. But, in all fairness, we will go on with this demonstration. How about a picture, Mr. Johnson?
One of the finest speeches I've ever heard.
Hello, Mabel. Gosh, I don't see why you want to be mad at me. If you'll just let me explain, I know we can patch this up. Gosh, Mabel, I can't eat, I can't sleep, I can't even think.
Well, that's not unusual, is it?
Well, you just wait till I get your father on my tractor.
Seems to me you had him on your tractor once before.
Oh, all right, if that's the way you want to act, go on. But I'm going to sell your father, and after I sell him, you know what I'm going to do? No, you don't know. Well, I'm going on to Smedleyville and sell some more tractors.
And that's one of the reasons it has so much power.
Well, young man, looks like you've got something here.
Yes, Mr. Johnson, and you'll never regret your decision.
Mr. Johnson, will you pose on the earthworm? Well, I don't want to, but I guess I will. And you, none of your monkey business.
Hey, what are you doing? Stop! Don't you see that sign? The road's closed. The earthworm don't believe in signs, Mr. Johnson.
The earthworm don't believe in the sign, Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, come back! Hey!
Which way did that tractor go?
Straight up the mountain, Miss Johnson. They'll both be blown up. That hill's full of dynamite.
Well, somebody has to warn them.
I wouldn't go up there. Miss Johnson, if I were you. But don't go up there. You get killed. Stop. Don't try to climb that mountain. Look. The earthworm, that's only a molehill. Oh. The earthworm can climb the mountains of Tibet. Tibet. Let me out of here. Well. Well, that break. Oh. Oh. Be careful. Careful. Ha ha.
Fellow citizens, as chairman of the Board of Road Commissioners of Cypress County, Alexander Butts, you're going to pay for this. You hear what I'm saying?
What?
I say you're going to pay for this.
Speak up, I can't hear you.
Why, I can hear you. I'm cured.
I say I can't hear you. Speak up.
I'm cured. I can hear you.
Stop whispering.
Oh, boy, this is the greatest tractor in the world. I'm going to buy 6 of them for the county and 8 of them for my lumber company.
What did you say?
Alexander, are you all right?
All right. I just bought 14 tractors from this young man.
Oh, I always knew you were a master salesman, darling.
What?
Darling.
Louder.
Darling.
Louder.
Darling.
Louder.
Darling.
Oh, darling.
I can hear that.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, this is the beginning of spring. Tiny blades of grass are peeping through the soil. Blossoms are bursting into bloom. The harsh winds of winter have changed to soft, balmy breezes. So without further ado, we bring you a man who is still wearing his longies, Jack Benny.
Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, I don't mind your kidding about my age or my dramatic ability or my work in pictures or a lot of other things. But I think that my underwear is my own business. Is there nothing sacred around here? Heaven.
But Jack, spring is here. Don't you think you ought to change into your shorts?
Don, it's only the first week in April. When the butterflies come out of their cocoons, I'll come out of mine. Until then, I'm taking no chances.
Now, Jack, aren't you being just a little overcautious? The winters are so mild out here.
He's right, Jackson. You're the only guy in Southern California that wears long underwear. What did you say, corn fuchsias? What was that? I said you're the only guy in Southern California that wears long underwear. Oh, yeah? Did you ever see Tyrone Power's backyard on a Monday morning? Don't tell me those are Annabella's. And another thing, Phil. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Another thing, Phil, that reminds me. I wish you'd stop running around telling everybody that I wear pajamas with feet in them.
Well, you do, don't you?
That was one night when I forgot to take off my inner socks. Just one.
Inner socks? My goodness, Jack. What's the idea of wearing 2 pairs of socks?
He bought some big shoes cheap.
Now, wait a minute, fellas, wait a minute. Don started out with a beautiful poetic introduction about blades of grass and blossoms on the trees and balmy breezes, so let's stay in the mood.
You're right, Jack. Spring is beautiful.
I'll say.
You know, I was out in my yard this morning, and I saw the cutest little robin.
Yeah?
He was sweet.
Oh, I
I will talk to you of art, for there is nothing else to talk about. For there is nothing else. Life is an obscure hobo bumming a ride on the omnibus of art. Burn gas buggies and whip your sour cream of circumstance and hope. And go ahead and sleep your bloody heads off. Creation is. All else is not. What is not creation is graham cracker. Let it all crumble to feed the creator. The artist is. All others are not. A canvas is a canvas, or a painting. A rock is a rock, or a statue. A sound is a sound, or is music. A creature is a creature, or an artist. Where are John, Joe, Jake, Jim, Jerk? Dead, dead, dead. They were not born. Before they were born, they were not born. Where are Leonardo, Rembrandt, Ludwig? Alive, alive, alive. They were born. Bring on the multitude with a multitude of fishes. Feed them to the fishes for liver oil. Nourish the artist. Stretch their skins upon an easel to give him canvas. Crush their bones into a paste that he might mold them. Let them die. And by their miserable deaths become the clay within his hands, that he might form an ashtray or an ark. For all that is comes through the eye of the artist. The rest are blind fish swimming in the cave of aloneness. Swim on, you maudlin, muddling, maddened fools, and breathe that one bright and sunny night some artist will bait a hook and let you bite upon it. Bite hard and die. In his stomach, you are very close to immortality.
Walter, what are you doing here? I was looking at Carla's picture. Do I pay you to look at pictures? Oh, get to work. I was just looking. There are empty cups all over the place. Clear them out.
You shouldn't be so rough on him, Leonard.
Hey, say, Walter. All right. I think I'll cut.
Yes, man. How you making?
Fine, man. How about you? And now.
Valdez, Vice.
Yeah, LaCroix checking in. Over a couple of minutes.
Anything new at the door?
Well, nothing you can pound nails in. A couple of hustlers. One of them short, fat, brunette, named Skinny. The other one was short also.
Please, Skinny.
Name of fat.
Probably didn't get it.
They didn't give any pictures, though. Guess you can keep an eye on them.
Okay, any hit?
Well, Jerry Sachs looked like he was straight. I'm sure he was on it anyway. Didn't see any pushes around the place. Lou said he'd check out on Jerry and sound him out later if he gets any higher.
I guess that's about it.
Okay, go on home and get a good night's sleep, you think.
Okay, so long.
Everyone listen to my new poem. I think they really heard it.
I heard it, Mr. Brock.
Thank you. I'm sure you did.
Bring on the multitude with a multitude of fishes. Feed them to the fishes for liver oil to nourish the artist.
That was word for word.
Is it? I'd forgotten.
You don't remember your own poem?
I refuse to say anything at once. Repetition is death.
Oh, got it.
When you repeat something, you are reliving a moment, wasting it, severing it from the other end of your life. I believe only in new impressions, new stimuli, new life.
I thought you believed that life is an obscure hobo bumming a ride on the...
I do believe that, Walter, but I also believe creative living. To be uncreative, you might as well be in your grave or in the army.
You tried to draft me once. Couldn't pass the test.
Walter, Leonard's looking at you.
Jesus, my God.
Walter has a clear mind. One day something will enter it, feel lonely, and leave again.
Too much.
Yes, Tex, yes. If you want to know how beatniks live, William and me will show you. We'll introduce you to some wild one. You may even discover an artist of your own.
And how much is that going to cost us?
What cost? A couple of bucks. You want to meet some beatniks, don't you?
Oh, no, it's the artist. I'm just crazy about artists.
All that is comes through the eye of the artist. The rest are just blind fish swimming in a cave of aloneness.
Oh, you must be an artist. And working as a busboy, too.
Feed him that he will be satisfied. The artist is. All others are not.
That's most intriguing. Are you a painter?
Well no, I'm working on something that's not ready yet.
What is it, man? Finger painting?
Draw me a picture of a house, Walter. Make some smoke coming out of the chimney.
I am working on something. I'll show you soon.
Walter?
Is he...
Get a good look, kid? Come on, Earl.
Hold on, Mrs. Swift.
Oh, Walter, you look awful pale. What'd you have to eat tonight?
I had a salami sandwich, Mrs. Swift.
Oh, if you were my son, why don't you let me fix you a nice bowl of soup? Won't take but a minute.
No, it's okay. I can fix myself something. Besides, I got something important to do.
Say, Walter, did you see anything of Frank tonight when you went out?
I didn't see him at all.
Well, if you do, tell him I got a nice, fresh piece of halibut for him.
Tell him that? I mean, do you think he'll understand? He's only a cat.
Good night, Walter.
Don't miss out.
Frankie? Canvas is a canvas or a painting. A rock is a rock or a statue. A sound is a sound or it's music. Be a nose. Be a nose. Frankie, shut up! Oh, what's the matter, Frankie? How'd you get yourself stuck in a wall? Wait a minute, I'll get you out. Frankie? Frankie? You all right, Frankie? Oh, Frankie. I'm sorry. Poor Mrs. Swickard. She had a nice fresh piece of halibut for you. I'll give you to her in the morning. Repetition is death, Frankie.
Trying to figure out how to do alpha counters without like using a search engine or AI to research it. They change it for different games. I can grab it and just I'll figure out that I don't. But I don't know how to do grabs either. That's
Let
also
them die, and by their miserable deaths become the clay within his hand, that he might form an ashtray or an ark. Pray that you might be his diadem, gold, glory, paint, clay, that he might take you in his magic hands and bring from your marrow wonder.
We're a John, Joe, Jim jerk.
Whether I suck or do good, it doesn't really impact my placement that much.
Dead, dead, dead.
Hi, Carla.
Walter, what are you doing here so early?
Well, I brought something. I think you'll like it.
Take that stuff to the laundromat, Walter.
Huh?
Don't mind him. What have you got?
It's a thing I made. like it?
What's he got?
Oh, come look at this, Leonard.
Where'd you get that, auction?
I made it.
You made that?
I said I did, didn't I?
Walter, it's very good.
Honest?
Honest.
What's it called?
Dead cat?
Dead cat? That's its name?
Sure.
Well, it sure looks dead enough.
You want to buy it?
Buy it? That thing? Scare people out of the place.
Don't be silly. It's tremendous. Look at the detail. The anatomy's perfect. Look at the expression on its face.
How come you put a knife into it?
I didn't mean to.
Just got carried away, huh? Well, all right. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put it in the corner of the alcove. If it sells, we'll split 50-50, okay?
Sure. Does this mean I'm an artist?
Maybe so. You can do other things as well.
All that is comes through the eye of the artist.
Yeah, you're a real artist now. I go in back and scrub down those garbage cans. March now.
You really like it?
We like it. Now go on.
Did you see my cat?
What's the matter? You losing?
How do you like my cat? You like this thing, man?
Uh-huh. It's crazy. Crazy.
You want to buy it?
For me, man?
I'm tapped. He likes my cat.
Get to work.
Hey, Walter, come here a minute. Hey, congratulations, man.
Walter, you're famous.
I saw your cat.
Did you like it, Mr. Brock?
You may call me Maxwell.
Now, how'd you do it, Walter?
Oh, I just took some clay and fixed it up.
Attention. Attention, everyone. As you pass through these yellow portals, I am sure you noticed on your right a small clay figure, and assumed this transfixed effigy to be the work of a master sculptor. And indeed, so it is. That master sculptor is in our midst. He is none other than Walter Paisley, our very own busboy, whose hands of genius have been carrying away the empty cups of your frustration. Mark well this lad. His is the silent voice of creation. Within the dark, rich soil of humility, he blossoms as the hope of our nearly sterile century.
Beautiful, Maxwell.
Bring me an espresso, Walter.
Maxwell, really beautiful.
Thank you. Man, you are in.
Oh, Walter, it was
Yes,
wonderful.
yes. This is my man. So for everything. Yes. Listen, man, you got a pen? Huh? This is my man.
Hey, Pops, what's happening?
Making a big scene for Walter.
Who'd he shoot?
He made a cat. Out of clay.
See you around.
Yeah, later.
Somebody clear this table, please. Will somebody clear this table?
Did you hear them, Mr. DeSantis? They all like my cat.
Yeah, very good. Now, look, Walter, you must be tired. Why don't you take the rest of the night off? No, you gotta come in. Besides, you're creating an incident. When people are applauding, they don't know what to think. So go on home and work on something. Make another cat.
Well, I haven't got another cat.
Just go to the movies. Please, Walter, go.
All right, Mr. DeSantis. Good night.
Good night, Walter.
You son of a... You chose to
Walter? Walter, wait a minute.
Oh, hello, Naomi.
Walter, I dug it.
My cat?
It was the most wonderful, wildest, like, wittiest thing I've ever seen. Walter, you've done something to me. Something deep down inside of my prana.
I have?
I knew PTMC would
I
find a
want
way
to
to
be
change.
with you. You're creative.
I couldn't care less.
You've got a hot light bulb glowing inside of you, and I want to be warm.
Gee, that's nice of you, Naomi.
Walter, take me away from here.
I only hope this
Take me away to some
reconnaissance
cool
mission and
blue
nothing
place.
more.
Gas.
I can't. I gotta go home.
Oh, then I'll go home with you.
No, Mrs. Swickett wouldn't like that. She's my landlady.
Isn't there anything I can do for you?
I don't think so, Naolia.
Oh, Walter, I can't let you just split like this. I've got to do something. I've got to contribute.
You don't have to do anything.
Wait. Wait, there is one thing I can do. One little thing. Don't be Walter. I want to give you something. Something that'll make you remember me. Right in your pocket.
Now go, Walter.
Back. Go.
Your autograph, Mr. Paisley? Why, certainly, my good woman. Everybody likes my cat. You want to buy my statue, mister? $10,000? Okay. Gee, I'll be famous. And then I can ask Carla, and she'll say, yes, I know she will. Hi. Hey, you're Lou, ain't you? I seen you down the yellow door plenty. Come on in. I was just making some pancakes. You can have some if you like. Did you see my cat?
Yeah, I saw your cat. I also saw that chick lay these on you.
Oh, that was Naolia. She's a nice girl. She's kind of strange, though. I guess she figures I get headaches or something.
Okay, Walter, who's your connection?
Connection?
Yeah, connection. Who do you score from? Where do you buy your horse?
Horse?
Horse, junk, white stuff, heroin.
Is that what that is? I never seen any of that before. I always thought that was expensive.
Yeah, Walter, that can be real expensive.
Gee. Well, wasn't that nice of Naolia to give me that expensive horse?
Walter.
Huh?
Police officer.
Ooh, you're like an undercover man.
You're under arrest, Walter.
Under arrest for what?
Possession of narcotics.
For me? What are you talking about?
Walter, I got you cold. Now you just come along quietly.
I didn't do nothing. And Naolia give me those. I didn't ask her for it. I didn't even know what was in
that. All right,
that.
you can tell him that downtown. Now let's go.
I ain't going no place with you.
Walter, do I have to point this at you?
You're gonna shoot me. No, don't shoot me.
Walter, just relax.
No, you're gonna shoot me.
Now just relax.
No, don't shoot
just
me.
Shut up, Jim.
No, you're gonna shoot me. Don't shoot.
Walter! Are you all right? I thought I heard you shouting a minute ago. Walter! What's all the noise in here?
Noise, Mrs. Swickett? What noise?
Don't tell me I didn't hear a racket. Are you sure you're all alone?
I'm always alone, Mrs. Swickett.
Walter, have you been talking to yourself again?
Oh, I guess we have to, Mrs. Somebody's got to.
Walter, you know, what you need is a girl. She doesn't have to be pretty. Just so long as she takes good care of you.
Well, I can take real good care of myself, Mrs. Swickett.
Yeah, I can see that. Look at this pad. Carol, when did you ever clean it up? And when did you change these sheets, Leonard? They look like they're alive.
Well, Mrs. Swickett, I gotta meet some friends in a little while. I gotta take a shower.
Well, why don't you clean up this stuff?
Oh, please.
What's the matter with it?
If you'd have shot me, you'd be mopping up my blood now. I can't help it if I got scared and hit you. It's crazy. It's crazy. I didn't know you had it in you, Walt. How'd you do it? Just put some clay and fix the light. Go home and make something, Walter. Make another cat. But I haven't got another cat.
Well, I reported in here around midnight. Lou had already been gone over an hour. No, nobody seems to know where he went. Why don't you put an alert out on him and I'll check on him from here? Okay, right.
age 29, 5 foot 11 inches tall, dark complexion, hair black and curly. Last seen wearing blue jeans and gray sweater.
11 was a murderer, all in his prison cell. And those who read about his crimes, they damned his soul to hell. Saying, go down, you murderer, go down. For the murder of his own true wife and the killing of his own child, the jury found him guilty and the hanging judge, he smiled.
And dig the fuzz. What do you suppose they wanted? You, man. You. Hey, maybe they're looking for old Walter. He's a criminal type. Ain't you, Walter? Sorry, Mr. DeSantis.
Oh, that's all right, Walter. Sit down. Sit down.
Greetings, man. I'm not supposed to sit with the customers. Wait.
Now, why shouldn't you sit at the table, Walter? After all, you're a big artist now. A true creator above mere motives.
What's the big idea?
Idea? I was just telling Walter the truth. Man wanted to pay me $100 for the cat. In fact, he's taking it home to show to his wife. Proves that I underestimated Walter's ability. His work was enormous realism. You can hardly tell it from the real thing.
Well, that sounds like a real put down.
Get off Walter's back, Leonard.
Why on his back?
They're not very funny.
I'm not trying to. Walter, what are you going to make next? A dog. A bird. How about a few dozen cockroaches from your room?
Hey, man, why don't you make an elephant?
I got a new one.
Great. What is it?
It's a full-length, life-size figure.
Crazy. What is it called?
Murdered man.
When do we get to see it?
Oh, anytime.
Hey, that's a pretty far-out name for a statue.
I saw a statue once. It was called The Third Time Phyllis Saw Me, She Exploded.
Well, what kind of a statue was that?
I don't know. It's made out of driftwood and dipped in fluoric acid. It's very wild.
What's wrong, Larry?
Nothing wrong.
It's the food in this dump.
Oh, man, you should try the Sorrel sewer. They got wheat germ bagel. Too much. Excuse me, please.
I think he really is sick.
So who isn't?
Sanders. Well, I've been trying to get to you all evening.
Gotta make a call. Gotta call Lieutenant Belgiers.
Listen, I was wrong about my wife. She wants that cat after all. Do you hear me? I'll give you that $100 for the cat.
I can't talk to you just now.
All right, then, $200.
No.
$300 and that's tops.
$300 for a cat?
I know I'm going out of my mind, but I've been collecting art pieces all over Europe for years. And this boy, Walter Paisley, has got it. I want to buy his first work, and to make very sure that I get it, I'll pay you $500. $500 for the cat and the first look at his next stop.
Someone has the cat just now, but I'll have him back in a few days. Then you can have it for the $500.
Oh, thank you, sir. I think I've made a bargain. Call me when you're ready. Good night.
Larry! Feel better? I'm going over to Walter's later after the place closes to see Murdered Man. You feel up to coming along?
The rope was fixed around his neck and a washer behind his ear. And the prison bell was tolling, but Tim Evans didn't hear. Saying, go down, you murderer, go down.
Look at the size of it.
It's not really that big. I got it on kind of a stand.
Let's see it.
I'm a little nervous. I never did a person before.
You can do anything if you set your mind to it.
It's hot in here. You want me to open the window?
Come on, Walter. Take off the sheet.
Don't you like it?
Walter, it's a masterpiece. I've never seen anything like it before. And I hope I never see anything like it again.
Neither do I.
It's hideous, and it's eloquent. It expresses modern man and all his self-pity. How did you ever find that in yourself, Walter?
Well, it wasn't easy.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
I've never seen anyone so squeamish. What's your opinion, Leonard?
Don't ask me.
Oh, come on. Now, even you must see its value. Do you think that you or I could have conceived of such a thing, much less executed it? Well, then admit it. It's a work of genius.
I admit it. Then let's take it down to the yellow door. No.
Why not?
I'll tell you. Well, you cover it up again, please, huh? Please. Thank you.
What is all this nonsense? Why do you want to hide it?
Well, I've been thinking. I didn't realize how much talent Walter actually had. It would be wrong to show his pieces one at a time. Dead wrong.
You're right. You should build a collection first.
There. That's the idea. Maybe when it's big enough, we can have a show.
A show?
Yeah.
Just for me?
No, not exactly. I mean, you take years and years. It's getting hot again. But it would take you years to make that many statues, but your work would be featured.
It's a wonderful idea, Walter. It's the only way to gain recognition. All the big art critics and art dealers will be there. It'll be an event.
Yes, then we can unload. You can sell this stuff for a lot more.
But the show, how soon can we go?
Well, don't rush things. It takes time. But first of all, you've got to stop making these horrible statues. Carla and I will guide you. Maybe you can turn to freeform.
Freeform?
Well, that's the movement today.
With his talent for realism?
But you can see the direction this realism takes. It's unhealthy.
But you said I was a genius. I don't want to be a busboy anymore.
Yes, maybe you got a point there. You shouldn't keep working at the Yellow Door. But I'm sure that man is going to buy your dead cat. So here's your fee in advance. $50. And if you need more, I've got it, so don't worry. I've got great faith in you, Walter.
Gee, $50 for something I made.
Now you're a professional.
Let's go.
Okay. Good night, Walter. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, but don't rush things. You got all the time in the world. Come on, Carla.
Good night.
You holler, Walter?
I'm an artist, Mrs. Swicker.
Oh, sure you are, Walter.
I am. Look. Good heavens.
Я цыганских борей полей, помню я безумный ночей. Здесь не пляшут песни комитар, и пленительный угар. Здесь только хор цыганок запоет.
One of the greatest advances in modern poetry is the elimination of clarity. I am proud to say my poetry is only understood by that minority which is aware.
Aware of what? Why, not of anything, stupid, just aware.
Man, this place is beginning to feel like a lineup. Yeah, baby. If it don't cool off pretty soon, I'm gonna haunt somebody else's joint. We may have to start drinking.
Отзвучали песенки цыган, давно закрыт любимый ресторан.
Yes, man, yeah. Yeah. That's my man, yeah. Yes, man, yes.
Good evening, Paula.
Sylvia, didn't you see me wave my Zen stick?
Walter Paisley.
Bring me a cappuccino and a piece of papaya cheesecake. And a bottle of Yugoslavian white wine.
Yes, sir, Mr. Paisley.
Good evening, Walter.
Maxwell, how have you been?
I see the rewards of achievement have come your way.
Well, after all, I'm a successful sculptor now.
Indeed.
Hey, man, dig Walter the Wigger. Coming on like he just cured cats? Let us make the scene. Crazy.
I was just suggesting to Walter that he try his hand at freeform.
Why do you suggest anything to Walter? Are you the spokesman for society come to put your stifling finger in his eye?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Oh, now who invited these two down from the clouds?
Maxwell, yoo-hoo.
Clear the table, bring a bowl. I may be sick.
It's Alice the author. Comes to spread cheer and color.
Look at my suntan, everybody.
Do we have to?
Where have you been, Alice? I went up to Big Sur to look for Henry Miller.
You didn't find him, I hope.
No, he's in Europe.
Good.
Why is the busboy sitting here?
I'm not the busboy anymore.
That's right. Walter has become a sculptor.
Oh, really? I'm a model, you know. I only charge $25 an hour. Would you like to do me?
I just might.
Never mind that. Walter's gonna try freeform.
There you go again. I may take my business to the sorrel sewer.
As a matter of fact, I was going to suggest to Walter that he try a female figure. As a change from the violent death theme. He really should, Walter. You know what? If you like, I'll be your model for free.
I couldn't. Not you.
Man, if you're going to be an artist, you've got to do nudes.
Right.
Ain't nobody an artist unless he does nude.
Will you get them out of here before we wind up in night court?
Oh, let's change the subject. I'm sick of hearing about sculpture. Nobody knows how to do that anymore, much less the busboy from the Yellow Door.
Who do you think you're talking about?
Don't shout at me.
I don't like you.
Nobody asked for your opinion, Walter. You're just a simple little farm boy, and the rest of us are all sophisticated beatniks.
Let's split. Yeah, man. I gotta make me some air. See, you made them leave.
What did I do?
The first beneficial service of your benighted life. It proves we're all good for something.
Are you saying that this busboy is better than I?
Yes.
I think this whole bit about him being a sculptor is just a big put-on for my benefit.
That's not true. I am a sculptor.
Oh, yeah? Prove it. Make something out of this.
There. Hand.
That isn't a real hand. If you were a sculptor, you'd create something for me.
A harpoon would be very nice.
I'm going home.
Alice? You're obnoxious.
But he's such an idiot.
How important is this?
Doing here?
I wanted to apologize for being nasty to you this evening.
So you're apologize. Good night. Listen, Twerp, why don't you get out of here and let me go to bed?
I didn't finish talking to you. I decided to make that female figure after all.
Oh?
I'd like you to pose for it.
Remember what I said about my price?
$25 an hour.
If you want to pay it, I don't mind posing. When do you want to start work?
Tonight?
You mean right now? Wait till I get my sweater. Use a little more heat around this place.
It's bad for the clay. You'll get used to it.
Well, I'm almost ready.
Here. Sit in this chair and I'll pose you.
Rickety. How's this pose?
That's fine. Very good. Just stay like that.
It doesn't look like very much clay.
Oh, it's enough. Put this around your neck.
Why am I in a room?
Watch it. Wait for it.
Are these fertile eggs?
Are these eggs fertile? Naturally.
What'd you fry them in?
We ran out of the safflower seed oil, but I found a bottle of peanut oil on the shelf. Don't worry, it's not hydrogenated.
Is that the cold pressed stuff or the junk Hildebutt on the steak?
Yes, man, yes. Hi.
Good morning, Walter.
Hi,
morning, Walter. What brings you here?
How's some breakfast? What are you having?
Soy and wheat germ pancakes, organic guava nectar, calcium lactate and tomato juice, and garbanzo omelets sprinkled with smoked yeast. Join us?
No, thanks. Sounds great, though. I brought something to show you. Could I have some of the guys help me?
Is it murdered man?
It's better.
Come on.
Quarters. Put it in the middle of the room.
When did you do this, Walter?
Last night. It doesn't take me very long.
I should say not.
Well, let's see it, man.
Walter, I can't believe it.
I'm honored to know this man. Do you think it's nice? Hey, she's beautiful. Do you think it's nicer than Murdered Man?
Oh, I don't know, Walter. It's impossible to choose. They're both great.
Walter, I'm deeply moved. To show my appreciation, I'm going to give a party tonight at the Yellow Door, in your honor. And I shall compose a poem.
Compose a poem.
Some more champagne, Your Majesty?
Yeah.
Where?
There. Fine. Man, let's have another little kiss.
Walter, you're a wretch.
Yeah.
Here I go. All right. Walter. The bird that flies now pays later through the nose of ambidextrous apathy. Necrophiles may dance upon the placemats in an orgy of togetherness. The highway of life cuts sharply through the shady ghettos and the ivy-covered tombs, and laughter rings from every time capsule in the star-spangled firmament. And in the deep freeze, it is the children's hour, and no one knows that Duncan is murdered, and no one knows that Walter Paisley is born. Duncan knows, Tuesday Sunrise knows, alley cats and garbage cans and steaming pavements and you and I and the nude descending the staircase and all such things with souls, we know that Walter Paisley is born. Ring rubber bells, beat cotton gongs, strike silken cymbals, play leathern flutes, the cats and cans and you and I and all such things with souls. We shall hear Walter Paisley is born, and the souls become flesh. Walter Paisley is born. Marvelous, darling, marvelous.
Man, like that was the greatest gas I ever heard.
Crazy, what did he say? Didn't you hear him? No, man, I'm too far out.
Maxwell, that was magnificent.
So elegant.
Walter deserved every word of it.
It makes me so glad I'm aware.
Did you hear what he said?
Yes, Walter.
All about me. It's true, isn't it?
Every word.
You better hold off on the bubbly, artist.
Yeah, why?
You might talk too much.
What would I say?
Most anything I expect.
Are you two trying to ignore the rest of us?
Oh, not me, Maxwell. I wouldn't ignore you. I know what it is to be ignored.
Tell us what you're going to do next, Walter.
I'm gonna make the most wonderful, wildest, wickedest things you've ever seen. I'm gonna make big statues and little statues, tall statues and short statues. I'm gonna make statues of nobodies and statues of famous people, statues of actors and poets, and people who sell things on television, and a statue of a mayor, and some opera singers and their intimate friends. And everybody will say, Walter, let me shake your hand.
It's been a real pleasure to have known you. Alley cats and garbage cans, they know that Walter Paisley is born. Ring rubber bells, beat cotton gowns, strike Hadouken cymbals, play leather flutes. Tell us what you're gonna do next, Walter. I'm gonna make big statues, little statues, movie stars and poets, and guys who sell things on television. And the mayor, the mafia. What you gonna do next, Walter? What am I gonna do next? What am I gonna do next? I gotta do something before they forget. I know what it's like to be ignored.
Who are you? What do you want? Life is an obscure hobo, bumming a ride on the omnibus survive. Huh? What'd you say? What is not creation's graham crackers. Let them all crumble to feed the creator. Now, Beta, you must be nuts. Hello, Leonard. Beautiful morning, isn't it?
Was. What's that you got in the box?
Just wait till you see this.
Horrible murder and furniture factory. Read about the man who got cut in half. Extra. Police can always find part of it.
Leonard. What's the matter, Leonard?
You made a bust.
Yeah, isn't it wonderful? What's the matter, Leonard?
Put it down, Walter, please. Walter, listen to me carefully. I don't want you to make any more statues. You understand? No more statues.
Why not? I gotta make statues, Leonard. You heard Brock. They want me to make them. If I stop making them, I'll just be a busboy again.
Brock, he's behind all of this stupid bit of poetry.
Listen, you've got to stop it right away. I'm beginning to feel responsible. Why? What did you do?
Never mind. Walter, I've decided to have that show for you right away. When Carla comes, we'll have her work up some nice invitations. We'll have them printed up. We'll invite the critics and the art collectors. We'll tell them.
Well, I don't see why we can't go.
Mr. Leonard DeSantis is afraid to have you come. You who buy his coffee and lure his tourists. You are the heart and soul and meat of the Yellow Door. He's slighted you.
Did you get an invitation?
I did not. But I'm going anyway. Not to drink his champagne, but to see Walter's trial. After that, we go no more.
Climax, Rob.
I won't say good luck, Walter.
Why not?
It would imply you could not succeed on your ability alone.
You look so handsome.
I do. So do you. I mean, you look so pretty.
Thank you.
Are you ready?
Oh, we've got plenty of time.
I know, but I want you to talk to me.
Okay, we can go now if you want. Bye.
Later, man, later.
Wait.
Man, why do you suppose Walter wants to get her alone? You suppose he could be physically attracted to her? No, man, he ain't the type. You don't get enough vitamin E.
Maxwell gave him a bottle of wheat germ oil once. Maybe he just started taking it.
What did you want to talk to me about, Walter?
Well,
What kind of people do you like, Carla?
Oh, thinking people. Artistic people, I guess.
You think I'm artistic?
Of course I do.
That means you like me.
I like you very much, Walter.
I thought you did on account how you kissed me the other night.
Oh, that was for your sculpture of the girl you nude in the chair.
Carla, I've been alone for a long time, and I know you've been alone because you never seem to go out with anybody, even though Leonard's always asking you to go out with him, and I just...
What are you trying to say?
Carla, I don't want to make statues anymore. I want to get married to you.
How long have you been thinking about this, Walter?
Oh, for a long time. Ever since you first came to work at the club. You were the only one who was ever nice to me. I didn't know you loved me until you kissed me.
Walter, I do like you. And I did kiss you. But that was because of your work. There's more to being in love with someone than just that.
You mean you don't love me?
I'm afraid that's what I mean.
But you gotta love me. Why do you think I made that statue of Alice?
Walter, I'm sorry, but
You just can't be sorry. I want to marry you.
Now calm down, Walter, and let's go in there and then maybe when the show's over we can talk about it.
Well, I want to talk about it. I get it. I see the whole thing now. Nobody knows that Walter Paisley is born. Carla, will you do one favor for me?
Just about anything, Walter.
Would you let me make a statue of you?
Would you really like to? That'd make me very happy.
Okay. Tonight. I'll make a statue of you tonight. Okay?
Come on.
No, thanks.
This could bring about a return to realism.
Yes, a one-man return. We have many artists about, but no craftsmen. This man knows his anatomy.
I'd give $1,500 for this.
After you read my review, it'll probably cost you $5,000.
So what's the trouble? Why should you be so depressed? Have you heard the things they're saying? You can make $25,000 on these pieces alone.
I thought you put money down.
I do, but $25,000?
Leave me alone.
Man, we have come to make this scene.
Want some cappuccino, man? We got the bread.
We're not open for business. This is an art exhibit. No bums. Get out.
That art is a bum, man.
Yeah, well, that's his problem.
All right, man. All right, we'll wait outside.
Yeah, you wait outside.
What's the matter?
Walter, there's a body inside that statue.
Oh, that's Alice. It's all right, Carla. Maxwell says it's all right. Let them become clay in his hands that he might mold them.
Walter, you stay away from me.
Don't you see, Carla? I made them immortal. Don't you see, I can do the same for you.
Have him send some cars. I'm going at the base. I'm going with you.
Hey, man, what is the score?
Walter Paisley's a murderer.
Ah, man, I saw him chasing Carla down the street.
What was that? Nobody knows I'm here. No, they couldn't know. They're dead. How could they know?
Did you see him?
He's hiding around here someplace.
He can't hide just because we're in clay and he isn't.
Walter, go home.
He won't know where else to go.
Walter, go home.
Where is he?
We'll have him soon, Lou.
We'll teach him he can't murder us and get away with it, won't we?
What you gonna do now, Walter?
I'll hide where they'll never find me.
I suppose he would have called it Hanging Man. His greatest work.
Oh, this one has lots of inappropriate advertisements. What's that?
Your bumper is not going to hurt you one bit. Just relax and sleep. Sleep, sleep, sleep. And in the morning, you'll find yourselves in your new home. Ain't my bitch?
tipping down.
Good morning, Doc. What you got there?
Howard? Found some new friends.
What? Better be careful, they can sting a man to death.
Don't worry, we understand each other. They know who their friend is. They can tell.
Yeah, but they know when you ain't, too.
Nonsense. If you knew about wasps what I know, you'd have no fear of them, my boy. No fear.
See you out here in the field, sir. How are things running at the front office?
Smooth as honey, Renfro. I see here you turned in over 1,000 pounds of orange blossom honey and 400 of beeswax last month, Renfro. Congratulations. You've made the top of the list again.
Thank you, sir.
Holiday honey needs your kind of man, Renfro. You stay with it, and I can see a bright future for you with the company.
Well, I do try to do my best, Mr. Barker. I try to take my inspiration from the bees. Always busy, busy, busy.
Yes. What about this fellow, Dr. Zinthrum?
Zinthrum? Boy, there's a nut. Him and his bees. You know, it wouldn't surprise me someday to see him flapping his arms, taking off after some queen bee with the rest of the drone.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's paid to do research on royal jelly. Haven't had a progress report from him in a month.
Well, he has a little workshop up there back of the orange grove. Keeps a few colonies.
I suppose I better go up there and take a look. Hey, you! Where's this fellow Zinthrum?
Oh, he's up where the extractor is, up there.
Hey. This isn't a honeybee. These are wasps. Hey!
There be that many missiles, and I still have 194 shields. That doesn't make any sense. What was that explosion?
I knew I was underwater. I just didn't realize I was this underwater.
If you're stressed about your paper, just get Grammarly. It's free.
I don't need better grammar. I need an A on this essay.
Grammarly can help with that. Just highlight your topic and it'll make an outline. Nice. Grammarly's AI helps you get unstuck, and it doesn't just write everything for you. I've used it for years. Essays, emails, job applications, everything.
Is that why you're so chill all the time?
Yeah. Having an AI writing partner helps. Grammarly will start highlighting the stuff that you could do better. Your professor would destroy you for that. But with Grammarly, you can find it and fix it. Grammarly will notice the grammar and spelling mistakes, but also places where you're rambling or your point could be clearer.
Okay, I'm almost done. Let me just paste in this description and build in.
Oh no.
Looking pretty sus without a citation. Okay, yeah, good point. Grammarly makes it easy. Just hit the get citation button. See? Perfectly formatted, too. Hey, I think that's it. I'm done. And I'm proud of this. Welcome to the other side. Sometimes they have kombucha here. Download Grammarly for free. We really need to clean this up. Nah, Grammarly can do that. Seriously? No.
Wasps? Who's responsible for this? Most likely Dr. Zinthrop, sir. I told you he was a crackpot. Zinthrop, huh? Zinthrop. Zinthrop! Zinthrop!
Now look here, Zinthrop, what's all this nonsense about wasps?
I'm so glad you dropped in, Mr. Barker. Mr. Barker, I'm on the verge of a great discovery.
Discovery? What do you mean?
Well, sir, I almost perfected a new method of extracting royal jelly from the queen wasp.
According to my figures, you're better at extracting funds from the company. Now look here, Zinthrop, over $1,000 last month for miscellaneous.
I know, but Mr. Barker, let me just show you something. Just let me show you something. Already I've learned to slow the process of aging. Soon, I shall be able to reverse it entirely.
What are you getting at, Zinthrop?
Look, what do you see?
See a big dog and a little dog.
Let's say an old dog and a young dog.
All right, so what?
But they're exactly the same age. You see, the little one, Greta, has been given regular injections of my compound from the queen wasp.
Just like I told you, Mr. Barker.
Now look here, Zinthrop. I understand about science and progress and all that, but you were attained to extract queen bee royal jelly. Now it's a health food, a cosmetic. It's not a miracle drug or an elixir of youth. That sort of thing is impossible.
Oh, but Mr. Barker...
Zinthrop, I'm sorry, Zinthrop, but I'm going to have to let you go. You just don't seem to be one of the team. You understand. Good luck. I'm sure you'll fit in somewhere.
Fit in. Somewhere. Oh, now, don't worry, my friend. We shall find a home somehow, somewhere. Oh, but you sound impatient. I know. It's your babies, huh? They're hungry and they must be fed. Now, how would you like a nice, juicy little caterpillar, huh? You'd like that, wouldn't you? There. Now, you must be strong because, a lot of work to do together. Yes, sir. A lot of work.
As you can see, gentlemen, sales for the last fiscal quarter have dropped 14.5%. There's not been a corresponding drop in our competitor sales. I trust one of you gentlemen has a satisfactory explanation of this decline.
Not one little suggestion, gentlemen. We'll start with you, Thompson. As public relations manager, no doubt you have some faint glimmering of what's happening to Stalin College. Well, Thompson.
Well, you see,
No idea you're such an excellent public speaker, Thompson.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Starlin. I guess I'm not feeling very well this morning.
I'm sorry.
I think I can tell you why Starlin Products is falling off so badly, Miss Starlin.
It isn't Lane. Where would you put the responsibility for this decline?
On you, Miss Starlin.
I imagine you have arguments to support that contention.
We've all been looking at it for the past 20 minutes. The most convincing argument is right on that graph. May I show you? Thank you. Now, right here in April is when Starlin sales started falling off.
Very clever of you, Lane.
Would you mind waiting until I finish, Miss Starlin?
That's enough, Lane.
Relax. My apologies for the interruption.
Thank you. Now, as I said, sales began to fall in April. But the reason for the fall was back here in February. The Starlin products have always been thought of as something of a modern miracle in the cosmetics trade. The firm built to a multi-million-dollar-a-year business on the strength and appeal of one person, Janice Starlin. From the beginning, right through until February of this year, only one woman's face was used to advertise those products. Your face, Miss Starlin. The public have come to accept you as a symbol. Now, after 16 years, they see a different face. They don't trust it. They feel cheated. The simple fact is that Starlin Cosmetics should have Janice Starlin's picture advertising them. Well, that's about all I've got to say.
A darn good job of saying it, too. I agree. Lane makes a lot of sense on that score, Miss Starlin.
I think I've had enough flattery for one morning, gentlemen. It was a very convincing argument, Lane.
There's a Mr. Zinthrop to see Miss
There's
Starlin.
only one small factor you've overlooked. Not even Janice Starlin remain a glamour girl forever.
Miss Starlin.
Yes, Mary.
There's a Mr. Zinthrop in reception. He says he has an appointment.
Thank you. Well, this has been a very informative get-together. That'll be all for now.
Yes, Miss Starlin.
I'd like to see you in my office.
Sure, Miss Starlin. Take it easy, hotshot. Something on your mind, Miss Starlin?
You've done some work on royal jelly, haven't you?
A little.
Are there any real therapeutic values in it?
Well, I'd say so. Of course, a lot depends on each individual's reaction to the stuff.
What do you mean?
It's just that no two people reacted precisely the same way. One man's meat's another man's poison.
That you think royal jelly can be beneficial in some cases.
Queen bees said a lot.
The NFL season is here. Get NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV and watch every game every Sunday, all in one place. Sign up today. Terms and embargoes apply.
I just discovered that this
If you're a web designer, here are 4 Wix Studio features you gotta know. So first on the list, section grid. I'm talking about a revolutionary...
A lot of store by it.
I'll accept that as an affirmative answer. Supposing a more powerful form of royal jelly could be obtained, from the queen wasp, for example. I mean, well, do you suppose that might have some rejuvenating effect on a human being?
I'd stay away from wasps if I were you, Miss Starlin. Socially, the queen wasp is on a level with the black widow spider. They're both carnivorous. They paralyze their victims and then take their time devouring them alive. They kill their mates in the same way, too. Strictly a one-sided romance.
Well, I'm not exactly interested in the love life of the queen wasp. I want your opinion on the possibilities of using enzyme extracts from royal wasp jelly, commercially.
Well, if you want an honest opinion, Miss Stalin,
Of course I want an honest opinion.
then my advice is forget about it.
Thank you, Arthur.
Anytime, Miss Stalin.
Have Mr. Zinthrop come in.
Yes, Miss Darlin.
You can go in now, Sarah.
Oh, about time.
Janice Starlin Enterprises.
Miss Darlin?
Yes. How do you do? I'm afraid I won't be able to give you much time, Mr. Zinthrop.
But it is I who give you the time, Miss Darlin. Oh, yes, plenty time I give you. 10, maybe 15 years I give you.
I want you to understand one thing very clearly, Mr. Zinthrop. I expect absolute proof of what you claimed in your letter. Tangible proof, not words.
Such proof you shall get, madame, and more. But I think I better show you in the laboratory, yes?
All right.
Look.
They look terrible. Why don't you put them out of their misery?
Madame, you ask for proof. Please be kind enough to look at proof you ask for. May I proceed? Thank you. Now, come, little dirty. In a few minutes, madame, you shall see a miracle you shall not believe. Oh, no tricks. You may look if you like. I have no tricks. Well, don't look at me. I'm not changing. I see you do not believe one animal, so I bring two. I show you again, yes?
Yes, I must be sure.
Yes, madame. Miss Darling, does my secret have interest for you, yes?
What are your terms, Mr. Zinthrop?
First, I must have a laboratory equipped with everything I need for my research. If we're successful, well, I ask for a little percentage. But I must get full credit for my discovery. That is most important to me.
I'll have Gordon draw up the contracts.
Oh, contracts. Contracts I do not need. You give me your word. Good enough for me.
You amaze me. Frankly, when I received your letter, I thought you were just another eccentric. But there was always a chance you might not be. Then you walk in here and show me nothing short of a miracle. 2 miracles. And you say that you'll accept my word that I won't cheat you.
You won't. I know you're a good woman, even if you do not like other people to know it. However, one may not be good for human beings.
You
danger.
Those are my terms, Mr. Zinthrop. Janice Starlin will be your next guinea pig.
Very well. Though it may take a little time to prepare sufficient extract, a week, maybe more.
I'll make whatever arrangements you may need for your equipment.
Thank you, madame. Now I see how you built all this.
I'm very close to losing it, Mr. Zinthrop. Maybe working together we can save Janice Starlin Enterprises. Maybe even make it bigger than ever before.
Oh, yes?
I'm sure the next 3 months we'll see a rise in Starlin sales that will surpass anything we've dared imagine. Mr. Zinthrop is working on the final stages of a development that will revolutionize the cosmetic industry. He's to have a free hand in his experiments and will be answerable to no one but myself. At the moment, I cannot divulge the nature of Mr. Zinthrop's experiments, but I can assure you it will bring worldwide recognition to Janice Starlin Enterprises.
Granddaddy of all confidence men to taking a gal like Starlin. Why doesn't somebody wise her up?
Like you, for instance? Phil, what makes you think Zinthrop really isn't on the level? After all, we don't even know what he's working on. It could be very legitimate.
You're as bad as she is. Oh, women.
Men. Every time you're stuck to an answer, you always come up with women. You're not getting out of this one so easily. I'd like to know why you think Zinthrop really hasn't got something.
Well, you can call it male intuition if you like. It's just there's something about this whole business that doesn't smell right. A private laboratory, secret experiments, Zinthrop himself. The only thing that's missing is a genie with a lamp.
You better leave the intuition to me. I'll let you buy me dinner.
Buy you dinner? What's happened to your sporting blood? I thought we were going to toss with a check.
Oh, no. You won the last 3 times.
All right, look, I'll make a deal with you. Dinner is on me if you promise to keep an eye on what goes on in there.
What do you want me to do? Read her mail and send her messages in secret code?
You could do worse.
No, Mr. Cooper, not you, too.
I've been trying to tell Bright Eyes here that I think Zinthrop is a phony and a confidence man.
If I were sure of that, I wouldn't be worried. I think he's a lot more dangerous. A quack.
Well, I don't follow you, Coop.
Well, a confidence man would just be interested in your money. The only damage they can do is to your pocketbook. A quack can be fatal.
To him, I says, listen, Ivy, I'm getting sick of this TV every night. I mean, you know, we can do the same thing in a nightclub. Well, almost. Good morning. Janice Starlin Enterprises. I got 2 words for you. Drop dead. Twice. Irving calls me to tell me Dr. Cyclops is on Channel 9 tonight. Crust. I've seen it twice already.
Good morning. Is Miss Darlin in her office now?
Miss Starlin's in conference. Would you like to speak to her secretary?
Oh, no. Just say to Miss Darlin I should like to see her when she has time, huh?
Yes.
Hi friends, welcome back. Happy Monday. I'm Christina, the manager of the Pacific Flyer. We are beginning our final week of reading together. But perhaps we should wait a moment, just in case anyone else is going to tune in a little late. Let's start with the tea. One second, I forgot to drink my water. Technical difficulties. Okay, water gone. Now it's time for tea. Let's see. Today's tea, I finished off with little sample packs of the coconut macaron. So today's tea is a lovely fruit infusion with plenty. Oh, we got snacks. So you can see it. It's a fruit infusion with apple juice, pineapple,
Like start an avalanche or something.
Pas jouer, mon chéri. When you start to eat like this, something is the matter.
Sylvia, I'm getting a divorce.
What? From Charles?
He's the only husband I have. I've tried to make it work, really, I have.
But what?
Oh, I can't explain. It's just I'm too miserable to go on any longer like this.
It is infuriating that your unhappiness is not known to the fact. I don't understand. Why do you want to divorce?
Because I don't love him, and he obviously doesn't love me.
And that's no reason to get a divorce. With a rich husband and this year's clothes, you won't find it difficult to make some new friends.
Look, I admit I came to Paris just for American convention, but that doesn't mean I'm ready for French traditional. I loathe the whole idea of divorce. But if only Charles would be honest, that's all I ask of anybody, the simple truth. But with Charles, everything is secrecy and lies. He's hiding something terrible, and it frightens me.
Does he belong to you?
it's hers. Where'd you find him? Robbing a bank?
He was throwing snowballs at Baron Rothschild.
Oh, thank you.
Do we know each other?
Why do you think we're going to?
I don't know. How would I know?
Because I already know an awful lot of people. Until one of them dies, I couldn't possibly meet anyone else.
Well, if anyone goes on the critical list, then you know.
Quitter? You give up on me, easily, don't you?
Bien, Jean-Louis, let us make a walk. I've never seen a Rothschild before.
Clever fellow. Almost missed me. Thanks.
You're blocking my view.
Which view would you prefer?
The one you're blocking. This is my last chance. I'm flying back to Paris this afternoon. What's your name?
Peter Joshua.
Oh, mine's Regina Lambert.
Is there Mr. Lambert?
Yes.
Good for you.
No, it isn't. I'm getting a divorce.
Please, not on my account.
Oh, no, I don't really love him.
Well, at least you're honest.
Is there a Mrs. Joshua?
Yes, but we're divorced.
Oh, that was her proposal. I'm just curious.
Is your husband with you?
Charles is never with me. What do people call you? Pete?
Mr. Joshua. I've enjoyed talking with you.
Now you're angry.
No, I'm not angry. I just have a lot of packing to do. I'm going back to Paris too.
But wasn't it Shakespeare who said when strangers do meet in far-off lands, they should ere long see each other again?
Shakespeare never said that.
How do you know?
It's terrible. You just made it up.
Well, it sounds right. You going to call me?
You in the book?
Charles is.
Is there only one Charles Lambert?
Lord, I hope so.
Are you going back to America?
Well, don't you want me to stay?
Yes, of course, but if you went back and wrote me a letter...
You could have the stamps. I'll get you some here, okay?
Okay.
Goodbye.
Edouard Grandpierre of the Police Judiciaire. Would you be so kind as to come with me, please?
Oh, I know what we need. Except I think it's broken. Or the bulb is loose or something bad.
You're positive? You love him?
Somehow my phone is getting more charged than uncharged.
We discovered your husband's body lying next to the tracks of the Paris-Bordeaux railroad line. He was dressed only in his pajamas. Do you know of any reason why he might have wanted to leave France?
Leave? No.
Your husband possessed a ticket of passage on the Paraguay. It sailed for Venezuela this morning at 7.
Well, how did he play it?
He was American, your husband?
Swiss.
Swiss.
profession?
He didn't have one.
He was a wealthy man?
I suppose so. I don't know.
About what way?
I don't know.
Where did he keep his money?
I don't know.
Besides yourself, who is his nearest relative?
I don't know.
That's absurd, madam. Totalement absurd.
I know. I'm sorry.
It is all right?
I wish you weren't.
On Wednesday last, your husband sold the entire contents of the apartment at public auction. Everything. The only paid him $1,250,000. The authorities also searched his compartment on the train. They searched his compartment. They did not find $250,000. These few things are all that was found in the train compartment. There was no other baggage. Your husband was in a great hurry. One wallet containing 4,000 francs. One agenda. His last station was made yesterday, Thursday. 5 p.m. Jardin des Champs-Élysées. Why there?
I don't know. Perhaps he met somebody.
Obviously. One ticket of passage to South America. One letter, stamped and unsealed, addressed to you.
May I see it, please? My dear Regina, I hope you're enjoying your holiday. Megève can be so lovely at this time of year. The days pass very slowly, and I hope to see you soon as always, Charles. P.S. Your dentist called yesterday.
Okay, so there's one on either side. Yes,
We took the liberty of calling.
so why would they make
Perhaps
it
we would learn something. Yes. Your appointment has been one key, your apartment, one comb, 1 pound and 10, one toothbrush, one tin of tooth powder. That is all. If you will sign this list, you may take the things with you.
Is that all? May I leave now?
One more question. Is this your husband's passport?
Yes.
And this?
Hang on. Let's see if I can find this. They're probably
And this? And this?
Oh, I telephoned, but nobody answered.
Hello.
Hello. I wanted to tell you how sorry I am. And see if there's anything I can do.
How did you find out?
It's in the afternoon papers. I'm very sorry.
Thank you.
I pressed the bell, but it isn't ringing, I guess.
I know there's no electricity.
Well, where did everything go?
Charles sold it all at auction. This is all I have left. I love this room, but Charles never really saw it. Only the things in it. I think I prefer it this way.
What are you going to do?
Try and get my old job back at Uresco, I suppose.
Doing what?
I'm a simultaneous translator, like Sylvie. Only she's English into French and I'm French into English. That's what I was doing before I married Charles. The police probably think I killed him.
Instant divorce, you mean?
I could have done
This way, though.
Okay.
Strain like a sack of blood.
Is everything going okay?
Well, come on, you can't stay here.
My stream is somehow maybe still live.
Hotel.
Oh, but
Nothing too expensive. I'm not a lady of leisure anymore, you know.
Something clean and modest. and near enough to your rest so that you can take a cab when it rains. Okay?
I'm in suspense. Is it
Not a very large turnout, is it? Didn't Charles have any friends? Don't ask me, I'm only the widow. If Charles had died in bed, we wouldn't even have him. At least he knows how to behave at funerals. Have you no idea who could have done it? Until 2 days ago, the only thing I really knew about Charles was his name. Now it seems I didn't even know that.
What's his name? Klaus. Why did you do it? But since he's broken,
You must have known Charles pretty well. How can you tell? He's allergic to you.
So, I got a flash.
Bless you.
I'm totally gonna shock. I'm gonna cover his face.
Never seen him before.
I have one Christmas relic that's still functional. Pretty cool. So many.
Arrivederci, Charlie.
I'm like Megavolt from Darkwing Ducks.
Lambert, man. Miss Lambert, man. Charlie had no call of doing it that way. No siree.
Why do we not use them? Are you sure you want to?
Mille pardons, madame.
Merci.
The power to defy death.
Who's it from? The American Embassy.
I bluffed the old man out of the last pot with a pair of deuces.
What's so depressing about that?
Well, I mean, if I can do it, what are the Russians doing to him?
Hello? Hello?
Is there anything wrong, Miss Tompkins?
Miss Tompkins isn't here.
Oh, I'm sorry. My secretary must have gone to lunch. You are...
Miss Clark.
sorry. Last time I sent out a tie, only the spot came back. Voila, as they say. Won't you sit down, Mrs. Lincoln? I've got something here. I've got liverwurst, chicken, and liverwurst.
No, thank you.
Mrs. Lampett, do you know what CIA is?
I don't suppose it's an airline, is it?
Central Intelligence Agency, CIA.
Spies and all of that?
Only we call them agents.
You mean you?
One has to do it, Mrs. Lampett.
It's just that I didn't think people like you were supposed to admit.
Oh, I'm not an agent. I'm an administrator. A desk jockey. Trying to run a bureau of overworked men with under-allocated funds. Congress seems to think that all a spy needs...
Agent.
Yes. That all he needs is a code book, a cyanide pill, and he's in business.
What's all this got to do with me, Mr. Bartholomew?
Your husband was wanted by the United States government.
May I have a sandwich, please?
Chicken or liverwurst?
Chicken.
To be more specific, Mrs. Lampett, your husband was wanted by this agency.
So that was it.
Yes. We, of course, knew him by his real name. Voss. Charles Voss. All right, Mrs. Voss. Now, I'd like you to look at this photograph here for a moment, please. Tell us if you recognize... Oh. By the way, have you seen this one? Scott, Kathy, and Ham Jr.
Very sweet.
Aren't they? All right, Mrs. Voss.
Please stop calling me that. Lampett's the name on the marriage license.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Mrs. Lampett, would you look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize anyone, please? Now, just a moment. Have a good look.
It's Charles.
Very good.
He looks so young. When was this taken?
1944. Next, please.
The man who was at the funeral yesterday. A tall man in a corduroy suit.
Does the name Tex Penthollow mean anything to you?
No.
You like some wine?
Oh, thank you.
Next, please.
He was there, too. A little less hair, but it's the same one.
Do you know him, Mrs. Lampett? Leopold W. Gideon?
No.
The last one, please.
That's a face you don't forget. He was there, too.
Herman Scobie. You've never seen him before, either?
No, thank heaven.
Mrs. Lampett, I'm very much afraid that you are in a great deal of danger.
Why should I be in any danger?
You're Charles Voss's wife. Now that he's dead, you're their only lead.
Mr. Bartholomew, if you're trying to frighten me, you're doing a first-rate job.
Please do what we ask, Mrs. Lampett. It's your only chance.
Gladly, but I don't know what you want. You haven't told me.
Oh? I haven't? Well, it's the money, Mrs. Lampett. The money. $250,000 Charles Voss received from the auction. Those three men wanted too. They want it very badly.
But that's Charles's money, not theirs.
Oh, Mrs. Lampett, I'd love to see you try and convince them of that. Oh, boy.
But then whose is it? His or theirs?
Ours.
Oh.
Charles Voss stole $250,000 from the United States government. I'm afraid we want it back.
But I don't have it.
That's impossible, Mrs. Lampert. You're the only one who could have it.
Mr. Bartholomew, if I had $250,000, believe me, I'd know it.
Nevertheless, Mrs. Lampert, you've got it.
You mean it's just lying around somewhere? All that cash?
Or a certified check, a safe deposit key, baggage claim. You look for it, Mrs. Lampert. I'm quite sure you'll find it. Look for it. Look just as hard and as fast as you can. You may not have a great deal of time. Those three men know you've got the money just as surely as we do. You won't be safe until the money's in our hands. Is that clear? Now, here's where you ought to call me, day or night. It's a direct line to both my office and my apartment. And please don't tell anyone about coming to see us today. It could prove fatal for them as well as yourself. As I said, Mrs. Lampett, I'm afraid you're in a great deal of danger. I regret very much having to say this, but Please remember what happened to your husband.
Hello.
Hello, Peter.
Now, didn't you telephone me to meet you on that corner over there?
I'm sorry I heard the children laughing. Do you understand French?
Not a word. I'm still having trouble with English.
The man and the woman are married.
Oh, I can see that. They're batting each other over the head. Who's that with the hat?
That's the policeman. He wants to arrest Judy for killing Punch.
What's she saying now?
That she's innocent. She didn't do it.
Oh, she did it all right.
I believe her.
Well, who was that?
That's Punch, of course.
Punch, of course. I thought he was dead.
He's only pretending to teach her a lesson. Only he is dead, Peter. I saw him. He's not pretending. Somebody threw him off a train. Charles was mixed up in something terrible. What am I going to do?
I wish you'd let me help you. It doesn't sound like the sort of thing a young woman can handle by herself. How about making me vice president in charge of cheering you up?
Starting tonight?
Bonsoir, messieurs, dames. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Buonasera, signori et signori. Ce soir, comme tous les autres soirs d'ailleurs, vous savez très bien qu'ici au Black Sheep Club, l'attraction, c'est vous. Alors, approchez-vous, messieurs, dames. Venez ici. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on?
Fun and games. Evidently, we're the floor show. Come on.
What, you and me?
Everyone.
Avanti, avanti, signori, signori. Écoutez-moi bien, messieurs, dames, les règles du jeu sont très simples. Alors, écoutez-moi. Alors, il y a deux équipes. There are two teams. Et pour chaque équipe, il y a une orange. For every team, there is one orange. Una naranja. Un appelsiné. Vous mettez l'orange sur le moteur comme ça. Vous montez it like so. Vous passez cette orange à la personne derrière vous. You pass the orange to the person behind you. Mais sans service des mains. Without the use of your hands. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3.
It doesn't belong to you. You do know that, don't you?
I don't know anything.
Mrs. Lampert. Any morning now, you could wake up dead, Mrs. Lampert.
Leave me alone.
Dead, Mrs. Lampert, like last week's news, like Charles, Mrs. Lampert.
Stop it.
What's the trouble?
You stepped on my foot.
Forgive me.
Wait here, I won't be long.
It was quite unintentional, I'm sure.
Mr. Bartholomew, this is Regina Lambert. Mr. Bartholomew, I just saw one of those men. Mr. Bartholomew, can you hear me? Mr. Bartholomew, this is Regina Lambert. I just...
Howdy.
What do you want?
Now, you must be kidding.
No, I'm not.
Now, come on now, Miss Lambert. You know what it is? You're gonna get it for me, too. You know I ain't fooling around. No, sir, Bob. Not to make too much noise, Miss Lambert. It could get a whole lot worse, you know. Belongs to me, Miss Lambert. And you're gonna get it for me. Or your life ain't gonna be worth the paper it's printed on. You see what I'm saying to you?
Stop! Stop! Please stop!
Now, you go home and think it over real careful
You're
right now.
insane! You're absolutely insane!
What's the matter? What are you doing in here?
I'm having a nervous breakdown.
Now hold it. I waited long enough. What happened back there?
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to tell you or not.
What does that mean?
He said if I told anybody, it could prove fatal for them as well as for me.
Who said it?
That's what I'm not supposed to say.
Now stop that nonsense.
Stop bullying me. Everybody's bullying me.
I'm not bullying
yes,
you.
Well, you said it was nonsense. Being murdered in cold blood is not nonsense. Why don't you try it sometime? Would you mind seeing me to the door?
Of course not.
It's a good place for making friends.
You said this afternoon your husband was mixed up in something.
Why are you shaving there?
What was it?
What was what?
But your husband was mixed up in.
Look, I know it's asking you to stretch your imagination, but don't you think you could pretend just for a moment that I'm a woman?
Now listen, I'd already be arrested for transporting a minor above the first floor. Here you are.
Where?
On the street where you live.
How about once more around the park?
How about getting out of here? Come on, child, out.
Won't you come in for a minute?
No, I won't.
I don't bite you, though. Unless it's called for.
How would you like a spanking?
How'd you like a punch in the nose? Stop treating me like a child.
Well, then stop behaving like one. Now, if you want to tell me what's troubling you, fine. If not, I'm tired. It's late and I want to go home to bed. Oh.
Do you know what's wrong with you?
No, what?
Nothing.
Where is it, lady?
I don't know.
I want it. Give it to me. It's mine!
Peter! Peter! A man tried to kill me! Peter, are you all right? Oh, Peter, are you hurt?
I sprained my pride. How are you?
Scared.
You'll be all right. Where did he go?
Out the window, I guess.
Well, lock the door. Don't let anyone in except me. And close these windows after me.
Be careful.
You just took the words right out of my mouth.
That was a dumb move, Herman.
Then some. It only let us know he was going up to a room. We could have done something to keep him busy. Sneaking off that away by yourself. Man, what did you expect him to do? Walk up and shake you by that hand of yours?
A dumb move, Herman. A dumb move.
Yes, it was a dumb move, Herman. What is the matter with you?
You want some more?
Never mind that. Did you get the money?
How could I with the 3 Marx brothers breathing down my neck? I thought we had an agreement. Now, the girl trusts me. If she's got the money, I'll find out about it. But you just leave me alone.
We took all the chances. The money belongs to us, not to you.
Now, don't be piggy, Herman. Third of nothing is nothing. Just think about that. Make up your mind. She's waiting for me.
I don't see how another 24 hours could hurt anything.
No, not after all these years. Then he gets it out of your share. Not mine. Not mine.
Find the one and you got the room next to her?
Yeah, I have one.
Give me the key. Get yourself another room. I want to use it.
If you do find that money, you ain't gonna forget to tell your buddies about it, huh? Don't worry. Oh, I ain't worrying. You see this little fella here? Oh, he worries. And he's even meaner than I am.
There was no trace of him. Why don't you confide in me and tell me what this is all about?
There are 3 men. He's one of them. They think I have $250,000 that belongs to them.
Go on.
That's all.
No, it isn't. Where's the money?
I don't know. They killed Charles to get it, but he must not have had it with him on the train.
So they think he left it with you?
But he didn't. I've looked everywhere, and if I don't find it, they're going to kill me.
No, they won't. I won't let them.
Peter, help me. You're the only one I can trust.
I'll help you. I told you I would. Come on.
Oh, I'm so hungry I could faint. And I've gotten your suit all wet.
That's all right. It's a drip dry. Wipe your eyes.
Promise me you'll never lie to me the way Charles did. Why do people have to tell lies?
Usually it's because they want something. They're afraid the truth won't get it for them.
You tell lies?
Mrs. Lambert, it's me. The man who was in your room a few minutes ago.
What do you want?
Who is it?
The man you had the fight with.
Is Dial with you?
Who?
The man I had the fight with, lady. Dial. That's his name. What's wrong? Is he still there?
Yes. That's right.
What's he saying?
Don't trust him. Don't tell him anything. He's after the money.
And it glitched your game and will Lydia let me out.
What was all that about?
He said if I don't give him the money, he'll kill me.
Oh, don't take it seriously. He's just trying to frighten you.
I believe what he said.
No, it's just a lot of words.
Words can hurt.
I know. Try to get some sleep. You'll feel better. Don't worry. I've arranged to take the room next door to you. So you'll be all right. If you want anything, just bang on the wall. Better lock the door after that. Good night.
Yes, Miss Lambert. I don't know who this Mr. Dial is, but it's just possible we were wrong about who killed your husband.
You mean he might have? Mr. Bartholomew, I'm catching the next plane out of here. I'm not going to sit around for somebody to make chop liver out of me.
Now, take it easy, Miss Lambert. Take it easy.
Where are you now? Can you meet me at the market?
At Leal?
Yes, opposite San Eustache.
I'll meet you there in 15 minutes.
All right, I'll see you.
That's Carson Dial.
You mean you've known about him all along?
It's enough to make you a vegetarian, isn't it?
It's just lucky that I'm not hanging next to one of those things right now. Why didn't you tell me you knew about Dial?
I didn't see any point. Dial's dead.
Oh. Mr. Bartholomew, what's all this about?
1944, 5 members of the OSS, the military espionage unit, were ordered behind the German lines for the purpose of delivering $250,000 in gold to the French underground. The 5 men were, of course, your husband Charles, the 3 men who showed up at his funeral yesterday, and Carson Dial. Instead of delivering the gold, they stole it.
How?
By burying it, then reporting that the Germans had captured it. All they had to do was come back after the war, dig it up, and split it 5 ways. $250,000 with no questions asked.
May I have a cigarette, please? I can't stand those things. It's like drinking coffee through a veil.
Everything went smoothly enough until after the gold was buried. Then before they could get out, they were ambushed by a German patrol. A machine gun separated Scobie from his right hand, caught Cossendile full in the stomach. What's wrong with that one?
Nothing, I guess. What happened then?
Have you any idea what these things cost?
Please go on, Mr. Bartholomew. What happened then?
Bodies don't sound like that.
Cossendile was dead, but Scobie was able to travel.
La soupe, c'est pour qui?
Pour moi.
They're cold blocks.
Where was I?
Cossendile was dead.
Yes, Cossendile was dead. The others finally got back to the base and waited for the war to end. Only Charles couldn't wait quite as long as the others. He beat them back to the goal, took everything for himself, and disappeared. It's taken Gideon, Tex, and Scobie all this time to catch up with him again.
If they stole all that money, why can't you arrest them?
You know what happened from the bits and pieces we were able to paste together? We still have no proof.
What's this got to do with the CIO?
CIA, Mrs. Lambert. An extension of the wartime OSS. It's our money and we want it back.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bartholomew, but nothing you've said has changed my mind. I'm leaving Paris tonight.
Wouldn't advise that, Mrs. Lambert. Better consider what happened to your husband when he tried to leave. Those men won't be very far away no matter where you go. In fact, I don't even see any point in your changing hotels. Now, please help us, Mrs. Lambert. Your government is counting on you.
I suppose if I'm going to die, I might as well do it for my country.
That's the spirit. Here's what I want you to do. We're anxious to know who this man is, the one calling himself Dyer. I want you to find out.
Why me?
An ideal position. He trusts you. Besides, you yourself said women make the best spies.
Agents.
Reggie?
The only name I've got. How about you?
I know cat and mouse. You got me. What do you want to know?
Why you lied to me?
I had to. For all I knew, you were in on the whole thing.
I'm trying to find out who you are.
You know my name. It's Dial.
Carson Dial is dead.
Yes, he is. He was my brother.
Brother?
The army thinks he was killed in action by the Germans. I think they did it. Tex, Gideon Scobie's your husband. Because my brother wouldn't go along with their scheme to steal the gold. I think he threatened to turn them in, and they killed him. I'm trying to prove it. They think I'm working with them. But I'm not, Reggie. I'm on your side. Just believe that.
How can I? You lied to me just the way Charles did. You promised me you wouldn't. Oh, I want to believe you, Peter. I can't call you that anymore, can I? It'll take me a while to get used to your new name. What is it? Hello? Hello?
Do anything funny or try to talk to anyone, I'll kill you, Dial. You'll wreck your raincoat. Take the next car, please.
One second.
On December 14, 2012, my 7-year-old son Daniel was dropped to death in his first grade classroom at Sandy Hook Elementary School. The shooter shot and killed 26 individuals in about 5 minutes using AR-15 military-style assault rifle. There is no place, no need for practical application of military.
End of chapter 14.
Civilized society. Please sign the petition and urge Congress to make assault rifles illegal.
So long as these problems are not solved, so long as ignorance and poverty remain on Earth, these words cannot be useless.
These words set forth the soul and spirit of one of the world's great literary masterpieces, Les Miserables. Out of the depths of his pity for suffering mankind, Victor Hugo drew a compelling story, one that will live so long as bewildered humanity shall continue to grope toward the light. Tonight, WOR and the Mutual Network bring you the first of 7 broadcasts based on this great novel. Each episode will depict some vital development in the epic of Jean Valjean. Orson Welles, author, director, and actor, has assembled a notable cast and offers an interpretation created specifically for radio presentation. Mr. Welles will play the role of Jean Valjean. And those sections of the book itself, which in running narrative bind together the dramatic episodes, will also be read by him. Les Miserables begins. Part 1. The episode which is called The Bishop.
Was it like that the whole time?
An hour before sundown, on the evening of a day in the beginning of October, 1815, a man traveling on foot was seen entering the little town of D. Nobody knew him. He looked ragged and mean. He must have come far that day, for he looked weary. The traveler went first to the mayor's office with his passport, and then turned his steps toward the inn.
What is it?
A man who wants food and a bed.
One moment, monsieur.
Good evening. Is dinner ready?
Monsieur, I'm sorry. I cannot receive you.
Are you afraid I won't pay you? I have money. I'll pay in advance.
I have no room.
Well, then, put me in the stable. I'll pay you.
I'm sorry.
Well, the attic or a corner of the kitchen. I must have lodging. We'll see after dinner.
I can't give you dinner.
But I'm hungry. I've been walking since sunrise. 12 leagues. I'm hungry.
Get out.
What do you mean?
You heard me. Get out.
But I don't understand.
Monsieur, I suspected something when I saw you go into the mayor's office. So I sent my boy across to find out. Monsieur, shall I tell you your name?
Oh. So you know. The traveler looked at the innkeeper, bowed his head, picked up his knapsack, and went off down the street. If he had turned, he would have seen the innkeeper in his doorway, pointing him out as he went, to the guests of the inn and to the passers-by. Night came on. It had begun to rain. He passed the prison.
Mr. Turnkey! Mr. Turnkey! Well, what is it?
Mr. Turnkey, your pardon. Will you let me stay here tonight?
This is a jail, not a tavern. Get yourself arrested.
The traveler did not know the streets. He walked at random. He came to the prefecture, and then to the seminary. As he passed the cathedral square, he shook his fist at the church. Then he stopped at a stone bench in the Bishop's Street and lay down there, hoping for sleep.
Who was this man? He was a criminal, and he had paid for his crime. He was an ex-convict. He was tried 19 years before, in 1796.
My name is Jean Valjean.
Prisoner, you are accused of burglary. Have you nothing to say?
Yes, Excellency. I was hungry.
It is not our concern, prisoner. The proven fact of your guilt is not altered by the circumstance of your stomach.
Excellency, I was very hungry. My name is Jean Valjean, Excellency. I come from Brie. My father and mother are both dead, and my sister's husband is dead too, though she lives with me in Faverolles. She and her little one. They are hungry too. Excellency, I'm a pruner at Faverolles, and in the pruning season I earn 18 sous a day. And that's all. It's very hard, Excellency. It's a very hard winter. There's no work. There's no bread. No bread at all. Just no bread, Excellency. None. And I can't find any work. And they're all hungry, Excellency. More hungry than me, much. The 7 little ones. And no bread in the house.
Prisoner, you were apprehended by police officers in the possession of stolen property. This court has reviewed the charge, and here finds proven finally against the prisoner the crime for which he's on trial, namely the burglary of 1 loaf of bread.
Excellency, what does that mean?
It means, prisoner, you're a thief. The court finds you guilty.
I didn't know I was a thief.
Jean Valjean, you are sentenced to 5 years in the galleys.
The galleys. 5 years at the oar of a prison ship. The terms of the code were explicit. 5 years in torment. On the 22nd of April, 1797, a great chain was riveted, and Jean Valjean was a part of this chain. He was no longer Jean Valjean. He was 24,601. What had become of the sister? What became of the 7 children? Who cared about that? What becomes of the leaves of the young tree when it's sawed at the trunk? And all this time, Jean Valjean talked little, and he never laughed. When he left the galleys, he had not shed a tear for 19 years. 19 long years. For near the end of his 4th year in the prison ship, Jean Valjean escaped. On the evening of the 2nd day, he was retaken.
Number 24601, for attempted escape. The prisoner's sentence extended 3 years.
3 years, which made 8. The 6th year.
24599. Here. 24600. Here. 24601. 24601. 24601. 24601 is not present. The prisoner has escaped. Fire the alarm cannon.
That night they found him. He resisted the galley guard.
Escape and resistance. Under provisions in the special code, the prisoner's sentence extended 5 years. 2 with a double chain.
5 years, which made 13. The 10th year.
Attempted escape. The prisoner's sentence extended 3 years.
3 years, which made 16. The 13th year.
Attempted escape. Retaken after an absence of 4 hours. The prisoner's sentence extended 3 years.
3 years for 4 hours, which made 19. In October 1815, Jean Valjean was set free. He had entered in 1796 for having taken a loaf of bread. The rain fell heavily, and Jean Valjean was cold on the stone bench. Just then, a woman came out of the church
and saw him lying there in the dark.
My friend, what are you doing?
You see what I'm doing. I'm going to sleep.
Why don't you go to the inn?
I have no money.
You can't pass the night in the rain. Have you knocked at every door?
Yes.
Have you knocked at that one there?
No.
Knock there.
And she pointed to a little low house on the other side of the square. It was the palace of the bishop. This first part of our story is concerned with two people. One of them is Jean Valjean, and the other is Charles-François Bienvenu Myriel, called Monseigneur Bienvenu, who was the Bishop of D. We must pause to examine this Bishop of D in order to understand what is to follow. One day, he preached this sermon in the cathedral.
My very dear brethren, there are in France 346,000 cottages with only one opening, the door. This is because of the tax upon windows. God gives men light, and the law sells it. In the upper and lower Alps, they make bread once in 6 months. In the winter, it is so hard, they must cut it with an axe. My brethren, behold how much suffering is around you.
The Bishop of D lived very humbly. He had no retinue, and there was with him in his house only 2 old ladies, his housekeeper and his sister, Mademoiselle Baptistine. Here is a letter written by his sister to some girlhood companion.
December 16th, 1814. My dear Madame, not a day passes that we do not speak of you. I am happy, but the weather is severe, and one must do something for those who lack. My brother is so good. He gives all he has to the poor and sick. He exposes himself to every danger. He goes out in the rain, travels in winter. He has no fear of darkness or of dangerous roads, or of those he may meet. Last year, he went up all alone into a district infested with robbers, and when he came back, nothing had happened to him. He said, "See how they have robbed me." And he opened a trunk in which he had the jewels of the Ambrose Cathedral, which the robbers had given him. Upon that occasion, I could not help but scold him, taking care only to speak when the carriage had made a noise so that no one could hear us. The housekeeper has had difficulty accustoming herself to what she calls his imprudence. But now that the thing is settled, we pray together, we are afraid together, and we go to sleep. Should Satan come to this house, no one would interfere. But after all, what is there to fear in this house? Farewell, with 1,000 good wishes, Baptistine.
It will be seen that the bishop was a good man. He had no systems, but many deeds. When he had money, he visited the poor. When he had none, he visited the rich. So Jean Valjean knocked at his door. The events of that evening, early in October 1815, have often been related by Mademoiselle Baptistine. The bishop had been waiting for his supper. He was standing in the dining room by the fire. In the dining room, there was a door opening on the street. His housekeeper, who was setting the table, was just telling his sister about Jean Valjean.
He has a club to beat you with, a rope to hang you with, and a sack to put you in when you're dead.
Oh, David, did you see this man?
I did not see him at all, thank heaven, mademoiselle, that he seen.
Then, madame, how do you know how he looks?
Your Greatness, he was described to me in the market.
Well, madame, do you think we're in very grave danger?
Oh, awful, Your Greatness, with no locks on the doors. And I say, Monseigneur, and Mademoiselle Baptistine here says also...
Me, madame, I say nothing. What my brother does is well done.
We say this house isn't safe. We say that a door which opens by a latch on the outside to the first comer, nothing in the world could be more hurtful. And Your Greatness does have the habit, if I do say so, of always saying, come in. Goodness, come in even at midnight. The Lord knows there's no need to ask leave to come in at this house when even the beggars...
Come in.
It is he.
Come in, monsieur.
Listen to me. Listen to me before you say anything. Listen. I'm a convict. You hear that? I've been 19 years in the galleys. 4 days ago, they let me out. And I've walked all this way from Toulon. I went to the inn, but they sent me away. The jailer wouldn't let me into the prison. No one will have me. I'm a convict. I tried to sleep out under the stars, but there were no stars. It rained, and there was no good God to stop the drops. A woman showed me your house and said to me, "Not there." So I've not. Look, I have money, 109 francs and 15 sous, which I earned in the galleys. I'll pay you. I'll pay you anything. I walked 12 leagues today and I'm so hungry. Please, have your stable.
Come in, monsieur, and shut the door.
Wait! Did you hear what I said? I said I was a convict.
Brother, this is the man.
You want to see my passport? Here it is. My yellow passport. Read it.
Very well, monsieur. The bearer is a liberated convict, having been 19 years in the galleys. Original sentence, 5 years. Additional servitude, 14 years. The holder of this passport is a very dangerous man.
Oh, Your Greatness, what shall we do?
Set another place at the table.
But, Your Greatness...
Madame, do as my brother says. Put on another plate.
Yes, mademoiselle.
You mean I could stay? Me? A convict? I thought you'd send me away. So I told you right off who I am.
Baptistine, put some sheets on the bed in the alcove.
Yes, brother.
A bed? You mean I'll have a bed like other people? With sheets and mattress. It's 19 years since I've slept on a bed. Thank you, Monsieur Innkeeper. I'll pay you all you say. You're a good man. You are an innkeeper, aren't you?
No, monsieur. I am a priest who lives here.
Of course, you're cap. You're the curé. The curé of the big church. Then you don't want me to pay?
No, monsieur. Come near the fire. This lamp is poor. I light the candle.
I don't understand. I don't understand. You let me, a galley slave, enter your house. You even light your silver candlesticks for me, without so much as asking my name. Monsieur, my name is Jean Valjean.
This is not my house, Jean Valjean. It is the house of Christ. Besides, why should I ask your name? Before you told me, I knew it.
You know it?
Monsieur, your name is my brother.
Your Greatness, the table is set.
Ah, good. But Madame Magloire.
Yes, Your Greatness?
Something is lacking. Is it not the custom to place all 6 of our silver plates on the table?
Yes, Your Greatness, but...
I count only 3.
I'll fetch them.
Ah, it's better. Ah, Baptistine, is that a bottle of wine I see there?
Indeed, yes. The fine old mold for the special occasions. Madame Magloire put it out.
Here are the plates, Your Greatness.
Oh, thank you, Madame Magloire. I have misjudged you. Come then, to supper. Monsieur Valjean, you sit there by my sister.
All this is too good for me. Oh, monsieur, if you knew what this means, after 19 years in the chains.
John, you have left all that suffering. Remember this. If you leave it with hate and anger, you are worthy of compassion. But if you leave it with goodwill and peace, you are better than any of us. Heavenly Father, we ask thy blessing on this food as we partake of it. May it strengthen us to everlasting life. Amen.
Mademoiselle Baptistine described the progress of this supper in a letter written to a friend.
All I can say is that my brother took supper with this Jean Valjean with the same manner he would have used with the provost or the curé of this parish. After we had eaten, my brother turned to him and said, "You must be very tired. I'll show you to your room." He then did so, lighting the way with one of his candlesticks. Madame Magloire and I said our prayers in the parlor and retired to our chambers without saying a word.
Jean Valjean lay in his bed that night and thought of the bishop's silver. Those 6 silver plates. He had seen the old housekeeper putting them away in the cupboard. He had marked that cupboard well. Solid silver. They would bring at least 200 francs, double his pay for 19 years' labor. What had been the life of this soul? Society should look into these things. They are its own works. In weariness, in agony, under the whip, under the chain, in the cell, on the convict's bed of plank, under the burning sun of the galleys, Jean Valjean turned to his conscience and reflected. To those who saw him, he seemed looking continually upon something terrible. For human society had done him nothing but injury. No man had ever touched him but to bruise him. Never since childhood had he been greeted with a friendly word. He had no weapon but his hate. He had resolved to sharpen it in the galleys, and he had taken it with him when he went out. So the passport was right. The yellow passport, which described Jean Valjean as a very dangerous man. The next morning at sunrise, the bishop was walking in his garden. Madame Magloire ran up to him quite beside herself.
Monseigneur, your greatness is gone.
Yes, madame?
Monseigneur, it's all gone. And the man with the beard and the yellow passport.
Madame, what is gone?
Your greatness is silver. It's been stolen. The 6 lovely plates, your only treasure. Oh, Monseigneur, I was right. I should never have put them on the table. He has stolen them.
Well, then, let us consider.
Yes, Monseigneur.
Firstly, did the silver belong to us? No.
No, Monseigneur?
No. It belonged to the poor. And now, secondly, who was that man? He was a poor man.
I suppose so, your greatness, but he knew silver when he saw it, even if he didn't recognize it from a curry. Oh, Monseigneur, it is not myself I'm thinking of, nor of your sister. I worry on your account. What are you going to eat from?
Have we no tin plates?
Tin smells.
Well, then, iron.
But iron has such a bad taste.
There are always wooden plates.
This Monseigneur's wishes. But what an idea to take that man.
Brother, they've caught the man. Have they put him in jail? No, they've brought him here with the silver. They're outside the gate now. Brother, the police want you to identify him.
Very well. Show them in.
Come along now. Let's have some of your talk.
Please.
Silence! Prisoner, take your cap off in the presence of the bishop.
Good morning, Valjean.
You recognize him, Monsignor. That's enough. Here is your silver.
Yes, but where are my candlesticks?
Here are the stolen plates, Monsignor. Were there candlesticks, too?
Oh, yes.
If they are of silver like the rest, Valjean, where are my candlesticks?
I didn't take them.
Madame Magloire, be kind enough to go in and get them.
What will we go get the candlestick?
Look at the stars.
Very well.
Monsieur Valjean, I don't think you understood. I gave you the candlesticks as well.
What do you mean?
Signor, the prisoner was running off with your plate. And he told you they were given him by an old priest with whom he had lodged the night. And you brought him here.
Yes, Monsignor. Then it's true what he told me?
I have given him the silver.
Then we can let him go?
But of course.
Here are your candlesticks, but I must say...
Madame Magloire, give them to Monsieur Valjean.
Yes, Your Greatness. Here.
But
Take them, you fool.
But they aren't mine.
Monsieur, the plates and the candlesticks are yours. Take them. But never forget that you have promised me to use this silver to become an honest man.
I have promised you.
Jean Valjean, I have purchased your soul. I withdraw it from the spirit of perversity and give it to Almighty God.
Jean Valjean ran out of the city as though he were escaping and made haste into the open country. A little gypsy boy passed by and dropped a penny. Jean Valjean put his foot on it and drove the boy away. Then he picked it up and ran after the boy. But he never found him. He found himself. He knew then that he must conquer or be conquered. He saw before him himself as he was, stick in hand, knapsack on his shoulders, the hideous galley slave, Jean Valjean. He beheld himself face to face and saw at the same time a light like a torch, and he knew that this torch was the bishop. Jean Valjean shrank and vanished. The bishop remained. There came to him the bishop's own words,
Jean Valjean, you have promised me to become an honest man. I have purchased your soul.
Then his heart swelled up in him, and he burst into tears. It was the first time he had wept in 19 years. How long did he weep thus? What did he do after weeping? Where did he go? No one ever knew. Only one thing is certain. On that very night, at 3 o'clock in the morning, a figure was seen in the attitude of prayer, kneeling upon the pavement, in the shadow, before the door of the Bishop of D.
WOR and the Mutual Network have presented Part 1, The Bishop, of Victor Hugo's absorbing story, Les Miserables. Orson Welles has played the role of Jean Valjean and read the narrative passages of this presentation, which he has prepared specifically for radio broadcasting. Next Friday evening at 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time, we shall present Les Miserables in its second episode, which introduces Javert.
This is the Coast to Coast network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
So long as these problems are not solved, so long as ignorance and poverty remain on earth, These words cannot be useless.
These words open the second of 7 broadcasts based on Victor Hugo's unforgettable work, Les Miserables. WOR and the Mutual Network present Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, in an adaptation of this novel which he has made especially for radio. Mr. Welles plays the role of Jean Valjean, and he is also heard reading from the book itself as he binds together the dramatic action. Each broadcast unfolds a moving chapter in the progress of Valjean. Last week, we pictured the meeting of Jean Valjean with the bishop and the regeneration of his tormented soul. Les Miserables, Part 2, the episode which is called Javert.
1817. Napoleon was at St. Helena. A thing which smoked and clacked on the Seine went and came beneath the windows of the Tuileries. It was a sort of toy called the steamboat. 1817. It was in this year that 4 young gentlemen of Paris played a joke on their sweethearts. One of these young gentlemen was Felix Ptolemy, and his sweetheart was Fantine.
Excuse me, please, lady.
Yes? What is it?
It's something your gentleman left for you.
Well, there's no address. See what's written on it, Fantine. It says, this is the surprise. What's inside? Just a moment. Sweetheart, at the moment when you read this, 4 mettlesome horses will be bearing us back to our mamas and papas. We are returning to society, to duty and to order on a full trot at the rate of 3 leagues an hour. Mourn for us rapidly and replace us speedily. Adieu. Time Blanche-Vie, Camille Soleil, Felix Ptolemy. Pierre, the dinner is catered.
It was a good joke. The girls laughed. Fantine laughed like the rest. But later she wept bitterly. For Ptolemy was her first love. And the poor girl had a child. This, it will be remembered, was in 1817. At 22 years of age, on a fine spring morning, Fantine left Paris, her child in her arms. She went back to Montreux, where she was born, and she found the little city greatly changed. An unknown man, a stranger, had conceived the idea of substituting gumlac for resin in the manufacture of synthetic jets. This very slight change worked an industrial revolution. In less than 3 years, the inventor of this process had made a fortune for himself and for the whole region. He had built a great factory in which there were 2 workshops, one for men and the other for women.
Yes, what is it?
Are there jobs open in the workshop?
There are always jobs here. Have you a husband?
No, monsieur.
Any dependents?
No.
Name?
Mademoiselle Fantine.
You will commence today. Here, Madame Viola requests only that you be willing and a good model.
Oh, yes, monsieur.
I'll assign you to your place. Come with me.
So Fantine went to work in the jet factory and kept a secret. For as long as she stayed there, they must never find out about her child. She had left this child in the care of a couple she met on the road to Paris. They were innkeepers, and they were called the Thénardiers. She paid them 57 francs, all that she had, and she trusted them.
A letter for you, mademoiselle.
Thank you. My dear madame, your little Cosette has outworn her wardrobe. It will be impossible for us to keep Cosette with us any longer for less than 12 francs per week, payable in advance. Sincerely, Thénardier.
They had pawned the child's wardrobe. Who were these Canadiers? The woman was a brute, and the man was a blackguard. But Fantine knew nothing of this, and she sent them the money. The child's clothes being gone, they dressed her in rags. And they fed her on scraps, little better than a dog, and a little worse than the cat. They put her to work. She was made to run errands, to sweep the rooms and the yards and the streets. In the village, they called this little child the lark. This tiny being no larger than a bird, trembling, frightened and shivering, awake each morning, first of all in the house and in the village, and always on the street or the field before dawn. But the poor lark never sang. Fantine took a small room and furnished it on the credit of her future labor. She worked hard, thought of nothing but Cosette, and was almost happy. Not being able to say she was married, she took care not to speak of her child. But the women began to whisper in the workshop, and Fantine was watched. More than a few were jealous of her fine teeth and her golden hair.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, yes, monsieur.
You have been with us in this establishment for over a year. Here are 50 francs.
50 francs?
They are donated by your employer, Monsieur Madeleine. They will cover your expenses. I must ask you to seek employment elsewhere.
Elsewhere? What do you mean?
Mademoiselle, the existence of your child has been revealed to us. Good day, mademoiselle.
Fantine offered herself as a servant, but nobody wanted her. She began to make coarse shirts for the soldiers. For 12 sous, she sold 17 hours a day, but her creditors gave her no rest. How could she pay? She couldn't. How could she live? She learned. She learned from an old woman who sewed with her, named Marguerite.
We who have grown old in privation can extract much from the sou.
15 francs, Marguerite. Think of it. The Thénardiers wrote me. They want 3 more francs a week. And you know what I earn.
You'll learn.
But you can't live on 6 sous a day.
No, my dear. But you can starve on it. It's a sight.
Summer passed away, and winter returned. Short days and less work. In winter there is no heat, no light, no moon. Evening touches morning. The whole day is a cage, and the sun is a pauper.
Madame Fantine, Cosette is sick of an epidemic disease, a military fever. She must have medicine, and drugs are dear. Unless you send us 40 francs within a week, the little one will die. Sincerely, Thénardier.
Lotions and scents. The secrets of the Orient. Ladies and gentlemen, I offer during my brief stay in this beautiful city the 7 wonders of the world. No ill is so great, but I own its remedy. Heartaches and toothaches. The elixir of life, the powder of love, the pill against pain. If your teeth hurt you, I will pull them out. Would you look beautiful, I will put them in. I have whole sets of teeth complete for your pleasure. Pearly teeth. Teeth for any man. Ah, you there. You girl who is laughing there. You have pretty teeth. Tell me your 2 incisors, and I'll give you a gold Napoleon for each of them.
What's that? What are incisors?
Incisors, young lady, are the front teeth of the head. The 2 pretty upper ones. Oh, consider my beauty. 2 gold Napoleons, 40 francs. How much good will they do you? If you've got the courage for it, come this evening to the inn, and you will find me there.
Oh, no.
Hold on, don't run away. Hold on. Come back.
What's happened?
Oh, Oh, God help me.
Well, where have you been?
In the square. There was a traveling dentist. He wanted to pull out my 2 front teeth. I should be hideous. I'd rather throw myself from the 5th story head first to the pavement.
What was the point in beating him?
He told me he'd wait for me at the inn.
What was it he offered you?
2 Napoleons.
That's 40 francs.
Yes, 40 francs.
They shouldn't allow it.
Marguerite, what does it mean? Military fever, you know?
It's a disease.
Does it need many drugs?
Terrible drugs.
How does it come on you?
Comes in a moment.
Does it attack children? Do they die of it? He told me to wait for him at the inn.
The next morning, when the old woman went into Fantine's chamber before daybreak, for they always worked together and so made one candle do for 2, she found Fantine sitting there on a couch. She had not been to bed. Her cap had fallen in her lap. The candle had been left to burn, and it was almost gone. The old woman looked at her.
What's happened now?
Cosette won't die of that sickness for lack of drugs. Look there on the table.
2 gold Napoleons. A fortune. Where'd you get them?
I got them.
Then Fantine smiled. The dying candle lit up her face. The corners of her mouth were stained with blood. The 2 teeth were gone.
Madame Fantine, send us 100 francs, or we will put out your child on the highway. 100 francs. Oh, what can I sell for 100 francs? Come. I shall sell what is left.
What is the history of France? It is society buying a slave. From whom? From misery. A soul for a bit of bread. Alas, what are these destinies? Why are they so?
Yes, this is the bell tower.
He knows that sees all the shadow. He is alone. His name is God. Monsieur Madeleine was well loved in the village. But sometimes, when he passed along the street, calm, affectionate, followed by the benedictions of all, it happened that a tall man, wearing a flat hat and an iron gray coat, and armed with a stout cane, would turn round abruptly and follow him with his eyes until he disappeared. This man was one of the police. His name was Javert. The peasants of Asturias believe that in every litter of wolves there is one dog which is killed by the mother, lest on growing it should devour the others. Give a human face to this dog son of a wolf, and you will have Javert. This man laughed rarely and terribly, and around his nose there was a wrinkle as broad and wild as the muzzle of a fallow deer. Javert was an eye, always fixed upon Madeleine.
The notebook of Inspector Javert, January 9th, 1818. Who is Madeleine? No one knows. Who are his family? What is his history? Where does he come from? No one knows. He is popular for his deeds of charity, which are done secretly as though they were bad deeds. He's been offered the Legion of Honor. He's refused it. Who is that man? I cannot be sure of what I guess, but I know well I have seen him before. April 10th, 1820. Madeleine is in mourning for a certain Bishop of D. I watch him carefully. His speech is more mannerly, and his accent more refined than it was when I first came to the city. He walks strangely, with one foot dragging. He knows I am watching him. August 17th, 1822. The king has appointed Monsieur Madeleine the mayor of this city. Consider, the man came here with only a few hundred francs. He is now a millionaire. This is a sudden rise. I have now learned the circumstances of his arrival into this place. He came here a common laborer, stick in hand and sack on his back one evening in the autumn of 1815. That night, October 23rd, there was a fire in the townhouse, and this man leapt into the flames and saved from burning 2 children of the captain of police. As far as can be ascertained in the excitement and gratitude of the occasion, no one thought to ask him for his passport. There is certainly no record. He announced himself Madeleine, and so he has remained. I have made inquiries in Paris, and there are interesting circumstances relative to October 1815. Madeleine is now my immediate superior. Police routine brings me into contact with this man. He's well loved, but I am not deluded. I am still vigilant. I know that face.
That year, there occurred 2 events on the streets of Montreuil, which, while insignificant in themselves, made a profound impression on the mind of Inspector Javert. The first was a common street accident.
Help! Help!
Inspector, can't we do something?
Somebody move this! Don't you before it's too late! One moment, monsieur! How did it happen? The old man, the horse slipped, the car turned over on him.
He's sitting under the wheel, it's crashing his ribs.
Get a jack! Has anybody a jack? God help me! God help me! Get a jack! They're gone for one. That wagon is sinking lower every minute. It can't be helped, sir. The wheel is killing me! Citizens!
Listen to me. There is one chance. There's just room enough for one man to crawl in under that wagon. In half a minute, it'll be too late. Citizens, there is no time to lose.
What can you do? What can you do, Inspector?
If a man can get under that wheel, there may be hope for him. If a man can get under that wheel and lift it with his back, we may save him. Is there a man who can do it? Who has strength and courage? 5 louis d'or for the man who will try it. 10 louis d'or. 10 louis d'or.
He must be a terrible man who can raise a wagon like that on his back.
Sector 11 in particular has a beautiful sunset right now. Temperatures are set at a monthly high of 20 degrees Celsius for the next 2 days. And according to the forecast for air traffic, they'll both be killed. Starting at 120 meters going into the weekend.
In all my life, I have known only one man capable of doing what I have just seen you do. He was a convict in the galleys at Toulon.
Good day, Inspector.
Good day, Monsieur Madeleine.
That was the first incident. The second to impress Inspector Javert of the police took place on an evening in January, 5 months later.
Twice.
It was snowing.
Twice.
A woman, a rueful, bedizened spectre, her shoulders bare in a gaudy ballroom dress, stood waiting in the street before the door of the Office Cafe. A well-dressed Isa was amusing himself tormenting this woman.
Lord, that must be ugly. All right, you must put the back on me. You'll pay for it. Little snow will be good medicine. Down your shoulder blades like this.
The girl, screaming with rage, turned on him and buried her nails in his face, using the most frightful words that ever fell from the awful howling of a god. A large crowd formed about him. A man, helpless, defending himself. A woman, shrieking and striking, shrieking and toothless, and without hair, glittering with anger, and hideous. Suddenly a tall man advanced quickly from the crowd. It seized her by her mother's admiration. That woman was so away. The woman turned pale with horror. She recognized Javert. Go, all of you. In just a minute, the crowd formed the street, dense with despair. The young woman and the picture of Christmas company.
Oh, no, monsieur. Honey.
This time, 6 months.
6 months.
Citadel Station completed construction in 2 months and has been tried out amongst flagship space stations specializing in robotics, genetics, and pharmacological research.
I did wrong to spoil his head. You can't imprison me for that. I must pay 100 francs for the other to turn out my possession. Such a little one they would put out in the highway in the very heart of winter. If she were older, she could earn a living. Not yet sick.
Come along, I've heard your story. You have 6 months.
Oh, mercy, no!
Do I have to drag you?
One moment, if you please. Let me help you.
Citizen, I warn you, don't obstruct the course of justice.
There, mademoiselle. You'll be all right.
This is insolent. Who are you?
My name is Madeleine.
The mayor.
Hey, wait on a second.
I didn't recognize you in the shadow.
Madeleine? Is this the famous Madeleine?
Take care, woman.
Monsieur Javert. Think of it. He's the cause of it all. He turned me away from his factory on account of some stories they told about me in the workshop. Stories about me, lies. You see how it happened? He did this to me.
I'm sorry, monsieur. This will add to her sentence.
That's all right, Inspector. Set the woman at liberty.
What did you say, monsieur?
Set the woman at liberty.
At liberty? What? You mean I can go? I'm free? I don't understand. Who said that? It wasn't the mayor. It couldn't be. Was it you, Monsieur Javert? You forgiven me? I did stamp on the gentleman's hat, but he spoiled my whole dress in the snow. We women, we have only one dress for the evening.
Mademoiselle, how much did you say that you owed?
I said nothing to you. You came here to scare me. I'm not scared of you. I'm scared of Javert. Only tonight it hurts me. I'm not very well. I cough. There's something in my chest that burns. Here, stop. Here, give me a hand. Now, don't be afraid to feel how hot it is.
Just go, woman. You're drunk.
Officer! If you expect to take, you must release me. I'm going.
Sergeant, detain this woman. Who told you to let her go?
I did, Inspector.
Your Honor, that cannot be done.
And why not?
This woman has insulted a citizen.
I have learned the circumstances. It was the citizen who did wrong.
She has also insulted the mayor.
I can do what I please about that.
Your pardon, monsieur, but you cannot. The insult does not rest with you. It rests with justice.
Inspector, the highest justice is conscience. I have heard this woman. Content yourself with obeying.
I obey my duty, monsieur. I am sorry to resist
the matter you speak of belongs to the municipal police.
But, monsieur...
I refer you to Article 81, the law of December 19th, 1799, on the subject of legal imprisonment.
You're well acquainted with the criminal code, monsieur, but if you will permit...
You may go, Inspector.
However, monsieur...
You may go, Inspector.
Yes, monsieur. Sergeant.
Turn around! Now!
Come, mademoiselle. It is cold.
We're transporting the prisoner from New Atlantis. I don't understand. What's our destination? Monsieur Javert has gone.
The DA's office is requesting...
Yes, he's gone.
Make the handoff there.
Don't be frightened. I'm sorry. I didn't know all your story. I never knew you'd left my workshop. I'll make it up to you now.
Make it up to me?
Yes, Fantine.
And don't cry. I'll take care of your debt.
My daughter. My Cosette.
You shall go to her, and she shall come to live with you.
You mean that, Monsieur Madeleine? You swear it?
On my word of honor.
Oh, Monsieur.
I'll make you a deal.
I am not a bad woman.
Listen to me, Fantine. If all you say is true, and I do not doubt it, you have never ceased to be virtuous and holy.
That same night, Javert wrote a letter
To the Prefect of Police, Paris. Monsieur, I wish to report that a certain face has always been familiar to me. Tonight, I placed it. I have further conclusive evidence. Monsieur Madeleine, the mayor of Montreuil, is wanted by the police for robbery. He is a second offender, being an ex-convict. He is the old galley slave, Jean Valjean. Signed by the Inspector of Police, Javert.
WOR and the Mutual Network have presented Part 2 of Victor Hugo's compelling novel, Les Miserables, the episode which introduced Javert. Orson Welles played the role of Jean Valjean and also read the narrative passages of the presentation which he has created especially for radio. Assisting Mr. Welles tonight were Martin Gable as Javert, Agnes Moorehead, Ray Cullen, Betty Gard, Hiram Sherman, Alice Frost, and others. Next Friday evening at 10 o'clock, Eastern Daylight Saving Time, we shall present Les Miserables in its third phase, the episode which portrays the death of Fantine and the capture of Jean Valjean. This is the Coast to Coast network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
So long as these problems are not solved, so long as ignorance and poverty remain on earth, these words cannot be useless.
WOR and the Mutual Network present the third of 7 broadcasts based on Victor Hugo's compelling novel, Les Miserables. Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, plays the role of Jean Valjean in this presentation, which he has adapted especially for radio. And Mr. Welles is also heard as he reads from the book itself. Each episode pictures a development in the progress of Valjean, and last week introduced Fantine and Javert. Les Miserables, Part 3. The episode which is called The Trial.
I gave you the candlesticks that you stole from me. I have purchased your soul. I withdraw it from the spirit of perversity, and I give it to Almighty God.
So spoke the Bishop of D. to a thief and a galley slave named Jean Valjean. And from the moment he left him, Jean Valjean was another man. He was Monsieur Madeleine. In time, he was the mayor of Montreuil. He had sold the bishop's silver, keeping only the candlesticks. And with this money, he made more. He was established in Montreuil, the owner of a great factory and a public official. A quiet, hopeful man, having but 2 thoughts, to conceal his name and to sanctify his life, to escape from men and to return to God. But a shadow had fallen across the destiny of Jean Valjean. The shadow of a man in a flat hat and a long coat, a man carrying a stick. Javert.
Monsieur Madeleine.
Yes?
Inspector Javert, of the police.
Let him come in.
Yes, monsieur. This way, Inspector.
Monsieur Madeleine.
Good morning, Javert. Well, what's the matter?
Your Honor, I wish to report a criminal act.
Yes, Inspector.
An inferior agent of the government has been lacking in respect to a magistrate. It's my duty to bring the fact to your knowledge.
Who is this agent?
I, monsieur.
You, Inspector?
I.
And who is the magistrate who has to complain of this agent?
You, monsieur. I came to ask you to be so kind as to discharge me.
Javert, this is absurd.
You will say that I might tender my resignation, but to resign is honorable. I must be discharged.
Javert, what's all this nonsense?
Your Honor, I have denounced you.
You have denounced me?
Yes, Your Honor, to the Prefecture of Police.
What for, Javert? As a mayor encroaching upon the constabulary?
No, monsieur. As an ex-convict.
Yes, Javert.
For a long time I suspected you. Your resemblance, your immense strength, your skill as a marksman. It's strange, monsieur, but everything points to one fact, that you're a man named Jean Valjean.
What name did you say?
Jean Valjean. An old convict I saw 20 years ago when I was a galley guard at Toulon. For 8 years, his whereabouts have been unknown. Your Honor, I fancied... Well, I've done this thing. Anger determined me, and I denounced you to the prefect.
And what answer did you get?
That I was mad.
Well?
They were right.
Javert, I'm very lucky that you think so.
Yes, Your Honor, it must be so. They found Jean Valjean.
What?
They've caught him, Your Honor. He's safe in prison.
What do you mean, Javert? Who have they caught?
Jean Valjean, Your Honor. Of course you wouldn't know.
Of course. How do they know he's Jean Valjean?
Very simple, Your Honor. He looks like him. Besides, he was recognized by an old galley slave in the jail.
How did they catch him?
Stealing apples, Your Honor. He called himself Chamartiu. He'd been a pruner and he lived at Faverolles. Now, what was Jean Valjean? A pruner. Where? At Faverolles. Very simple, Your Honor. The same age, the same height. When I wrote to the justice, he sent for me and brought me before the man Chamartiu.
Well?
Your Honor, truth is truth. I'm sorry for it, but that man is Jean Valjean.
Are you sure of it?
Yes, monsieur, I'm sure. And now that I see the real Jean Valjean, Your Honor, I don't see how I could ever have believed anything else. I beg your pardon.
What did this man say to you?
No, he's a sly one, Valjean. That's where I recognize him. He pretends not to understand. He puts on astonishment and plays innocent, but there's evidence. He'll be condemned.
Where is he now?
At the assizes at Arras. I've been summoned to testify.
What's the charge?
Stealing apples, Your Honor. Second offense. It's the galleys for life.
When's the trial?
Tomorrow.
When do you leave?
Tonight. As soon as I've given my testimony, I shall return.
How long will the trial last?
A day at the longest, Your Honor.
I see.
Your pardon, monsieur.
Yes?
I must be discharged.
Javert, you're a man of honor. You may keep your place.
You can't do that. You can't do that to me.
Javert, this is a matter which concerns me alone.
You can't do it. You're a mayor and a magistrate. You've got to discharge me. I belong to the police. You're respectable, you own property, and I denounced you. Don't you know what that means?
You exaggerate your fault, Inspector. I forgive you.
You've no right to. I don't want your forgiveness. Your forgiveness, your charity, your kindness. I hate your kindness. The kindness that defends a woman of the town against a citizen, an inferior against a superior, a police agent against the mayor. I hate that kindness. It's easy to be kind. It's hard to be just. If you'd been what I thought you were, I wouldn't have been kind to you, not I, Your Honor. I've said to myself, Javert, you're a hard man, but if you ever trip, look out. Well, I tripped. I would have broken another man. I must be broken, stripped of my uniform, driven off, disgraced. You've got to do that to me. That's what's right. I demand my discharge.
Well, Javert, let me think about it. After all, you may not be as wrong as you think. Give me your hand.
Pardon, monsieur. That must not be. The mayor doesn't give his hand to a spy. Your Honor, I will continue in the service until I'm relieved.
Now, Jean Valjean, called Madeleine, had forgotten a promise. There was a young girl, Fantine. She was sick, and the good mayor had taken her from the streets and given her to the care of an old nun in his hospital. Here Fantine lay dying, her only joy, the hope of seeing her child, her little daughter, whom she'd boarded with some innkeepers in another town. Monsieur Madeleine had promised to bring her child to her.
Monsieur Madeleine. Monsieur Madeleine.
Why don't you answer?
There, Fantine, my child. Lie back.
Sister, I must have been asleep. Where is he? Where's Monsieur Madeleine?
The portress told me he could not come today.
Oh, no. But he always comes. Always. Every day he comes here to the hospital to see me.
Mademoiselle Fantine, be calm. You must lie down again.
Why can't he come, sister?
My child, the mayor has gone away.
Gone away? Gone away?
Yes.
I know. He's gone for Cosette. I'm going to see her again. Remember, sister, what he said to me yesterday? Very, very soon, he said.
Yes, my child.
Oh, I'm so happy. Why, I feel all well. No pain at all. I'm going to see my child again.
Yes, but you mustn't talk anymore.
5 years since I've seen her. I had to leave her with the innkeepers on the road when she was little. That was all I could do, sister. Because people talk and I needed a job to support us. Then there was no work and I had to do anything to pay for her board.
I know.
That's how I got in my trouble. But Monsieur Madeleine was good to me. He saved me from jail. He's the mayor and he can do that. And he saved me from that wicked policeman, Javert. And he's taking care of me in my sickness. And now he's gone to get Cosette from the innkeepers. And he'll bring her to me.
I'm sure he will.
And when Cosette comes, can she lie by my side in the little bed? You'll let her do that, won't you?
Yes, my child. Good night.
Then when she wakes, I can say good morning to her. And at night when I'm awake, I can hear her sleep. Her little breathing is so sweet.
Good night, my child.
Good night, sister. Look, there's just room.
There is one spectacle grander than the sea. That is the sky. There is one spectacle grander than the sky. That is the soul. Let us look into a soul. The soul of Jean Valjean, called Madeleine, the mayor of Montreux.
Jean Valjean, I gave you the candlesticks that you stole from me. I have purchased your souls. I withdraw from perversity, and I give it to Almighty God. I was wrong about you. They've got Jean Valjean. They're trying him tomorrow. It's the galleys for life. They've got Jean Valjean.
Even while listening to the words of Javert, the first impulse of Jean Valjean was to drag this poor man out of prison and put himself in his place. An impulse as painful and sharp as an incision in the living flesh. But this impulse passed away.
Well, what am I afraid of? This Javert who's troubled me. That fearful instinct which follows me, that terrible bloodhound, is baffled. He's satisfied. He'll leave me in quiet. He holds his Jean Valjean fast. And I have nothing to do with it. Why interfere? It doesn't concern me. I've brought happiness to this place. I've done some good. It is God's will that I do more.
One can no more prevent the mind from returning to an idea than one can prevent the sea from coming to the shore. In the case, this is called remorse. Fontaine, remember Fontaine? That poor lonely woman who longs for her child. What of her? I have promised this mother her child. Who'll keep the promise? Well,
Well, this man goes to the galleys. What of it? He's stolen. Why say he hasn't stolen? He's stolen. And for me, I remain here. I go on. And this mother brings up her child, and the whole country is rich and happy and honest. I am Madeleine. Woe to him who is Valjean. I do not recognize the man.
Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean. Behold yourself, Jean Valjean, an honored man, the mayor of the city, the rich man who feeds the poor, the happy man who is admired. Jean Valjean, there shall be a man wearing your red blouse and bearing your name and dragging your chain in the galleys.
So struggled this unhappy soul. So struggled 1,800 years before him another. He also, while the olive trees were shivering in the fierce breath of the infinite, long put away the fearful chalice, dripping with shadow and running over with darkness in the star-filled depths.
Who is it?
I, Monsieur Madeleine.
Well, what is it?
Monsieur Madeleine, it is just 5 o'clock.
What's that to me?
It's the cart, Monsieur.
What cart?
Did not Monsieur order a horse and cart?
No.
The driver says he has come for you. Monsieur Madeleine. Monsieur Madeleine, what shall I say?
Say it's all right. Say I'm coming.
At daybreak, Jean Valjean was in the open country. The roads were bad from Montreux to Arras. When he got to the courthouse, it was night.
Monsieur Madeleine!
Yes?
Oh, Your Honor, you should have told me straight off that you're the mayor of Montreux. A place has been made for you on the bench, Your Honor. The judge begs you to enter.
Thank you.
Not at all, Your Honor. You've only to turn the brass knob of that door, and you will find yourself in the courtroom. Good evening, monsieur.
Jean Valjean was alone. He stared at the door to the courtroom. He drew breath and listened. There was no sound. He waited there, listening. The same silence. He leaned against the wall. The stone was cold. He closed his eyes.
Jean Valjean, there shall be a man bearing your name and dragging your chain in the galleys.
He opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the handle of that door. The door to the courtroom. That round, polished brass handle. It shone there before him like a star. Then, suddenly, he was in the courtroom.
Monsieur Madeleine?
Yes, Excellency. That's my name.
Your note was sent in to me, monsieur. Permit me to say that your presence in this court is an unexpected compliment.
Thank you.
I have not had the pleasure of your honor's acquaintance, but we all know by reputation at least, Monsieur Madeleine, the distinguished mayor of Montreux. Will you sit here, Monsieur Madeleine? We will resume the trial of Jean Valjean.
He did not need to look for him. He saw him. This was the man. He thought he saw himself, older, but just as he looked, everything as it was 8 years before, early in October 1815, when he left the galleys and entered the little town of D. He thought he saw his trial,
His trial, played by his shadow. Judges, clerks, gendarmes, a throng of heads. He'd seen all this before. 27 years before. When Jean Valjean was tried by law for stealing a loaf of bread.
We will resume the trial of Jean Valjean. Monsieur Madeleine, the prisoner is accused of stealing ripe apples.
Your Excellency the Judge, Your Honor, Monsieur Madeleine, gentlemen of the jury, who is this man? Gentlemen, we have here no petty fruit thief, no mere trespasser. We have here an outlaw, a murderous galley slave. We have here Jean Valjean. This man is accused of one crime for which he is on trial, but he is wanted for another. Highway robbery, committed for the gain of 1 penny from a small boy encountered in the fields outside of D. Convict him for the new crime, and he shall be tried again for the first.
Prisoner, on your own behalf, have you anything to say?
No, Excellency. No, I didn't do it, that's all. I never stole anything. I'm a man who doesn't get something to eat every day. I picked off the ground things that were there. That's all I did.
You see, Monsieur Madeleine, there's no question of the identity. This man is obviously Jean Valjean.
Has the prisoner no witnesses? May I question him?
Certainly, monsieur.
So I don't have to worry.
Thank you. Monsieur Samature, how long have you been a pruner?
His Honor is speaking to you, prisoner. Reply to him.
I don't know, monsieur. I've been a pruner for a long time. Before that, I was a wheelwright. Yes, I was a wheelwright in Paris. I earned 30 sous a day. Look here. I'm telling the truth. You have only to ask if it isn't so. Ask how stupid I am. Ask anybody. Ask. I don't know what you want of me.
Your Excellency, I beg leave to call out at this time 3 witnesses. Brevet, Chenaldieu, Cochepaille. They are convicts. They have been in the galleys with the accused.
Permission granted. Call the first witness.
Convict Brevet.
Convict Brevet! Come forward. Convict Brevet, you have suffered infamous punishment and cannot take the oath. Prisoner Champetier, rise.
Rise, prisoner.
Brevet, look upon the prisoner. Say on your soul and conscience whether you still recognize this man as your former fellow convict, Jean Valjean.
Your Excellency, I remember him.
Sit down, Brevet. Prisoner remains standing.
Call out the galley slave, Chenaldieu.
Convict Chenaldieu.
Yes, Your Excellency. Think carefully. Do you recognize this man?
Recognize him? We were on the same chain together. What's wrong, Jack? Don't you remember me?
Sit down, prisoner.
Convict Cochepaille.
Do you identify the man before you?
That's 24601. Jean Valjean, his name was.
Come on, you heard the testimony of these witnesses. Have you anything to say? Officers, enforce order. I am about to pronounce sentence on this man.
One moment.
Your Excellency!
Your Excellency, may I be permitted a few words on behalf of the accused? I'd like to tell you about Jean Valjean.
Monsieur Madeleine, you're a man of high office. I must grant your request.
Excellency, they were right when they told you that Jean Valjean was an outlaw. It's true he was a galley slave. The convicts are right. 19 years he was chained between Cochepaille and Chenaldieu. 19 long years. It's true he was a criminal. The pennies were stolen and the loaf of bread. And the bishop was robbed. But mark you, gentlemen, the galleys make the galleys slave. Before the galleys, this man was a poor peasant, an idiot. He was changed in the galleys. He was stupid. He was made wicked. He was a log. He became a firebrand. He was saved later by indulgence and kindness. He was lost by severity. You won't understand this. There are some things which cannot be told. I cannot relate to you the story of Jean Valjean's life. Someday you will know it. He felt that he could. He disguised himself under another name. His desire to enter again among honest men. It seems it cannot be. Gentlemen, your prisoner is not he who is on trial before you. Release this man. He is innocent. What he's done at this moment
no convict, no outlaw, no thief, gentlemen. I am Jean Valjean.
Monsieur Madeleine is not well. He is honored to my case.
You don't believe me? Ready? How do you do? Post my look at me. You recognize me? You know who I am? Ready? Answer me. Hello, 23709. Punish number 21808. Still scarred through a bird. Is that true?
Yes, Monsieur, true.
Post my number 24302. There's a date in blue letters on your left arm. March 1st, 1815. Lift up your sleeve.
March 1st, 1815.
Gentlemen, you see clearly. I am Jean Valjean. You may arrest me when you choose. Good night.
Official order delivered on the field. Inspector Javert will seize the body of Monsieur Madeleine, the mayor of Montreux, who has this day been identified in court as the discharged convict and criminal, Jean Valjean.
Sister, let me in.
Your hair, monsieur, is all white.
Fantine, can I see her?
Oh, have you brought back her child? Oh, monsieur, she is
I
asleep.
must see her tonight. No, there's no time.
You let him. Oh, wait for her.
Dear little one.
I knew you were there. I was asleep, but I saw you. I followed you with my eyes and whole heart. You said I might have a little bit. Not yet, my child. You still have some fever. You must cure you first. I'm sure. Let me see my progress. If you were natural, I should want to see my child. You've been through all that trouble to get her. If you're doing anything, you know, I'll just get out of here.
Better to wait, Fantine.
How is she? Children have no memory. They're like birds. You must be cold, Monsieur Madeleine, after that trip in the carriage. Oh, could they not bring her here for
That is well, because it is beautiful. You see us do it. But be quiet. Do you hear me, Fantine? What's wrong with you, child?
Monsieur, he has come for me. The policeman.
Fantine, what are you looking at?
Inspector Javert.
Well, Jean Valjean?
I know what he wants, child. It's not for you that he comes.
Come on, Jean Valjean.
Monsieur Madeleine. Monsieur Madeleine, save me.
There's no Madeleine here. There is Jean Valjean.
One moment, Javert.
Call me Inspector.
Inspector, I'd like a word with you in private.
Speak aloud. People speak aloud.
Monsieur Madeleine.
It's a request I have to make.
Speak aloud, I tell you.
Inspector, this is not to be heard by anyone but yourself.
What's that to me?
My Cosette. Cosette. I'll never see her.
Listen, you've got to. You're human. Give me just 3 days. 3 days to go for the child of this woman.
You're clever, Jean Valjean. I'll say that for you. You asked me for 3 days to get away, and you tell me you're going for a trial.
Going for a child. My child. Cosette. This is not here. You should let me in. Please, Cosette. I want my child. My Cosette. Mr. Madeleine. I want my child.
Miserable country where galley slaves are magistrates and women of the town are nursed like countess. All this will be changed.
Monsieur Madeleine.
I tell you there is no Madeleine. There is a robber. There is a brigand. There is a convict. There is Jean Valjean. And I've got it.
Don't be afraid, little Fantine. 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 What's wrong with the sister?
Requiem aeternam dona eis.
Come on. Come on.
What's wrong with her?
And you see the woman is dead.
I am at your disposal.
WOR and Mutual Network have brought you Part 3 of Victor Hugo's absorbing masterpiece, Les Miserables, the episode which pictured the death of Fantine and the capture of the supposed Jean Valjean. Orson Welles played the roles of both the real and the supposed Valjean, and was also heard reading the narrative passages of this presentation, which he has made especially for radio. Assisting Mr. Wells were Martin Gable as Javert, Alice Frost as Fantine, Ray Collins, Adelaide Klein, William Johnstone, and Hiram Sherman. The orchestra was under the direction of Logan Tatum to arrange the score. Next Friday evening at 10 o'clock, we shall present Les Miserables in its 4th chapter. The episode which is called Possession. Is the coast-to-coast network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
It's kicking me out because I died. Well, that's not good.
So long as these problems are not solved, so long as ignorance and poverty remain on earth, these words cannot be useless.
These are the words which preface the 4th of 7 broadcasts based on Victor Hugo's great novel, Les Miserables. WOR and Mutual Network present Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, in an adaptation of the book which he has created especially for radio. Each episode portrays some development in the process of Jean Valjean, a role played by Orson Welles, who is also heard reading the narrative. Les Miserables, Part 4, the episode which is called Possession.
Jean Valjean, you are a hardened criminal, the second offender. You are charged with concealing your identity and changing your name. How do you feel? Guilty. You are so found by this court. Jean Valjean, you are sentenced to hard labor in the galleys under the double chain for the rest of your life.
The notebook of Inspector Javert, July 1823. I have caught Jean Valjean. In a whole lifetime of service to the police, there is no entry in this book which has occasioned me so much satisfaction. I have caught Jean Valjean. I am affixing to this page an excerpt from a recent newspaper in Paris. Here it is. The Paris Journal, July 25th, 1823. An old convict has been brought to trial called Jean Valjean. The circumstances are extraordinary. In the district of Montreux, a gentleman called Monsieur Madeleine had, in acknowledgement of his services, been appointed mayor, and as such he was famed for his wisdom and his good works. But this man has been unmasked. The police authorities, thanks chiefly to the zeal of Inspector Javert, have disclosed the true identity of Monsieur Madeleine. He is none other than the convict, Jean Valjean. It appears that previous to his arrest, this man had succeeded in withdrawing from his bank a sum amounting to more than 500,000 francs, which he had deposited there and which, it is said, he had realized in his business. Since his return to the galleys, it has been impossible to discover where this money has been concealed. This is the Anthony Pedrasso. I think I can guess the motive of Jean Valjean concealing this money. His hope of escape. And there's another matter. The child. Possessed. Child for what he wants. It was this Fantine whom I apprehended on the street, and whom Valjean, in the character of the mayor, protected for justice, and in the compassion of one criminal for another, nursed through the illness from which he died. This child was abandoned at an early age to the care of some innkeeper. If I know Jean Valjean, the purpose of this money is the care of this child. I must find this Cosette. November 17th, 1823. Here is an excerpt from the Toulon Journal. Yesterday, a convict at work on board the galley ship Orient, on his return from rescuing a sailor, fell overboard and was drowned. His body has not been recovered. This man was registered under the number 9430, and his name is Jean Valjean. This finished. The case is closed. Jean Valjean is dead.
Tonight we have to consider the story of Cosette. Cosette. Fantine had left her at Montfermier with some innkeepers called the Thénardiers. The little Cosette, the child of Fantine. Jean Valjean had promised to care for Cosette. Javert never found her. Now who were these innkeepers? These Thénardiers? This man and this woman were cunning and rage married. A hideous and terrible pair. Cosette was between them, undergoing their double pressure, like a creature who was at the same time bruised by a millstone and lacerated with pincers. The man and woman had each a different way. Cosette was beaten unmercifully. That came from the woman. She went barefoot in winter. That came from the man. A ferocious mistress, a malignant master, a rascal of the subdued order. Thénardier's code as an innkeeper is interesting.
The duty of the innkeeper is to sell to the first comer. Food, rest, light, fire, dirty linen, servants' fleas and smiles, to charge for the open window, the closed window, the chimney corner, the sofa, the chair, the stool, the bench, the feather bed, the mattress, the straw bed. To know how much the mirror is worn and to tax that. To make the traveler pay for everything, even to the flies that his dog eats.
Cosette was their only servant. And this child of 8 did the work of a full staff. She brushed, scrubbed, swept, ran errands, lifted heavy things, puny as she was. And the moment the poor girl wearied in her back-breaking tasks, the huge figure of Madame Thénardier loomed above her, shrilling commands through the inn.
Cosette! Cosette! Oh, there you are. Well, what have you been doing? Nothing as usual. You know we need more wood for the kitchen. Get it. There, that'll teach you to waste time.
Christmas Eve, 1823. Pretty windows, candy booths, toy stores, parties, and good things to eat. Little shoes at the fireplace for Father Christmas to fill. Christmas Eve. Festivity in the little town of Montfermier. Extra work at the inn. Extra work for Cosette.
You girl, have you watered my horse?
Oh, yes, monsieur. He drank the whole bucket full.
That's a lie. He has a way of blowing off when he's not had water that I know well enough.
Get some more water, Cosette.
Excuse me, monsieur. There is no water.
Well, then go get some.
Where did she go for it?
To the spring. What nice black as an oven.
Yes, it would take you 10 to go along this street without a lantern tonight.
He'll go. He can see. Here, Mamselle, get a big loaf of the bacon when you come back. There's 15 sous. Now get along with you.
The child fled with her bucket, running as fast as she could. The night was cold, and the spring was far away. Soon, the gleam from the town disappeared, and the darkness became thicker. It was no longer Montfermier. It was open country. Dark, terrifying country. The child's heart pounded at her ribs, with their ghosts moving in the trees. Time after time she faltered and started back towards the inn. But always there appeared to her the more dreadful specter of Madame Thénardier, and she went on. At length she arrived at the spring. Cosette did not take time to breathe. She felt in the darkness for a young oak which bent over the spring, found a branch, swung herself from it, bent down, and plunged the bucket in the water. In that movement, she did not notice that her apron pocket emptied itself into the spring.
The 15 sou piece fell from her dress and dropped into the water. Cosette neither saw nor heard the coin fall. She was anxious to start back at once. But the effort of filling the bucket had been so great that it was impossible for her to take a step. For on this night, this starless, terrifying Christmas night, that bucket was heavier than ever before. The woods were blacker. The wind was colder. The child tugged at the stooping weight and managed a few steps. Terror gripped her. Terror. Terror of something she couldn't see. She began to count aloud.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3.
She had to go on, if only for a few steps at a time. She walked on, bending down like an old woman. The iron handle of the bucket was numbing and freezing her little wet hands. On and on, a step at a time. Madame would beat her. Madame would scream at her. Madame would whip her.
What is happening?
All at once, the weight of the bucket was gone. A hand had caught the handle and was carrying it easily. Cosette raised her head and saw a large, dark form beside her in the gloom.
Okay. So I've got
And she was not afraid.
My child, that's a heavy bucket you're carrying there. Give it to me. I'll carry it for you. Here we are. It's very heavy indeed. You're a little girl for such a big bucket. How old are you?
8 years.
Have you come far this way?
From the spring to the woods.
Are you going far?
Yes, monsieur. About quarter of an hour from here.
Little girl,
Yes, monsieur.
have you no mother?
I don't know, monsieur. All the rest have one. For my part, I have none. I don't believe I ever had any.
What's your name?
Cosette,
Where do you live?
at Montfermeil.
Oh, is that where we're going?
Yes, monsieur.
Who is it that sent you out to the woods, after water, at this time of night?
Madame cannot hear.
What does she do, Madame Thénardier?
She is my mistress. She keeps the tavern.
The tavern? Well, I'm going there to lodge tonight. Show me the way.
Monsieur, we are going there. Look, we're on the main street.
How far is the inn?
We are close by it. Monsieur, may I take the bucket now?
What for?
Because if Madame Thénardier sees that if anybody else brought it for me, she will leave me.
Oh, not on Christmas, my child.
Is it Christmas, monsieur?
Oh, it's you, is it? Well, you've taken your time.
Madame, here's a gentleman who's coming to lunch.
What? Oh, monsieur, come in.
Have you a room?
I guess the body didn't without the mind.
My brave man, I'm sorry, but I have nothing.
Put me anywhere. In the garret or in the stable. I would pay as if I had a room.
42
Very well. 42.
in advance. I don't lodge poor people for less.
I shall want some supper.
If you're prepared to pay, monsieur, very well. Oh, I forgot the bread. Cosette! Cosette!
Oh, Madame, the baker was closed.
You ought to have knocked.
I did knock, Madame, but he didn't go.
I'll find out tomorrow if that's true and if you're lying. Well, give me back the 15 sous. Come, don't you hear me? Have you lost it or did you steal it from me? Well, answer.
It's gone, Madame. Forgive me, please, Madame.
Oh, so you lost
it? It must have slipped from my pocket at the spring. Oh, Madame, it won't ever happen again.
I should say not. I'll teach you to lose my money. Where's that whip?
No, Madame, don't whip me, please.
Madame.
Don't whip me, Madame.
Madame. I beg your pardon. But I just saw something
fall out of the little girl's pocket and roll away. This may be it. Here it is.
A 20-sou piece?
Yes. Isn't that what you gave her?
Why, yes. Yes, that's it. Cosette, don't ever let that happen again. Get to work.
Now, monsieur, let me show you to your room.
Late that night, the stranger went to bed. Not in the stable as he had expected, but in the best room of the inn.
So if I see robots
This
around the
courtesy
corner,
on the part of the Thénardiers had, as usual, a purpose behind it. A purpose which the irritable Madame Thénardier could hardly understand.
The fool! What was in his head to protect that little monster Cosette? To pretend she lost the 20 sou piece. Think of that! That's like I wouldn't give 10 sous for.
It's very simple. It amused him. He has the right to do it if he can pay for it. Why interfere as long as he has money?
No matter what you say, I'm going to kick Cosette out of doors tomorrow.
You are indeed.
Are you leaving us already?
Yes, madame. I'm going away.
Monsieur then has no business in Montfermeil.
No, I have not. You do a good business here, madame.
So, monsieur. It is a very little place, as you see, and we have so many expenses. Our little girl eats us out of house and home.
What little girl?
Why, the little girl. Oh, Cosette.
Well, madame, suppose you were relieved of her.
Cosette? Oh, monsieur, take her, keep her, carry her, stuff her, drink her, eat her, and be blessed by all the things.
Agreed.
Really? You will take her away?
I will, immediately. Call the child.
Cosette!
Where is my bill? How much is it?
Here it is, monsieur. You owe us 23 francs.
Ah, Thénardier, what news? He's going to take that beggar Cosette off my hands. I shall go fetch her at once. Cosette!
23 francs, you said. Here you are, monsieur.
Pardon, monsieur. There is an extra charge for your candle. That will be 2 francs more. Oh, thank you, monsieur. As for the little girl, I must have some talk with you about that.
Well, your wife seems anxious enough to get rid of her.
That may be, monsieur. But I must say that I adore the girl.
What?
You wish to take our little Cosette from us. I'm afraid, monsieur, I cannot consent to that. It is true the child costs us money. It is true the child has faults. But we love her. We must all do something for God. After all, one does not give his child to the first traveler, you understand? I do not even know your name. Now, if I were to see perhaps some paper you have, a passport, perhaps?
Monsieur Thénardier, people do not take a passport to come 5 leagues from Paris. If I take Cosette, I take her. That is all. You will not know my name or my abode. You will not know where she goes. And my intention is that she shall never see you again in all her life. Do you agree? Yes or no?
In that case, monsieur, I must have 1,500 francs.
I was prepared for this. 1,500 francs. There it is.
Come along, dear. You're not frightened of me, are you? Here she is, monsieur.
Wrap yourself up, child. It's cold, and we're going away.
Wait, monsieur. My money.
I've given you 1,500 francs, Monsieur Thénardier. You have your money. Come,
What luck, husband. He has taken the little wretch, and we have 1,500.
Ah, don't be a fool. We might have had thousands. Why did he come here for the ugly brat? Who is he?
In heaven's name, who is that man?
Maybe you don't have anything to go with it.
Who was that man? He was Jean Valjean.
In his fall overboard from the Orion, the sea had been kind to him. The sea had hid him from the galley guard. The sea which was supposed to have closed the case in Inspector's notebook. Number 9430 was very much alive. So Jean Valjean took Cosette away with him to Paris. Jean Valjean had never loved anything. He had never been father, lover, husband, or friend. To teach Cosette and to watch her playing was nearly all his life. And then he would talk to her about her mother and teach her to pray. It is very sweet, this grand and strange emotion of the heart in its first love. Poor old heart, so young. And for Cosette, from the first day, everything that she felt in her being loved this kind old friend. She called him father and knew him by no other name. Now Jean Valjean was cautious. He never left the house in Paris by day, keeping prudently to the infrequented side alleys of the neighborhood. He would walk sometimes an hour or two at nightfall. Now there was in that district an old beggar who sat crouched on the edge of a condemned well. Those who were envious of this poor creature said he was in the pay of the police. He was an old church beadle of 75, who was always mumbling prayers. Jean Valjean never passed him without giving him a few pennies. One evening, toward the close of winter, as he was passing that way, he noticed this beggar crouched in his usual place under the street lamp. The man, according to his custom, seemed to be praying. He was bent over. Jean Valjean walked up to him and put a piece of money in his hand. The beggar suddenly raised his eyes and stared into his face. Then he quickly dropped his head. It was over in a moment. But Jean Valjean shuddered. It seemed to him that he had seen by the light of the street lamp not the calm, sanctimonious face of the old beadle, but a terrible and well-known countenance. Some instinct kept Jean Valjean from speaking. He gazed at the crouching figure. The same form, the same rags as on the other day. He told himself he was mad, and he hurried home.
T-R-E-E. See the bird in a tree. T-H-E.
Cosette!
What is it, Father?
Quiet.
It's someone in the hall, Father. Who is it?
Lie down, dear. And don't talk.
He stopped, Father. She's just outside the door. Father, why are you blowing out the light? Father?
Little one, you must go to sleep.
Yes, Father. But what does he want out there?
Breathe, Cosette.
Yes, Father.
Like a robot.
Is he out there, Father? Has he gone away?
Put on your clothes, Cosette. Hurry.
Yes, Father. Where are we going?
I don't know. I don't know.
Are we going far?
We're leaving Paris tonight.
Is there something to do with that man in the hall, Father? Father, what was he doing? Peeking in? Do you know him?
I know him.
What's his name, Father?
His name is Javert. the sleeping city, through the narrow, silent streets, running, creeping, doubling, backing, describing 100 sly patterns in the labyrinth of back courts and alleys and passageways, ran these two hunted beings, the old convict who had been a mayor of a city, the little child who had been a slave, frightened, breathless, unspeaking, fleeing the terrible policeman, fleeing Javert. He came to a blind alley. There were high walls there, and to the left at the corner where a street began, Jean Valjean saw a sentinel. He felt as if caught by a chain that was slowly winding up. At this moment, a muffled and regular sound began to make itself heard at some distance. Soldiers. Jean Valjean saw the gleam of their bayonets. They were coming towards him. They came slowly, stopping to examine the recesses of the walls, to search the entrances of doors and alleys. Javert led the way. There was only one thing possible. In the prison ships, the old convict had learned a strange art. The art of climbing without ladders or ropes, of supporting himself by the back of his neck, his shoulders, his hips, and his knees. The art of raising himself straight up the right angle of a wall to the height of a 6th story. Jean Valjean looked up the wall and measured the distance with his eyes. About 18 feet. The difficulty was Cosette. He needed a rope. Where could he find a rope? At midnight, on a deserted street. Then, Jean Valjean saw the street lamps. Now, at that time, there were no gas lamps in the streets of Paris. The lamps were raised and lowered by cords, traversing the street from one end to the other with these cords. The wheel on which the rope was wound was locked below the lantern in a little iron box. Jean Valjean sprang the bolt of this box, and an instant after was back at the side of Cosette. He had a rope. A half minute, and Jean Valjean was on the top of the wall. Another, and he pulled up Cosette. The next instant, they were safe. Safe on the other side.
That's the blind alley! He's got to be there! Fast! He can't vanish! He can't stop! He can't fly! Swiftly! He's got to be there!
Yes, Cosette.
Can I talk now?
Yes, little one.
Father, where are we? What is this place?
I don't know, my child.
Father, how long will it be till Javert finds us here?
He won't find us here.
The notebook of Inspector Javert, January 9th, 1818. This is the anniversary of Jean Valjean's escape. This is the date of my failure. This is the day when Jean Valjean eluded me and vanished almost before my eyes in a closed and guarded street. To think that this man is free, alive somewhere in the world and laughing at justice. But give justice time. I can wait. I have waited before. I can watch. Jean Valjean is my man. Someday I will catch him.
WOR and the Mutual Network have brought you Part 4 of Victor Hugo's absorbing masterpiece, Les Miserables, the episode which was called Cosette. Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, played the role of Jean Valjean and was also heard reading the narrative passages which bound together the dramatic action. Assisting Mr. Welles were Martin Gable as Javert, Estelle Levy as Cosette, Agnes Moorehead, Ray Collins, William Johnstone, and Hiram Sherman. Next Friday evening at 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time, we shall present Les Miserables in its 5th phase, the episode which is called Marius. This is the Coast to Coast network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
So long as these problems are not solved, so long as ignorance and poverty remain on Earth, these words cannot be useless.
These are the words which preface the 5th of 7 broadcasts based on Victor Hugo's great novel, Les Miserables. WOR and the Mutual Network present Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, in an adaptation of the book which he has created especially for radio. Each episode portrays some development in the progress of Jean Valjean, a role played by Orson Welles, who is also heard as he reads the narrative passages. Les Miserables, Part 5, the episode which is called The Grave.
Hold! Who goes there?
Police Lieutenant on special duty for Inspector Javert. Any news of Jean Valjean? Caught him?
Caught him? We thought we caught him.
Just look. Bright moonlight, 24 of us, a whole street full of police, a blind alley, and Javert himself. And would you believe it, Lieutenant? He got away.
I'll bet Javert's boiling. Where is he now?
Out in the fields with the first squad.
Javert swears he'll find him if it takes every policeman in Paris.
Hate that man so much it frightens him.
There's something between those two that's worse than hate. Whatever it was, it happened years ago. When Javert was an inspector in some town in the south, and this Jean Valjean was the mayor.
Valjean, the mayor?
Oh, yes. Made his fortune in business, he did. And still has the money somewhere, hidden away. He called himself Monsieur Madeleine in those days. But you can't fool Javert. Javert found him out and sent him back to the galley ship.
The double chain. How did Valjean get out of that?
How did he get out of this tonight? And mark you, Lieutenant, this time he had a child with him.
Yes. Javert has spoken of that child.
Yes. The offspring of some criminal woman, Jean Valjean, protected from Javert when he was mayor. It is very sordid.
But where did they go? Where could they go? Look about you, Lieutenant. Where is there room for an old man and a little child? What's beyond those walls?
Oh, what does it matter? No living man could climb those walls. These things are not to be understood. The convict has vanished, and there's an end to it. And if I know Jean Valjean, he won't be caught.
Yes, my friend. But if I know Javert, you'll go on hunting him.
Trapped in a closed street, pursued and surrounded. But Jean Valjean had escaped. Javert had found him out in his hiding place and chased him that night across the city of Paris till he came to this blind alley. A squad of police, a lone man, and a little child. Where was this Jean Valjean? No living man could climb those walls. But there are things to be learned in 19 years' service in the galleys. And Jean Valjean had learned in those years the dark sciences of the impossible. Pulling Cosette up after him, he had climbed one of those walls. He found himself in a garden, a wild and solitary place, black in the shadow of an enormous and shuttered building. What was this house? Wrapped snugly in his greatcoat, Cosette, the little child, soon fell asleep. And Jean Valjean, watching over her, knew that night that so long as this child should be alive, he should need nothing except for her, and fear nothing, save on her account. He heard a strange noise, a sound like a bell shaking on the neck of a beast. There was something in the garden, something limping in the darkness, and like a man. To the outcast, all things are hostile, and all things are suspicious. He distrusts the day because it helps to discover him, and the night because it helps to surprise him. Jean Valjean shuddered because the garden was empty. Now he shuddered because someone was there. There was no hiding in that garden.
What is it? Oh, you frightened me. Who are you?
100 francs if you'll hide me.
Oh, God help us. Monsieur Madeleine.
What?
Monsieur, how did you get here? How? Did you fall from the sky?
Who are you?
Don't you remember old Fauchelevent? You once saved my life.
Fauchelevent?
6 years ago, monsieur, you lifted my great wagon from the mud. I was caught there. I would have been crushed, Monsieur Madeleine.
Yes. Fauchelevent. The wagoner.
And you remember only Monsieur Madeleine, the mayor of Montreux.
Yes. And what is the mayor doing here?
Fauchelevent, I'm in trouble. You must hide me.
Oh, not here, monsieur. No man is allowed here.
No one will know.
Oh, Monsieur Madeleine, you have arrived at a very good time. I should say very bad. There is one of the sisters dangerously sick. She is dying.
Oh, Father, I'm frightened.
Cosette, little one. Go back to sleep. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Monsieur, why do you wear that bell on your knee?
They put it on me, my child, so they know when I'm coming.
Fauchelevent, what is this place?
Oh, don't you know, Monsieur Madeleine? You sent me here. It was your recommendation that got me the job as gardener, monsieur. It's a convent.
A convent?
Yes, monsieur, the convent of the Perpetual Adoration. And a young ladies' school. But how did you get here?
Old friend, let it go that I fell from the sky.
Well, I believe it, monsieur. You don't need to tell me. I believe it. God must have taken you into his own hand to have a close look at you and then put you down. Only he meant to put you in a monastery and he made a mistake. Listen, the nun is dead.
Oh, Father.
Shush. Cosette. What is that bell?
It is the death bell. That bell will strike every minute for 24 hours until the body goes out of the church. You hear it? Like I told you, a stroke every minute. It is the rule of the convent.
Fauchelevent, what do you do here?
I am the gardener, monsieur.
A gardener? Cause. Fauchelevent, I'm in danger.
Oh.
Will you save my life?
Oh, ask me anything on earth.
Give me a job.
A job, Monsieur Madeleine? You, the mayor of Montreux?
Forget Monsieur Madeleine. I must have a job. I must stay here. No one must see me. Don't you see? This convent would save us.
Oh, but the little girl, monsieur.
Cosette shall be entered into the school. Please, old friend, make me your assistant in the garden. Present me as your brother.
The Reverend Mother might consent. But there is one thing. You see, monsieur, the gates are locked. The mother prioress will want to know how you got into the garden, and monsieur, I won't be able to tell her.
What do you mean?
You can't enter the convent from here, monsieur. They must admit you from the street.
From the street? No, there must be some other way.
Oh, no, there is no other way, and here's the difficulty. The porter, not me, unlocks the gate. In order for you to come in, it is necessary that you should get out. For me, you have fallen from heaven because I know you. But for the nuns, you must come in at the door.
I see.
For the child, it would be easy. I have my door, which opens to the court. I knock, the porter opens. I have my basket on my back. The little girl is inside. I go out. It's all very simple, monsieur. Very simple, Monsieur Madeleine, except for you.
Well, can't you smuggle me out some way? Like Cosette? Undercover?
It's not possible, monsieur. There's the bell for me. It's the Reverend Mother. She wants to see me. I wonder why. Monsieur Madeleine, don't stir from this shed. It's worth your life. I'm coming. Wait a moment. Reverend Mother, you sent for me?
Reverend Mother.
At 8:45 in the morning, and at all hours, praise and adoration to the most holy sacrament of the altar. Monsieur Fauchelevent, I have called you.
I am here, Reverend Mother.
I wish to speak to you.
And for my part, I have nothing to say to the most Reverend Mother, but something.
You have a communication you wish to make to me.
Reverend Mother, I am not young.
No, monsieur?
No, Reverend Mother. And I have also a brother who is not young.
Indeed, monsieur.
Not young. And not old. An excellent gardener, honest and respectable, and the father of a little girl who would be reared under God in this house and may someday be a nun.
Monsieur Fauchelevent, can you, between now and night, procure an iron bar?
For what work?
To be used as a lever?
Oh, yes, Reverend Mother, and may I say further that I have served here in the convent too long with this bell on my knee not to have an excellent brother.
Monsieur Fauchelevent, we have confidence in you. You know that a mother died here this morning.
Yes, Reverend Mother, amen.
It is Mother Crucifixion, one of the blessed.
Yes, Reverend Mother, now she's dead.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, and at all hours, praise and adoration to the most holy sacrament of the altar.
Amen.
Mother Crucifixion will be buried in the coffin in which she slept for 20 years.
Yes, I will nail her up then, and we'll put aside the undertaker's coffin.
The 4 Mother Choristers will help you.
What, to nail up the coffin? I don't need them.
No, to let it down.
Where?
Under the altar.
Oh, the vault under the altar?
We must obey the dead. To be buried in the vault under the altar of the chapel, not to go into profane ground, to remain in death where she prayed in life. That was the last request of Mother Crucifixion. She asked for it.
But it's forbidden.
Forbidden by men, and joined by God.
If it should come to be known.
We have confidence in you.
But Reverend Mother is the agent of the Health Commission.
God subordinated to the Commissary of Police. Such is the case. Is it settled?
It is settled, but I limp, I need help.
To limp is not a crime, and it may be a blessing. Monsieur Fauchelevent, I am satisfied with you. Tomorrow, after the burial, bring your brother to me.
Yes, Reverend Mother.
And his daughter also. We will admit her to the school. At 9:15 in the morning, and at all hours, praise and adoration to the most holy sacrament of the altar.
So you see, Monsieur Madeleine, that's the only thing wrong with the whole idea. The government coffin.
The government coffin?
The coffin from the administration. You see, Monsieur Madeleine, when a nun dies, the municipality physicians come and say, there is a nun dead. The government sends us a coffin, and the next day a hearse and some bearers to take it to the cemetery. The bearers will come tomorrow, and there'll be nothing in the coffin.
Put something in it.
A dead body? I have none.
Put me in the coffin.
Oh, Monsieur Madeleine, put you in the coffin.
I've got to get out of here, and I mustn't be seen.
But, Monsieur, it's impossible. Suppose you should sneeze.
First of all, I must decide now either to be taken here or to go out in that hearse. There's only one thing that worries me. What will be done at the cemetery?
Ooh, I could handle a grave digger. He's a drunkard and a very close friend of mine by the name of Mestier. If he's not drunk tomorrow, I'll make him drunk and do his work for him. And when he goes away, I'll pull you out of the hole. That's simple.
Then it's settled. All goes well. I get out of my coffin, and you get me out of my grave.
Buried alive. Jean Valjean had arranged his coffin so he could live in it and breathe a very little. He was calm. He counted on that drunken gravedigger, old Fauchelevent's friend, the gravedigger Mestienne. The plans were perfect. They would take him in the coffin to the graveyard, thinking he was the nun. The priest would read the services and go away. Then Fauchelevent would take this Mestienne to a tavern, and Jean Valjean would be left in the grave, He would wait patiently. Then Fauchelevent would return, alone, and he would be released. He was confident of the result. The four boards of the coffin exhaled a kind of terrible peace. It was as if something of the repose of the dead had entered into the tranquility of Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean felt himself lifted by the pallbearers. He felt himself thrown into the hearse. He felt it start. He felt himself driven from the clattering pavement of the streets to the hard ground of the boulevards, out to the open country and the grave. The boards of his coffin were thin, and Jean Valjean, lying there, could hear clearly what was spoken above him.
Pull up! Pull up! Rein in, driver, let me on! Who are you? I'm the grave digger. The grave digger? You? The grave digger, me, let me on. The grave digger is Father Monsieur. The grave digger was Monsieur. He is dead. I am the grave digger. I tell you, the grave digger is Father Monsieur. After Napoleon, Louis XVIII. After Monsieur, Gribier. Peasant, my name is Gribier.
Oh, so, Monsieur is dead, is he? Oh, let's go have a drink.
I never drink.
Comrade, I am the grave digger of the convent.
My colleague, I salute you.
Let's have a drink.
I have studied. I have graduated. I never drink.
Comrade grave digger, we must make each other's acquaintance.
It is made. You are a peasant. I am a Parisian.
Yes, I don't think you know, my comrade, how important it is that we know each other very well. Oh, very well indeed, comrade. Over a glass of something's wrong.
I have told you, peasant, I never drink.
Please, comrade gravedigger.
I ought not to be a gravedigger. I was intended for literature. Indeed, peasant, I am still a public scribe.
Then you are not the gravedigger?
One does not prevent the other, peasant. I accumulate.
Good. Let's have a drink.
Let's have a drink. Let's have a drink. Ding dong, liquor, liquor. Have you no other topic of conversation? I'm a superior man, peasant. By day, I am a letter writer. I am the scribe of our most prominent bakers and cooks. In the morning, I write love letters. In the evening, I dig graves. Such is life.
Just one little good strong drink.
Business first. What? Here we are at the graveyard. Here is the good priest and his choir boy waiting for the performance of the last rite. And here is my beautiful fresh grave. Come, peasants, lend a hand with his coffin.
Every word, clearly. Jean Valjean could hear clearly what was spoken above him.
Ali in vitam aeternum, et ali in opprobrium, ut videam semper, le profundis requiem aeternam donae domine, et lux perpetua lucea teis, requiescat in pace. Amen.
Jean Valjean heard suddenly a sound above his head, which seemed to him like a clap of thunder. It fell on the coffin lid over his face. It was earth. Earth from a spade. 4 inches from his face. They were burying him. It stopped up the air holes. He couldn't breathe.
I sent him away. I stole his gravedigger's card and sent him home after it. You're safe. I fooled that Gribier, Monsieur Manley. Monsieur Manley? Monsieur Manley!
Monsieur Madeleine! What have you done to me? What's wrong with you, Monsieur Madeleine? I'll get you out of bed. Monsieur Madeleine! Monsieur Madeleine! Monsieur Madeleine! Are you alive? Monsieur Madeleine! He's dead! He's dead! He's suffocated. Monsieur Madeleine! Ooh, what shall I do? What shall I do? This little girl, what shall I do with her? Oh, Monsieur Madeleine, the best man that God ever made, Monsieur Madeleine. Monsieur Madeleine, Your Honor. Monsieur Madeleine? He doesn't hear me. He's dead. Don't open your eyes! Don't open your eyes!
Kosovo, what's wrong with you?
Oh, it's up and up.
Aren't you dead?
Attack.
I thought you were dead.
Attack on the left.
Don't open your eyes and see if we're dead. I can't stand it. Out of the clouds and up from the dead. I can't stand it.
Dear old friend.
Just a minute. I'll be myself again. Did you faint, monsieur? Can you breathe again?
Dear old friend, we must go get Cosette and take her to the convent.
Just give me time. I'm old, but I'll get used to it. You can't get used to anything, but oh my God. Out of the sky in a grave in the same day. Down from the cloud, up from the dead. Oh my God, I can't stand it. I can't stand
Javert, the inspector of police, watched the street where the convict, Jean Valjean, had disappeared. A hearse came out of the convent and passed Javert on its way to the cemetery. An old gardener came out of the convent and passed Javert carrying a covered basket. This gardener returned to the convent with another old man and a little child. He passed Javert in a carriage. For 3 months, Inspector Javert watched that street, and then he went away. In the convent, all was peace. The community was grateful for the services of its gardener. His niece was admitted to the school, and his brother was given a post as his assistant. So all went well for Jean Valjean. The years passed by. Cosette growing up in the school. Jean Valjean close to her in the convent garden and watching her as she grew. And so she grew.
No, Major Mario. Jasmine nek arku nek venerati. Gradi da sagite.
When Cosette was 14, Jean Valjean withdrew her from the convent school. He took a little house for her in the outskirts of the city, and they lived there together, very quietly. Perhaps the police had forgotten Jean Valjean. Perhaps Javert had stopped watching.
You have an interesting story, monsieur. Now, what is your name again? This is simply for the record.
Marius Pontmercy.
Age?
20.
Occupation?
I'm a student.
When did you meet this girl, Cosette? And why have you come here to the police?
I saw her first 3 years ago in the Luxembourg. She used to walk there with the old gentleman, her guardian. And I've come to you because she's disappeared.
Is the house empty where this couple lived?
Deserted.
You've searched for them and inquired after them diligently, and their whereabouts are unknown. What do you suspect?
I don't know. The old gentleman was eccentric.
Explain yourself.
Well, he kept strangely to himself. He never left the house except at nightfall. It was almost as though, well, as though we were hiding from someone.
And the girl, Cosette?
She is quiet, monsieur, but very beautiful.
I see. When you last saw this Cosette,
Did she speak to you of anything untoward? Can you remember any circumstance which struck you as peculiar? Yes, monsieur. The old gentleman seemed frightened. Frightened of what? Well, I can't explain it, monsieur. There was a man Cosette had seen, or thought she'd seen, standing on the edge of the garden. The old gentleman seemed to be frightened of that man. Did you see this man? I don't know. I saw a shadow. If it was a man, he was big like yourself, monsieur. And I don't know how he got there or how he moved so quietly. Cosette said that he wore a long gray coat and a flat hat and carried a stick. I remember her telling Monsieur Fauchelevent. Is that what he calls himself? What did you say, monsieur? Nothing. How long afterward did they disappear? Why, they must have left that night, monsieur, when I'd gone home. It's 5 weeks now since I've seen her. Monsieur Marius, don't trouble yourself any further. Your loved one shall be returned to you. I will look for that girl, and I will look for that man. I will look very carefully for that man, and I will find him. If you hear anything else, please notify me at once. Here at police headquarters. My name is Robert. Good day, monsieur.
You're the inspiration. You bring the energy in my life. You're the inspiration. What
WOR and the Mutual Network have brought you Part 5 of Victor Hugo's absorbing masterpiece, Les Miserables. The episode which was called The Grave. Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, played the role of Jean Valjean, and was also heard reading the narrative passage. Assisting Mr. Welles were Martin Gapel as Javert, Ray Collins as Fauchelevent, William Johnstone as Marius, Peggy Allenby, Virginia Wells, Estelle Levy, Hiram Sherman, and Everett Sloan. Next Friday evening at 9:30 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time, we shall present Les Miserables in its 6th phase, the episode which is called The Barricade.
This is the Coast to Coast network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
So long as these problems are not solved, so long as ignorance and poverty remain on earth, these words cannot be useless.
These are the words which preface the 6th of 7 broadcasts based on Victor Hugo's great novel, Les Miserables. WOR and the Mutual Network present Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, in an adaptation of the book which he has created especially for radio. Each episode portrays some development in the progress of Jean Valjean, a role played by Orson Welles, who is also heard as he reads the narrative passage. Les Miserables.
The story of Jean Valjean and Inspector Javert. The episode which is called The Barricade.
Official order, delivered under seal, March 9th, 1821. Inspector Javert will seize the body of Monsieur Madeleine, the mayor of Montreux, who has identified himself this day in court as the discharged convict, Jean Valjean. Six times from the galleys, twice from the double chain, and twice from under my grasp. Last night he escaped from me. We had him, my men and I, and he gave us the slip. Then we had him again. We hunted him through the city. His flight was embarrassed by the child Cosette whom he carried in his arms. We were on every side of him. The walls were too high to climb. He was surrounded. He was trapped in a closed and guarded street. And he disappeared. Jean Valjean has escaped. 1832. Sedition, mutiny, rebellion. These are dangerous times. Never before has the vandalism and the lawlessness of the mob had such reign. The very government is in peril, and there are whispers of another revolution in France. We of the police are wakeful and vigilant. Here in Paris, the riotings of the people, led by some party of young fanatics, has grown to downright insurrection. And I have today intelligence of a barricade to be erected in a certain section of the city. True or no, this rumor is worthy of attention, and I'm going there in disguise to mingle with the revolutionaries. Today, June 6th, is the anniversary of Jean Valjean's escape. It's the date of my failure as a police officer. 30 years now I've been in the service. All this time, I've devoted to police duty, strictest honesty, and watchfulness and discipline. I've given it my mind, my heart, and my hope. I've made it my whole life. But so long as this man, Valjean, remains alive and free in the world, my purpose is thwarted. My honor is a joke. For this Jean Valjean has become a principle in the order of my code. He is all that must be checked. He is crime. Worse than that, he is license. It's 12 years since I've seen him. I shall see him again. I shall know him when I see him, and he shall not escape. Once Valjean forgave me, I shall not forgive him.
I never need to use that because I'm going to be so
Cosette? Cosette, is something wrong? Cosette?
Yes?
May I come in?
Yes, Father.
My little one, you haven't stirred from your room this whole day. Now tell me something. What's on that pretty cheek?
I don't know.
Well, I do. It's a tear, and it has no business there. You've been weeping a great deal. Tell me, what for?
For him.
What's his name?
Marius. Marius Pontmercy.
Tell me about him.
We met at the Luxembourg. He's going to be killed. Father, why have they made that barricade?
For protection, my child. It's a kind of fort for the revolutionaries.
Marius is at the barricade.
How do you know?
He was a rebel. He pledged himself to the insurrection. He told me that.
When did you see him last?
I haven't seen him at all for 2 months. We used to meet in the garden of the old house, and I was afraid to tell you.
He may not be at the barricade.
I got this letter. It came this morning.
Let me see, little one. To Mademoiselle Cosette Fauchelevent, Monsieur Fauchelevent, Rue Larnay, number 7. Our marriage was impossible. I have asked my grandfather. He has refused. I am without fortune, and you also. You know the promise that I gave you. I keep it. I die. I love you. When you read this, my soul will be near you. Marius.
They say that the soldiers from the government have brought cannon and aimed them at the barricade. That will end it. All day I've sat here, listening. When I hear the first cannon, I'll know surely that he's dead.
You man on the barricade! Do you wish to speak to us? Surrender quietly and spare your prisoner, and we'll give you fair trial. It is you who are on trial. Give up your prisoner, the police inspector. What are your terms? Our prisoner is not a hostage. He is a spy, a policeman who masqueraded as one of us. He will be executed before the last of us. We have no terms. Down to the terms! Take him on here. I'll hold the north barricade. You, comrade. Yes, Marius. Go behind the tavern wall. Our prisoner, the police spy, is tied back there to a table. Shoot him. Yes, Marius. Goodbye. Goodbye, Marius.
Goodbye, Marius. That's a brave man, comrade. Yes, that's a brave man. He has no fear of death. It's almost as though he were in love with her. There's one whom Marius loves more than death.
He must be saved for her.
Indeed? Who are you?
I am her father.
Father of Cosette?
What are you doing here?
How did you get into the barricade?
No matter. I've come to save your comrade. He must not know that I'm here.
Sound the discharge!
Monsieur.
Yes?
Will you hold this position for me? I have orders from Marriott. I must go execute the spy.
Who is the spy?
A police inspector who impersonated a revolutionary and was caught here on the barricade. I am to shoot him.
A police inspector?
Yes, monsieur. His name is Javert.
Let me shoot him.
What, monsieur?
Let me shoot him. You hold the post.
Very well, if you wish it.
I wish it. Where is he? Where is Javert?
Around the corner of the street, monsieur. Tied up behind the wall.
Sound the discharge!
Jean Valjean.
Javert.
I might have expected this. To find you here amongst vandals and insurrectionists. Amongst cutthroats and destroyers of public property. God, this is as it should be. Well, hurry up. I'm tied. You've got a gun. Justice is chained and the convict is free. Go on, Jean Valjean, you've got a gun. Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Jean Valjean, why did you fire that gun in the air?
Have you got a knife?
I knew it. Assassin.
Where is your knife?
In the side pocket of my coat. Assassin. Knifer. I knew you'd use a knife. You're cutting my ropes. Why are you doing this? Well, I'm unarmed. Take your revenge.
You may go.
What do you mean?
The back streets are open. You're known to the army. They'll recognize you and you'll be safe. There's none here but us.
You fool. Let me go and I'll get you. You know that. Alive or dead, I'll get you.
I don't expect to leave this place. But if I should, you could find me under the name of Fauchelevent in the Rue de l'Armée, number 7.
Fauchelevent. Rue de l'Armée. Why don't you kill me?
Number 7.
Number 7. I'll come for you.
I'll be waiting. It is the story of the barricades. But it fell at this moment. Everywhere was the terrible confusion of death and defeat. Jean Valjean found Marius unconscious, horribly wounded, covered with blood, but still breathing. He threw the boy on his shoulder and ran to the far end of the street. But for the silent dead of the insurrection, this place was deserted. Here was peace, but no safety. Here was silence and no exit. Here were no walls to climb, no passageways, no alleys. Here was a momentary island in the midst of the armies of France. 12 years before, Jean Valjean had been hunted down and trapped in a closed street. The child Cosette was in his arms. Now he carried her lover. He had looked up that night and seen the rope of a street lamp and found safety. Now he looked down and found there at his feet an iron door in the pavement. With Javert's own knife, he pried open the grating. In another instant, he lowered Marius and himself through this opening and was under the streets. Jean Valjean was in the sewers. Paris has another Paris under herself. A Paris of sewers which has its streets, its squares, its blind alleys, and its circulation, which is slime. The sewer is the conscience of the city. In this lurid place there is darkness, but there are no secrets. Underneath these vaults we breathe the enormous fetidness of social catastrophe. We see reddish reflections on the corners. There flows a terrible water in which bloody hands have been washed. It was in the sewer of Paris that Jean Valjean found himself. In a moment he had passed from broad day to obscurity, from noon into midnight. His first sensation was blindness. He reached out his hand and touched the wall, realized that the passage was narrow. He slipped in the water, a whip of fetidness informed him where he was. The frenzied storm of murder which was raging a few feet above him reached him as a stifled and indistinct rumbling. Then suddenly Jean Valjean had reached an angle of the sewer. He saw before him at the extremity of the passage a light. It was a good and white light. It was day. He saw the outlet. He felt exhaustion no more.
He felt Marius's weight no longer. He ran rather than walked. He reached the outlet. There he stopped. The arch was closed by a grating. A grating held in a stone frame by a stout lock. The grating did not stir. Its lock held fast. And suddenly Jean Valjean knew that a man was there, standing beside him, waist deep in the water. A man, standing in the dark.
I've been waiting for you.
It was Javert.
You got here, Jean.
Grant me one favor. This boy is dying. Before you take me to help me to carry him to his home.
There's a carriage waiting on the beach.
You are silent, Javert. I should think you would be happy. I must thank you for helping me to take that wounded boy to his family. They will be grateful to you. Javert.
Yes?
I'm going to ask you something more. Something I know you won't permit. Cosette. I've been with her all these years. She's very dear to me. May I say goodbye to her?
Driver. The Rue de l'Armée. Number 7. Well, here's your home. Go up and see her. What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for you.
I'll be here, below in the street.
Then you trust me?
I'll
That
wait
was the
in
rod
the
of
street.
hearts I was thinking.
Jean Valjean ran up the stairway to Cosette's little room. He stopped at the landing and looked back through the window. He was bewildered by what he did not see. There was nobody in the street. Javert was gone. What was the story of Javert? Javert made his way with slow steps from the Rue de l'Armée. He plunged into the silent streets. Still he followed one direction. He took the shortest route toward the Seine. There had been a new thing, a revolution, a catastrophe, in the depths of his being. One thing had astonished him, that Jean Valjean had spared him. And one thing had petrified him, that he, Javert, had spared Jean Valjean. Where was he? He sought himself and found himself no longer. Destiny has certain extremities precipitous upon the impossible, and beyond which life is no more than an abyss. Javert was at one of these extremities. Jean Valjean confounded him. All the axioms which had been the support of his whole life crumbled away before this man. A beneficent malefactor, a compassionate convict, kind, helpful, clement, returning good for evil, returning pardon for hatred, loving pity rather than vengeance, preferring to destroy himself rather than to destroy his enemy, saving him who had stricken him, kneeling upon the height of virtue, nearer the angels than men. Javert was compelled to acknowledge that this monster existed. An entire new world appeared to his soul. He perceived in the darkness the fearful rising of an unknown moral sun. Truths which he had no wish for besieged him. He saw what he had revolted at seeing. He felt that he was emptied, useless, broken off from his past life, destitute. Authority was dead in him. He had no further reason for existence.
Now I'm kind of set up for some success here.
There was only two ways to get out of it. One, to go resolutely to Jean Valjean and return the man of the galleys to the dungeon. The other, Javert made his way with a firm step toward the post indicated by a lamp at one of the corners of the Place du Châtelet. On reaching it, he entered. There was a policeman there. Javert gave his name, showed his card to the sergeant, and sat down at the table of the post on which a candle was burning. There was a pen on the table, a leaden inkstand, and some paper in readiness for chance reports and the orders of the night patrol. Javert took the pen and a sheet of paper and began to write. This is what he wrote.
From the notebook of Inspector Javert, some observations for the benefit of the service. First, I beg Monsieur le Préfet to glance at this. Second, the prisoners, on their return from examination, take off their shoes and remain barefooted upon the pavement while they are searched. Many cough on returning to the prison. This involves hospital expenses. Third, it is difficult to explain why the special regulation of the prison forbids a prisoner to have a chair, even on paying for it. Fourth, the prisoners called barkers, who call the other prisoners to the parlor, make the prisoner pay them 2 sous for calling his name distinctly. This is a theft. Fifth, for a dropped thread, they retain 10 sous from the prisoner in the weaving shop. This is an abuse on the part of the contractor, since the cloth is just as good. Sixth, it is certain that gendarmes are every day heard relating the examinations of those brought before the magistrates. For a gendarme who should hold such things sacred, to repeat what he has heard in the examining chamber is a serious disorder. Javert, Inspector of the First Class. June 7th, 1832, about 1 o'clock in the morning.
Javert dried the fresh ink on this paper, folded it very carefully, like a letter, sealed it, wrote on the back a note for the administration, left it on the table, and went slowly out of the post. The glazed and grated door closed behind him. He crossed the Place du Châtelet and gained the key. Here was darkness. Darkness complete. It was that sepulchral and terrible moment which follows midnight. Javert was standing exactly over the rapids of the Seine, perpendicularly over that formidable whirlpool which knots and unknots itself like an endless screw. Javert bent his head and looked. All was black. What was beneath was not water, it was chasm, the wall of the quay abrupt, confused, mingled with vapor, suddenly lost to sight, seemed to him like an escarpment of the infinite. Javert, Inspector of Police, 30 years in the service of France, stood there on that promontory of the darkness and looked into the end of the night. He saw nothing, but he perceived the hostile chill of the water and the insipid odor of the moist stones.
fierce breath rose up from that abyss. The swollen river guessed at rather than perceived the tragical whispering of the flood, the dismal vastness of the arches of the bridge, the unimaginable fall into that gloomy void. All that shadow was full of horror. Javert remained for some minutes motionless on that pinnacle in the middle of the midnight, gazing into that opening of darkness. Then suddenly, without a sound, no expression on that great, bearded, beastly face, he took off his hat and laid it on the edge of the quay. A moment afterwards, a tall black form appeared standing on the parapet, bent toward the Seine, then sprang up and fell straight into the darkness. It is the last that was ever seen of Inspector Javert.
WOR and the Mutual Network have brought you Part 6 of Victor Hugo's absorbing masterpiece, Les Miserables, the episode which was called The Barricade. Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, played the role of Jean Valjean, and was also heard reading the narrative passages. Assisting Mr. Welles were Martin Gable as Javert, William Johnstone as Marius, Virginia Wells as Cosette, Ray Collins, Hiram Sherman, and others. Next Friday evening at 9:30 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time, we shall present the 7th and final episode of Les Miserables.
This is the Coast to Coast network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
So long as these problems are not solved, so long as ignorance and poverty remain on earth, these words cannot be useless.
These are the words which preface the 7th and final broadcast based on Victor Hugo's great novel, Les Miserables. WOR and the Mutual Network present Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, in an adaptation of the book which he has created especially for radio. Each episode portrays some development in the progress of Jean Valjean, a role played by Orson Welles, who is also heard as he reads the narrative passages. Part 7, the final episode of Les Miserables.
In Paris, on the 16th of February, 1833, there was celebrated the marriage of Cosette Fauchelevent to Marius Pontmercy. The date of the wedding was Mardi Gras, and the ceremonies were held in a city gay with flowers and merrymaking. The bride's father, Monsieur Fauchelevent, having suffered a severe accident to his arm, was not present.
Father, how good to see you. We missed you yesterday, but you've really come too early. Cosette is still asleep. But I can tell you the news. You are to come and live with us. It has all been decided. You are part of our happiness, Father. Cosette and I insist you share it with us.
Monsieur.
Is anything wrong? Is your arm still troubling you?
There is nothing wrong with my arm.
Is it wise for you to take the bandage off so soon?
There has never been anything wrong with it. You can see for yourself.
But yesterday you didn't come to our wedding. It was because you hurt your hand.
It was the best that I should be absent from your marriage.
Your pardon, Father, I don't know what you're talking about.
Marius, I'm a convict. I've been in the galleys.
The galleys? You? Cosette's father?
Before God, I am not the father of Cosette. I am a peasant of Faverolles, and my name is not Fauchelevent. It is Jean Valjean. That is true, monsieur.
I believe you.
Cosette is very dear to me, but... Well, 10 years, I didn't know Cosette existed 10 years ago. I am, after all, a passerby in her life, and today, our roads separate. She is now Madame Beaumercy. I can do nothing for her. I leave her to your care, monsieur.
But you could have kept your secret. No one would have known.
Perhaps not, monsieur, but I shall always know. You think I might have been happy with you. Have I the right to be happy? Suppose I remain, Monsieur Fauchelevent. I come to stay with you. We're together. And some fine day, while we're laughing and chatting, you hear a voice shout, Jean Valjean, and the police spring out of the shadow and tear off my mask. What then?
Father dearest, I've missed you so.
Cosette, we're talking of business.
Father, you're pale. Does your arm hurt you?
It is well.
What is it then? Are you sad?
No.
Then kiss me. That's better. Now I shall stay.
Cosette, darling, we have something to finish.
You still want me to go? Very well, I shall. But don't be long, please.
Poor Cosette.
You must not tell her about me. I entreat you, monsieur. Cosette doesn't know what this world is. The world of the convict and the galleys. Promise me that she shall never know.
I will keep your secret.
Thank you, monsieur. It is all nearly finished. There is one thing left.
What?
You think, monsieur, you think I should not see Cosette again?
I think it would be for the best.
Yes. Yes. Very well, monsieur. I shall not see her again.
Jean Valjean was a convict, but the bridegroom Marius did not know the story of his crimes. There are many crimes, and hunger was one of these in the year of our Lord, 1796.
Jean Valjean, before you are sentenced, have you nothing to say to this court?
I was hungry, that's all, Excellency. My sister, she and her little ones, we live at Faverolles, Excellency. I'm a pruner. In the season, I earn 18 sous a day, and that's all. It's very hard, Excellency, and they're all hungry, Excellency. Much more hungry than me.
Prisoner, this court finds, proven finally against you, the crime for which you are on trial, namely the burglary of a loaf of bread.
Excellency, what does that mean?
It means you're a thief. Guilty. 5 years in the galleys.
The galleys. 5 years at the oar of a prison ship. 5 years for his first offense.
Jean Valjean, thief.
Guilty.
Attempted escape. Guilty. Prisoner, sentence extended 3 years. Jean Valjean, thief. Guilty.
Escape in the second attempt.
Guilty. Prisoner, sentence extended 3 years. Jean Valjean, thief. Guilty.
Escape in the third attempt.
Guilty. Prisoner, sentence extended 3 years. Jean Valjean, thief. Guilty.
Escape in the first, second, and third attempts.
Guilty.
Escape in the fourth attempt and resistance.
Guilty. Prisoner, sentence extended in the double chain.
5 years.
Jean Valjean, your term has expired. Here is your passport.
Give it to me. I can read. I've learned to read. Let me look at it. The bearer is a liberated convict, having been 19 years in the galleys for stealing a loaf of bread. Original sentence, 5 years. Additional servitude, 14 years. The holder of this passport is a very dangerous man. Excellency, what does that mean?
It means you're free.
What had been the life of this soul? In weariness, in agony, under the whip, under the chain, in the cell, on the convict's bed of plank, under the burning sun of the galleys, Jean Valjean turned to his conscience and reflected. Human society had done him nothing but injury. He had no weapon but his hate. He had resolved to sharpen it in the galleys, and he had taken it with him when he went out. So the passport was right. The yellow passport, which described Jean Valjean as a very dangerous man. It was right that October night in 1815.
Come in. Come in, monsieur. Shut the door.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I'm a convict. You hear that? 4 days ago, they let me out. I walked all the way from Toulon. I've been 19 years in the galleys. Look, I have money. I'll pay you.
Sit down, monsieur. Make yourself comfortable.
Wait. You hear what I said? I said I was a convict. What is this place? It's not an inn. Is this your house?
No, this is not my house. It is the house of Christ.
What are you? A priest? Aren't you afraid of me?
No, monsieur. Aren't you afraid of me?
1815. Another crime of Jean Valjean's, of which Marius knew nothing. A crime committed that October night, 18 years before, in the house of the Bishop of D. It was the bishop himself who opened the door that night to the convict, Jean Valjean. He made a place for him at his table and gave him a bed in his best chamber. The first bed Jean Valjean had slept in for 19 years. And Jean Valjean lay in his bed, sleepless, all through that long October night. He had many thoughts. He thought first of the goodness of the Bishop of D, and then thought of his silver. The bishop's silver. 6 silver plates. He had seen them at dinner. 200 francs worth of silver, double his pay for 19 years' labor in the chains. It is true that he stole them. It is true that Jean Valjean stole the plates from the Bishop of D. It is true that he sold these plates for 200 francs, and that he used this money to make himself rich. Under the name of Madeleine in the district of Montreux, he set up a workshop for the manufacture of synthetic jet. He prospered. He built a great factory. He became mayor of the city. It is true that Jean Valjean did this with the 6 silver plates he stole that night from the Bishop of D. It is true also that Jean Valjean was never convicted of this crime.
Yes, monsieur.
We are the police, Monseigneur.
Please, officers.
Silence, prisoner. Monseigneur, this man has been apprehended on the highway in the criminal possession of your plate.
Good morning, Valjean.
You recognize him, Monseigneur. That is enough. Here is your silver.
Yes, but where are my candlesticks?
Here are the stolen plates, Monseigneur. Were there candlesticks also?
Oh, yes. They are of silver like the rest. Valjean, where are my candlesticks?
I didn't take them.
Monsieur Valjean, I don't think you understood. I gave you the candlesticks as well.
What do you mean?
Monseigneur, the prisoner was running off with your plate.
And he told you that they were given him by an old priest with whom he had lodged the night. And you brought him here.
Yes, Monseigneur. Then it's true what he told me?
I have given him the silver.
Then we can let him go?
Of course.
But they aren't mine.
Monsieur, the plates and the candlesticks are yours. Take them. But never forget you have promised me to use this silver to become an honest man. I withdraw it from the spirit of perversity, and I give it to Almighty God.
Jean Valjean ran out of the city and made haste into the open country. A little gypsy boy passed by him and dropped a penny. Jean Valjean put his foot on the penny and ran after the boy, but he never found him. Another crime. He knew then that he must either conquer or be conquered. It was after this that Jean Valjean, the poor farmer, who became a galley slave, established himself in Montreux as Monsieur Madeleine, the owner of a great factory and a public official, So Jean Valjean was sentenced forever to a new life. And a miracle was worked in his soul by the Bishop of D. Marius knew the father of his bride, Monsieur Fauchelevent, and it came to be that he found out the convict, Jean Valjean. But Marius never heard of the wealthy manufacturer, Monsieur Madeleine, the inventor of a process for the manufacture of imitation jet, the public benefactor, the mayor of Montreux, who, like Fauchelevent, was Jean Valjean. In 1823, this Madeleine was a quiet, hopeful man with but two thoughts in his heart: to conceal his name and to sanctify his life, to escape from men and to return to God. But even in 1823, Jean Valjean was wanted by the police, and there came a dark day in that year when they thought they had him. Certainly a man who looked like Jean Valjean was arrested and accused of Jean Valjean's crime, the theft of a penny. And certainly Jean Valjean, known as Madeleine, attended this man's trial.
Monsieur Madeleine. Your Honor the Judge. Your note was sent in to me, monsieur. Permit me to say that your presence in this court is an unexpected compliment. Thanks. Will you sit here, Monsieur Madeleine? We will resume the trial. Your Excellency the Judge. Your Honor, Monsieur Madeleine, gentlemen of the jury. Who is this man? He is Jean Valjean, accused of one crime for which he is on trial, but he is wanted for another. Highway robbery committed for the gain of 1 penny from a small boy encountered on the fields outside of D. Convict is Jean Valjean, and he shall be tried again.
What does the man say for himself? May I question him?
Why, if it will interest you, Monsieur Madeleine.
Thank you. Monsieur Valjean, how long have you been a pruner?
His Honor is speaking to you, prisoner. Reply to him.
I don't know, monsieur. My name isn't Valjean. Look here, I'm telling the truth. You've only to ask if it is a joke. Ask how stupid I am. Ask if... I don't know what you want of me.
In fourth order, I am about to pronounce sentence on this man.
One moment. Your Excellency. Your Excellency, may I be permitted a few words on behalf of the accused? I'd like to tell you about Jean Valjean.
Certainly, Monsieur Madeleine.
Excellency, they were right when they told you that Jean Valjean was an outlaw. It's true he was a galley slave. It's true he was a criminal. The pennies were stolen, and the loaf of bread, and the bishop was robbed. But mark you, gentlemen, the galleys make the galley slave. This man was a poor peasant, an idiot. He was changed in the galleys. He was stupid. He was made wicked. He was saved later by indulgence and kindness, as he was lost by severity. You won't understand this. There are some things which cannot be told. I cannot relate to you the story of Jean Valjean's life. Someday you will know it. He has done what he could. He has disguised himself under another name. He has desired to enter again amongst honest men. It seems this cannot be. Gentlemen, your prisoner is not he who is on trial before you. Release this man. He is innocent. Gentlemen, I am Jean Valjean.
That bridge wanted good horses and good drivers when the railway bell was ringing.
Jean Valjean, you are charged with concealing your identity and changing your name. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Jean Valjean, you are sentenced to hard labor in the galleys under the double chain for the rest of your life.
But Jean Valjean escaped from the galleys that same year and was never retaken. He was hunted. For 11 years he lived in the shadows, cowering, sometimes no more than a step from the terrible creature who pursued him, the policeman, Javert. But now Javert was no more. Small comfort now. Cosette was no more. She belonged to another. She whose childhood was passed in his sight like a summer's day, whose cares were his only care, whose joys were his only joy, who shared with him his only happiness in a long lifetime of misery, who owned his heart and a whole lifetime of love. Her he had given up, totally. He was wealthy, he relinquished wealth. He was free, he relinquished freedom. We have seen Jean Valjean give up the world to save a man from the galleys.
the cost was not so great to him as this.
I have purchased your soul. I withdraw it from the spirit of perversity, and I give it to Almighty God.
We have seen many things happen to Jean Valjean of which Marius and even Cosette never learned. We have seen crimes which Marius judged without knowing, and more than that, we have beheld the resurrection and transfiguration of a human soul. We know the story without retelling it of Cosette's mother. We have seen Jean Valjean as Fauchelevent, the father of Cosette, and we have seen him at the barricades, saving Marius from the insurrection, so that Marius could take Cosette from him. We have seen him dragging Marius through the hideous muck of the Paris sewers and into safety. It is only important to remember here that Marius was unconscious, that Marius knew nothing of the manner of his rescue, and never dreamt that Jean Valjean or Monsieur Fauchelevent was his savior. During the months which followed, Jean Valjean came no longer to the house where Marius Pontmercy lived with his wife Cosette in the Rue de Cablère. But shopkeepers in the neighborhood noticed that every day an old man dressed in black came towards that street. When there were but a few houses left between him and this street which appeared to attract him, his pace became so slow that at times it appeared as if he ceased to move. And when he reached the street, he stopped, trembled, put his head with a kind of gloomy timidity beyond the corner of the last house, and looked into the street. There was in that tragic look something which resembled the bewilderment of the impossible and the reflection of a forbidden paradise. He remained thus a few minutes, as if he had been stoned. Later, the old man ceased to go as far as this corner, and then one day, he did not appear. Jean Valjean was very ill.
The beginning is a very delicate
Come in.
time.
Father!
Know then that it is the year 10...
Cosette. Is it you, Cosette?
Father, where have you been? Why have you left us so long?
So you're here, Monsieur Marius. You forgive me.
Forgive you? He asked me to forgive him after what he has done for me.
Monsieur, I have done nothing for you.
Nothing? You saved my life.
You must be mistaken, Monsieur.
I was mistaken, but not now. Perhaps you've forgotten a certain coachman. The coachman who drove you through the streets of Paris during fighting. He has told me everything.
Marius, what do you mean?
But for your father, I wouldn't be alive today. My darling, he was the man. That barricade, the sewer, he went through it for me, for you, Cosette. He bore me through death in every form. Why have you not told it before?
I told the truth.
No, not the whole truth. I owe my life to you.
Father, your hands are colder. Are you suffering?
No, I am not suffering. On the contrary, my little one, I'm very well, only...
Only what, Father?
I shall die in a few minutes.
Father!
It is nothing to die. It is frightful not to live.
Father, here, we will help you. Cosette, he must lie down.
Now, children.
Know then that it is
Children,
the
I
year
want you to listen to me.
10,191.
This money belongs to you.
The
I've
known
written you a letter
universe
about
is
it.
ruled by the Padishah Emperor Shaddam
600,000 francs.
IV.
Every penny earned honestly from the jet factory
In
at
this time, the
Montreux.
most precious
I
substance
should
in the
have lost my
universe
life
is the
if you do not
spice
enjoy
melange.
it. You see,
The spice
the
extends
black
life.
jet comes from England,
The
and the
spice
white jet comes from Norway.
expands consciousness.
You understand then how much money can be
Spice
made,
is vital
and
to
then the
space
glass
travel.
must be bent, not
The
soldered.
Spacing Guild and
It's
its
all written out.
navigators, who the spice has
There.
mutated over
Now come
4,000 years, use
closer,
the
both of
orange
you.
spice gas, which gives them the ability
You
to
weep from your
fold
little.
space.
Not too much.
That is,
You must
travel
amuse
to
yourselves
any
a
part
great
of
deal,
the
my children.
universe without
12
moving.
dozen
Cost only 10 francs and sell for 16.
I forgot to tell you.
That's really a good business. And
The spice
you can be rich
exists
without
on only
concern.
one planet
You
in
find
the
my letter,
entire
Cosette.
universe.
I've written it all down to you.
A desolate, dry planet
Cosette,
with vast deserts.
I bequeath the 2 candlesticks.
Hidden away
There,
within the rocks of
on
these
the
deserts
mantle.
are a people
They are
known
silver,
as the Fremen,
but to me they are gold.
who have long held
They
the
are diamond.
prophecy that
They
a
were
man
given me
would
by
come,
the good Bishop of D.
who would lead them to true freedom.
I wonder, will he be
The
satisfied
planet
with me
is Arrakis,
in heaven?
also known as
I've done what I could.
Father, do you want a priest?
No. No. I have one.
He had fallen backward. The light from those silver candlesticks, the candlesticks of the Bishop of D.
Welcome back. I'm Christina, the manager of the Pacific Beach Library. Thank you for joining me for day 12 of our read-along together of, ready, let's go for it, Dracula by Bram Stoker. And so, let's see, today, for tea, I did decide to take the plunge. I'm going to finish off that other tea. So today is the last of our Earl Grey de la Creme. But I have fancy new teas to try tomorrow, so we'll experiment with those. And
Jean Valjean, I have purchased your
this smells so
soul.
good.
I withdraw it from the spirit
You've
of
heard me talk about this tea a lot if you've been reading with me for a while. Hello, good to see you. Out of curiosity, for anyone who's here today, are you drinking anything fun? Also, are you reading anything fun outside of Dracula? I always like to see what folks are reading. I get good ideas from it. Not that I don't already have a huge pile of books at home to read, but you know how it is. You can always have more books to read.
and the Mutual Network have brought you the 7th and final episode of Les Miserables.
And more teas to drink. Alright, so let's talk a little bit before we get into the reading. I posted a poll yesterday afternoon. So far, as of right before we went into today's reading, I looked at the poll results. 8 people had voted that they wanted us to just do the live readings, so that means we would only post readings Monday through Thursday, and no one had voted for the option of having a taped reading on Friday. So I'm just going to call it right now. I figure we've got our decision made. So I'm just going to go ahead and after this week, I'm going to just do the readings Monday through Thursday. This week, I'm going to do one last Friday reading, and the reason is that it just works out with the timing, with the number of chapters that we have, that if we do a reading this Friday and then only Monday through Thursday for the rest of the readings, we will finish up on Thursday, October 29th, which means by Halloween, we will have the conclusion of our tale of Dracula. And then we can make a decision, too, if we want to maybe have a little party, either the following Monday or perhaps on Halloween itself. So we'll figure that out later. But for now, the decision has been made. We're going to go ahead and just do the live streams, and our last live stream will be this Friday. Our last Friday live stream will be this Friday, and then we'll keep going after that with just Monday through Thursday readings together. All right, so let's talk a little bit about what happened in yesterday's chapter of Dracula.
It's a dry,
Yesterday in chapter 11,
vast
it was
deserts.
really good.
There's never a drop of rain on dune.
It started out with Lucy Westenra talking about how, fortunate she felt that all these folks were taking care of her. And then Dr. Van Helsing was saying, he was quite smug because he knew that he had left Lucy Westenra surrounded by garlic blossoms, and that there was no way that any unwanted visitors of the vampiric source would be able to enter her room.
Just how peaceful
and when he
today
arrives
can
at the
be.
house again, he's quite happy. Neither
Thank
he
you so
nor
much
Dr.
for being
Seward
here.
stayed the night
Today,
because Dr.
instead of
Van
the
Helsing was
doom
so
intro, I was
confident that
gonna
Lucy
do
would be
a,
fine. And when they go in there, they run into Lucy's mother, who says, "Oh yes, she's sleeping like an angel. She's she's not disturbed at all. She's just so calm." And he's like, "Wow, that's great." Because and he's like patting himself on the back, like it's because of my wonderful garlic. And then she continues, "Well, it's not all you. I also helped her. I noticed you had these stinky garlic flowers even on her, so I took them off of her and I opened the windows and I aired out the room so she wouldn't get suffocated by the garlic." It's like,
oh, no. And just so you know,
he didn't want to say anything directly to her because we know that this is what Westenra has. She's in poor health and she doesn't need a shock. But of course, when he goes in, he sees that Lucy has, lost more blood in the night, that Dracula did come in. And so he actually, this time,
and the plan
he
for
gives a blood
after the short
transfusion. So Dr. Van
video
Helsing
thing
is the blood
is
donor this time
39
to
steps.
try to revive
Orson
Lucy
Welles.
Westenra. After that, there's, the doctor continues to watch over her to make sure that she has the necessary garlic. He warns her mother specifically that, this is part of her treatment. Even if it stinks a little bit, you just need to keep it there. And Lucy is actually really pleased. She's saying how, she's doing so well. She's finally even gotten used to the smell of garlic. She's so happy. She's so healthy. She's so grateful for Dr. Van Helsing and his kind care for her. And then, so that was on the night of the 17th of September. What's interesting after that is that there is a snippet mixed in next from the Pall Mall Gazette, which is a newspaper where the reporter talks with a zookeeper. Now I'm also going to throw in here too a little bit of just my own commentary. I do not understand, maybe this is how they used to do news reports back in the late 1800s, but I cannot believe that there was any news reporter that's actually printing in the dialect of this
We passed the 50-kilometer threshold and are proceeding toward the target.
And as many quotes as he's giving this man about the joke he tells and about the bribery that he's taking to speak with the reporter and all this kind of stuff. Like, if that's actually the newspaper, I need to read more news reports from the 1890s because this stuff is fun.
Proceed to manual attack formation.
Perhaps,
Destroy the Goliath class unit by any
in
means
this book, though, with the report from the Pall Mall Gazette, it has a wonderfully colorful account from the zookeeper talking about the wolf that he has there at the zoo, a strange man, Dracula, who pets the wolf's ears and, kind of weirds out the zookeeper, but the wolf seems okay with it. And then the wolf, he hears a bunch of howling that night, the wolf takes off. The wolf eventually comes back the next day on the 18th, and they see that the wolf has black mixed in with fur on his head because he appears to have, somehow encountered some broken glass. And so the zookeeper takes back the wolf, and the reporter celebrates that the community need not be afraid any longer. There's a wolf on the prowl. Then we go back. So that published on the 18th. What we find out then is that going back to the 17th, Dr. Seward mentions how he is grateful not to have to go to visit Lucy Westenra's house that night. He's very tired yet again.
My son,
he is, he's given blood, he's watched over her, he's tired. Also, that evening, his strange patient, Renfield, comes in and stabs him, or strikes him.
We've spotted
and he causes blood to drip from Dr. Seward's wrist onto the ground. He bandages up his wrist, and then when he looks down, he sees Renfield.
Begin by simply listening, slow down, and see just how peaceful today can be. Thank you so much for being here. Today, instead of the Dune, I was going to do a, you'll see.
Noting that there had been a telegram delivered from Dr. Van Helsing to him, which was not properly directed.
Knock, knock.
Knock, knock.
Who's there? Banana who? Banana family for fantasy final nana. Banana.
Did not realize he was meant to watch over Lucy that night on the 17th, so she had been unattended that evening. Again, Dr. Seward.
Oh, and just so you know, this,
he might be a good doctor.
Slow down and see.
He is a worse babysitter. Terrible. Okay, that's it. He rushes then over to visit.
And the plan for after the short preview video thing is 39 steps, Orson Welles.
Telegram, and so he is going to continue to get his journal entry once he gets to the next thing we see, the last thing we see in that chapter is actually the journal entry from Lucy Westenra herself. She writes,
everything that lives is designed to end.
She is sure that she is
we are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death.
So soundly,
is this a curse? Or some kind of punishment? I often think about the God who blessed us with this cryptic puzzle, and wonder if we'll ever have the chance to kill him.
Good luck, have fun.
This is command. Your house squadron, come in. 2B here. All units have penetrated the stratosphere. Autopilot systems green across the board. This is Operator 6-0. All units confirmed. We've passed the 50-kilometer threshold and are proceeding toward the target. Understood. Once you reach their end...
Rushes in, breaks the glass, and then the mother is so disturbed she reaches for things and she pulls the garlic flower of the floral base off the Lucy, which again is making still to the vampire.
By air defense. Proceed to manual attack formation. Then destroy the Goliath-class unit by any means necessary and gather what data you can. Understood. 12H down. All units activate manual mode and rely on visuals to advance.
Already engaged.
About what's going on. She sends the maid
Sweetie,
down to get
no matter what anybody says, I love you better than anybody in the whole world.
Down. Our HM229 cannons are
Hi, baby. This is your lonesome girl.
requesting permission to engage.
Gather round me, cinnamon and hot, and that airy pretty eyes. I've waited all day for you. So get comfortable, light up a pipe full of Bond Street, and dismiss everything with a pretty touch. What tomorrow may bring. When my heart starts to sing, maybe I've been listening, but I kept busy so I didn't do something. Today I spent the whole day wrestling with a chair I'm attempting to rehost. It's a very slow process, and I'm not sure I'll do a very good job. Because I get lumps in the pattern that goes on before the actual cloth, and I can't seem to tuck in all the little edges that make it put out of sight. Upholsteries at this moment are my biggest killer, and I wish I knew one that would help me finish this chair, so that it'll be done when you return. Luckily, it seems I just keep missing you all day long. Once I had a feeling you just walked by when you stopped in the newsstand.
4B task.
How else can I explain my heart suddenly beating a little faster and my hand shaking as I picked up?
2B to Operator 6-0.
Was it just imagination, sweetie? Or wasn't there a touch of that familiar aroma?
Operator
The
2B.
aroma of the wonderful
Arriving with Unit 9S and begin
It could only
gathering
be
data.
one. I couldn't miss that anyway. Bond Street tobacco is so mild, so good to smoke and taste and to smell. A real man's tobacco kept to the heart of the girl he loves. And that's me. The girl who loves you for all the things that you love. Your wonderful laugh, the sound of your voice, and the touch of your hand. And yes, sweetie, the tobacco. The Bond Street tobacco. They're all yours and I love. Last touch of tobacco. So don't change your ties or look in your eyes or the Bond Street tobacco. For these are the things I love. Sweetie, this is certainly an angry, crazy world, isn't it? I've gotten so I hate to leave the papers. But you know what I think it's doing to everybody? It's bringing about a kind of personal peace. I've noticed neighbors who've been enemies suddenly becoming friends. And guys and girls who've been pouting and feeling proud of suddenly kissing. This is the time when we're meeting. And there should be lots of forgiving and forgetting about the people you really love. That's why I elected to record it in the call record, which I feel is a definite message that's really important. Never let the sun set on a fire. My not the only and I'm glad you started to show you a new and you know what else is the fact that you always have fun that also shows that you're particular about the tobacco. Because maybe I'm crazy, but I just naturally expect you to like it when it comes to tobacco. Because you're a fine person. Sweetie Bond Street goes with you. Just like things go with the sun. Like kisses go with the moon. And like love goes with the sun. And why not? There is no fine tobacco law. None richer, none more aromatic, none more pleasant, as smooth as smoke. In fact, there is no tobacco that is not hot. So smoke it for us. I can enjoy its mild aroma too. So whatever you might think this is going to leave me with much ado about me, but I had some of my opium. There's one thing to be sure. I'll be here again tomorrow night thanks to Bond Street Tobacco. It will send me along. Meanwhile, take it easy. And remember that you're Upson Gale. Love better than anybody in the whole world. I wonder where I'll home when my heart starts to sing. If you have love to spend, why don't you feel proud? Share them with your Sweetie, no matter what anybody says, I love you better than anybody in the whole world.
I never saw in all my experience the professor work and studied everything. I knew, as he did, that it was a stand-up fighting gap. He answered me in a way that I did not understand, but with the sternest look on his face to wear. If that were all, I would stop here where we are now, and let me fade away into the for I see no light in life as the horizon. It went on with the word was, if possible, we knew our friends would take us. Presently, we both began to be conscious that he was beginning to be of some effect. Lucy's heart was mental to the stethoscope, and her lungs had a perceptible movement. Then Elsie's face almost beamed, and as we lifted from the staff and rolled her in a hot cake to drive her, he said to me, "The first gaze is ours. Check to the king." We took Lucy into another room, which had by now been prepared, and laid her in bed and poured a few drops of brandy down her face.
The beginning
I noticed that
is a very delicate time.
Knock, knock.
Know then that it is the year 10,191. The known universe is ruled by the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV, my father. In this time, the most precious substance in the universe is the spice melange. The spice extends life. The spice expands consciousness. The spice is vital to space travel. The Spacing Guild and its navigators, who the spice has mutated over 4,000 years, use the orange spice gas, which gives them the ability to fold space. That is, travel through any part of the universe without moving. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you. The spice exists on only one planet in the entire universe. A desolate, dry planet with vast deserts. Hidden away within the rocks of these deserts are a people known as the Fremen, who have long held a prophecy that a man would come, a Messiah, who would lead them to true freedom. The planet is Arrakis, also known as June.
Rushed towards him with outstretched hands. What's wrong here? I cried as our captain met. I guess art. I have not heard from Stewart for 3 days, and am terribly true. Father still in same condition. Send me word as he is. I think I came just in the nick of time.
Hello, my friends, and welcome to the third book of the Harry Potter series, titled The Prisoner of Azkaban. Chapter 1.
Your man has no mistake. Well, the devil may work against us for all he's worth.
Harry Potter was a highly unusual boy in his life. The one thing he hated the summer holidays more than any other time of the year. For another, he really wanted to do his homework, but was forced to do it in secret, in the And he also happened to be a wizard. It was nearly midnight, and he was lying on his stomach in bed, the blankets drawn right over his head like a tent, a flashlight in one hand and a large leather-bound book, The History of Magic, tied with filled-up mag propped open against the pillow. Harry moved the tip of his legal feathered quill down the page, frowning as he looked for something that would help him write his essay, which, burned in the 14th century, was completely pointless.
Lying down after having a glass of wine and told the cook to get ready for breakfast.
Disgust.
And I went back
the quill paused at the top of the likely-looking character. Harry pushed his round glasses up, holding his flashlight closer to the book and read.
Over as he sat with his hand to his brow.
There
was a look of grim satisfaction in his face, as of one who has had a thousand falls.
Everything that lives is designed to end. We are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death.
In God's name, what does it all mean? Was she, or is she, mad? Or what sort of...
Glitter on the edge.
By simply listening, slow down, see just how peaceful today can be.
Orson Welles produces and directs the 19th broadcast of the Mercury Theatre series of dramatized great narratives. There have been a number of famous authors represented in the broadcast, but none so young as Ellis St. Joseph, whose name many of us may be hearing for the first time tonight. The story is one which Mr. Wells has long considered, and he takes great pleasure in presenting A Passenger to Bali by Ellis St. Joseph, one of the great short novels of recent years. The young author was born in 1911 and gathered material for a passenger to Bali during a trip on a freighter in the Pacific. Though all the characters in this story are imaginary, the hurricane and certain other of the incidents actually took place. The freighter upon which... Unusual night. Like what? Oh, for one thing, Shanghai Port Police. Yes, I did. Not more than a minute back, the launch went by. Anything wrong, Captain? Oh, I'm certain of it. Should have been out of the harbor and down the river 2 hours ago. What was there in the wind, Captain? Just for instance, some sort of trouble on the waterfront, I suspect. I see something was brewing when we had trouble getting our deck hands. Is that all, sir? I was worried for a minute. It's quite enough, Mr. Stagg. You can go right on being worried. No, I thought from the way them police look, might have something to do with us. What? Is it our fault? Personal right. But it will if we don't clear this harbor. River on the edge. On a freighter in the Pacific. Though all the characters in this story are imaginary, the hurricane and certain other of the incidents actually took place. The freighter upon which he traveled was making its last voyage, and his story carries the weight of first-hand experience. The Mercury Theater on the Air presents A Passenger to Bali, starring Orson Welles as Dr. Alvy Wolf. Took itself from my mind, my last lingering glimpse of war as I left him. A vision that appeared more than at the time. It has grown real in the 40 years that have passed. It was what some men call chance and others destiny that linked our lives from the dock of Shanghai and alike disrupted them 200 miles out at sea. I merely accepted him as a passenger on the steamship roundabout, the French steamer flying the British flag, carrying a crew of 3 white officers and 20 Kanaka boys, which I owned and put to trade in the southern Pacific.
He was in a torturous suspense in his utter ignorance of the terrible mystery which seemed to surround him within his life. It was very perfect, and it took all the magic of him. There was a royal longitude.
You are getting colder and thicker every minute. Danny, that's what it is. They'll give you the creeps not to see 5 foot in front of you. Only wide wherever you look. Done out. Project. Well, sometimes it is and sometimes it ain't. Superstitious, Mr. Randall? Now again, Mrs. Shea. You might be first mate, me only second mate. We're both sailors, and I say it's a little queer. All right, this ain't natural on the Yankee River this late in the year. The anchor ain't lifted yet. Captain broke. Dead only, that's what. So all that dive overboard this morning, it does it. We don't want to joke about a thing like that. That wreck leaving a ship. No seafaring man is... What police? What are they snooping around here for? Like blooming ghosts. Not down with it. There may be worse, eh? What I want to know is what brings them here. Here, Mr. Stay, to the roundabout. I got a feeling that this here ship... Oh, that you, Mr. Engel? Yes, yes.
And to my surprise, produced the paper which Van Helsing had given me to
In
read.
English, they finished putting the coal on board. Will you pay them off as quickly as possible? Yes, I'll do that, Captain. Lots of money, that's what I said. 35 minutes. Prototype is closing in, blowing right up the river in our faces. We're right to the set.
Seeing where she was,
Notice anything...
she gave a loud cry, put her poor thin hands
Like what?
her face.
Oh, for one thing,
Understood what was meant.
Shanghai police. Yes, I did. Not more than a minute back the launch went by. Anything wrong, Captain?
Doubtless sympathy eased her somewhat, but she was very low in thought and spirit.
Should have been out of the harbor and down the river 2 hours ago. Oh, what was there in the wind, Captain? Just for instance, some sort of trouble on the waterfront, I suspect. I knew something was brewing when we had trouble getting our deck hands. Oh. Is that all? I was worried for a minute. It's quite enough. In fact, you can go right on being worried. You know, I thought from the way the police looked, it might have something to do with us. What? Is it roundabout? Personal life. Well, it will if we don't clear this harbor. Not a very pretty world where peaceful men have to go about carrying a gun. Never knew you to tell one of them before. Protection, huh? From what? From the Yankee gang here. The river pirates, the sharkies. From my own Kanak boys, if they get the right meaning of the wrong word.
19 September.
From such a night as this.
All last night you let me was always afraid to sleep.
Hey, you, Captain. Yes, Mr. Randall. I paid that clothing gang double quick, Captain. What I says is, save time, save money. Hey? Time, money. Right you are, Mr. Randall. You've got precious little of both of them. Well, let's be off. Give the orders. Thanks, Captain.
She was hardly able to turn her head, and the little nourishment which she could take seemed to do her no good. It was then she slept, and both my housing and I noticed a difference in her between sleeping and waking.
That was the first time I heard that man's voice calling my name. It's been ringing in my ears ever since. That was the first time I saw his enormous figure in its bell-shaped suit. A figure that haunts me still. Haunts me.
In the afternoon, she
asked I accept no more responsibility for his end. If it was an end, then I do for his
when
murder.
When he arrived, it was nearly 6 o'clock, and the sun was setting full and warm, and the red light
Who is it?
streamed in through the window and gave more color to the day.
Captain English.
When he saw her,
Roundabout.
I am Captain English.
Allow me.
Could speak. In the hours that had passed, the fits of sleep, or the comatose condition would pass.
I am the Reverend Rob Walk, a Dutch missionary.
Arthur's presence, however, seemed to act
Captain bound for Bali,
rallied a little,
there to distribute fighting.
Than she had done since we arrived. He too pulled himself together.
Word of the Lord.
Now, what can I do for you?
So that
Your hand, sir. The Lord brought us together tonight, Captain. What the Lord has put together,
Jersky's comeback game.
let no man put asunder.
Isn't that your marriage sermon?
Well, Captain.
1 o'clock, and he and Van Helsing are sitting with her. I am to relieve them in a quarter of an hour, and I am entering this on Lucy's phonograph. Until 6 o'clock, they are to try to rest. I hear that tomorrow we'll end our watching for the doctor's visit.
Married?
Or parting.
So,
Letter.
you're looking at
Parker,
this thing men call my face.
Unopened by her. 17 September.
Have you seen it before?
No.
Good, so much the better.
Since I heard from you,
Then we can start from scratch.
Captain.
Pardon me, I know all my faults.
Ready to ride? I'll be with you in a moment, Mr. Stagg.
When I got my husband back all right, well, I got my husband
We're ready to sail.
I'm not giving you
there
this
was a carriage waiting
wasting word in mundane affairs, Captain English. Not I save
He
rest.
took us to his house where there were
You see how brief,
nice and
how
comfortable
very
and
brief I
down
can
the bed.
be.
After dinner,
Captain English, I am told that your boat put in at Goulong, the port of Bali.
and made every
Is that correct? In that case, here you will find a Dutch passport, several papers for identification, mostly clerical, and about 400 in American dollars. Be good enough to examine them. If the papers, the money, and myself meet with your approval, I shall sail with you tonight.
Well, your passport seems in order.
So
The photograph is you?
The old house,
Yes.
and from both my bedroom and
My
the drawing
shadow,
room, I can see the great
sun.
homes of the cathedral close, with their great black
Here's a man
out
with
against the
the
Yellowstone,
shadow
old
or
Yellowstone of the cathedral.
blues the earth that falls on.
Overhead, cawing and cawing,
Hey, Captain.
chattering and
These are
chattering,
things proper?
gossip from all
These
day.
letters?
Testimony of the faith,
The money?
Testimony of the faith of another kind.
Well, I'm afraid it's unfeasible, Dr. Walsh. The roundabout is a trading seat.
Name your price.
Well, I admit you tempt me. Funds are a bit low right
Him all about the clients.
now.
Now's the time then to
How are getting on? I wish wish I could run up to town.
You own the ship as well as commander.
Yes, I know.
Then hoist your British flag, Captain. Be off with your Dutch passengers.
Wait a minute. You say you're a Dutchman, yet you don't have much of an accent.
Even now,
Captain English, the Lord speaks in many tongues.
It's odd that you should have waited until the last moment of the war.
His work knows no other time.
Very irregular, you understand, and accepting at the last moment without proper investigation a stranger who...
Now I've told you my news.
A minute to the Lord.
What are you to be married and where? And who is to be
Well, Captain?
And what are you to wear? And is it to be a public or
There's a
private
police
wedding?
launch again. The third time tonight.
Well, Captain?
Everything, for there is nothing to interest
Very well, I'll take you.
The meeting, sir.
But I do not think that
The marriage.
from the junior Report from Patrick Hennessy, MD, MRC SLK, QCPI, etc., etc., to John Stewart, MD, 20 September. My dear sir, in accordance with your wishes, I enclose report of the conditions of everything left in my charge. With regard to patient Renfield, there is more to say. He has had another outbreak which might have had a dreadful ending, but which, as unfortunately happened, was unattended with any unhappy results. This afternoon, a carrier's cart with 2 men made a call at the empty house whose grounds abut on ours. The house to which you will remember.
Well, we both know that couldn't happen. But if it did... Would you have to go away?
Yeah, it wouldn't be safe for me, kiddo. And wishing cannot make it so.
This is pretty wild, right? Thanks so much for swinging by. Tissue's got. I'm so grateful. If you hear my voice right now, I'm so grateful. And if you can't, I'm grateful for you. We're all the same. Just mirrors. Just to show everyone's good. If I'm good, you're good. Thanks so much for swinging by. Catch you guys on the flip side.